Hello, check. Hello, check. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ashwin Prasad, and I will be your host for the next 2 days. We will commence the proceedings for the day shortly. Request your friends and fellow delegates to join you here, please. For delegates who haven't collected the translated devices, we request all of you to collect over the course of the session. I repeat, there are translated devices available. For delegates who haven't collected the translated devices, I request you to please pick it up. Dear all, requesting all participants to invite their fellow delegates to join us here in the hall. We'll commence programs for the day shortly. For delegates who haven't collected the translated devices, request you to please collect it.
May I request all the participants to invite their fellow delegates to join us in the hall, please? Delegates who are yet to collect the translator devices. Delegates who have not yet collected their translator devices are requested to please do so.
Sparked by networks, trade routes that connected civilizations, scientific communities that crossed borders to change medicine and technology, social movements that rose when people came together to amplify their such a force in motion. Farmer-producer organizations. FPOs are not just collectives of farmers. They are living, breathing networks of ambition and resilience, connecting farmers to markets, ideas to action, and communities to prosperity. In this hall, what we have is the nerve center of an emerging movement, a movement with the power to reshape Indian agriculture, to transform livelihoods, and to show the world what becomes possible when determined networks take root. The energy, leadership, and commitment in this room hold the promise of a new era where FPOs stand not at the margins, but at the very heart of India's growth story. Ladies and gentlemen, respected dignitaries, and most importantly, our visionary farmer leaders. Welcome to the FPO Conclave 2025, an initiative powered by NABARD and Samunnati. I now invite all our dignitaries of the inaugural plenary to join us on the stage, please. How are you, sir? To mark the beginning of the conclave and to symbolize the light of knowledge, collaboration, and collective growth, may I invite our esteemed dignitaries on stage for the lighting of the lamp.
गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गणनायकाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गणदैवताय गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय
Thank you, dignitaries. To set the tone for our gathering, it's only fitting that we begin with someone who is relentlessly championing the cause of farmer collectives with vision and persistent action. At every opportunity, he is pushing the envelope by amplifying the power of unity amongst India's farmers, cultivating enterprise and collaboration in the sector. As founder and CEO of Samunnati Group, Mr. Anil Kumar SG is continually inspiring partners and communities to reimagine what is possible when the ecosystem comes together. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Anil to deliver the address of welcome.
सभी को नमस्कार. Whenever we start an important meeting in Samunnati, we have a small ritual. We actually start with a short prayer or an intention that may whatever we do result goodness and benefit for larger humanity, and may we get guidance to do things that are good for the larger humanity. So before we start this conclave, there was a thought that perhaps we all who are here with the same intention, perhaps start with this short 10-15 seconds prayer to whoever we believe in. We close our eyes and say, may all these efforts result into things that can become better for the larger humanity, and may we get guidance to do so. So may I invite all of you to start with this short prayer for 10-15 seconds, please. So we close our eyes. and let's start. Thank you. I usually don't read out prepared speeches because I believe in things that have to be said will descend as you speak. But today I'm a little overwhelmed for three reasons. One, this is the fifth edition of Samunnati's FPO Conclave and being supported by none other than NABARD. So this is NABARD Samunnati FPO Conclave, and we are hoping to see this hall full very soon. And we have more than 100 exhibits, exhibition stalls, and 2-day schedule. So I'm a little overwhelmed in terms of the scale and enormity of this gathering as it picks up the speed, and hence don't want to make the mistake of sharing the thoughts and welcoming you extempore, because there is a danger of missing out few things. So pardon me for reading out what has come together. Firstly, a warm welcome to each one of you, our farmer leaders who have come from far and wide across the country, policymakers who have been relentlessly supporting this sector of agriculture, ecosystem players without whom nothing moves in terms of goods and cash and initiatives, agri-businesses, innovators, there are fair bit of philanthropists here, and global friends. We are expecting a delegation from time to see how Indian agriculture is shaping up for the prosperity of the smallholder farmers. It gives me immense joy to see this room getting filled. We are hoping all the chairs would get filled very soon. But the one common purpose that all of us here are to make agriculture in India resilient and to work for making markets work for smallholder farmers. That making markets work for, not of. The for smallholder farmers is what inspires and drives all of us. Rightfully so, you will see over the course of today, tomorrow. The theme for this year is partnerships for sustainability towards a future-ready FPO ecosystem. This is just not a slogan. This is the very DNA that we are building together and growing together. And that's what Samunnati as a word stands for: collective growth, collective prosperity, and collective elevation. From a Samunnati's journey perspective, this is our 11th year of pursuing a meaningful purpose, I would say. And to get the context and to give you all a sense of our scale, I would like to take this opportunity to share some numbers with you, because ultimately I'm a debit credit man. Numbers have to come in. I'm a banker. Now Samunnati is in about 28 states. Since inception, we have been able to facilitate a throughput of a little over $3.7 billion, a little over 33,000 crores, in a sector that we started building our understanding brick by brick. Between credit and trade facilitation, this scale is very encouraging. Last year alone, we did about 7,000 crores of GTV, gross transaction value, and with all your support, we wish to take it to about 50,000 crores in the next 5-7 years. But that's not what inspires us. But what inspires us is the scale that we have in the agri ecosystem in relation to the farmer-producer organizations, the FPOs. We are very pleased to share with you that we have access to a little over 30,000 FPOs in this country, 6,500 of them having direct transactional relationship with Samunnati, And very soon, we would be looking at a handful of inspiring 100 crore plus FPOs, and that's what gives us immense joy. In the recent past, we also started engaging with the entire agri ecosystem with focus on the MSMEs in the agri processing space, in the agri-business space. And happy to share that we have already crossed about 500 MSMEs that Samunnati works with in removing their working capital constraints and making their throughput happen. But these numbers would be meaningless unless the entire ecosystem comes together in a collaborative manner, and the effort of this conclave indeed is to make that collaboration happen, visible, and strengthen. That's what we are hoping to do. Friends, the future of Indian agriculture is not to be written in isolation, because a large, I would not say problem, a large need that all of us are looking at addressing can only happen when all of us come together. And for Samunnati, we believe that the FPO ecosystem as a platform offers a good catalyst, offers a good opportunity and an ability to reach out to millions of farmers through their own collectives, and that's what we are going to understand, learn, and celebrate in the next 2 days. Right? I'm very, very grateful that in this journey, NABARD has not just joined us as a partner, but they have been for the FPO ecosystem an anchor leading from the front. Their policy vision, financial support, and mobilization of FPOs have laid the very foundation on which this ecosystem stands. We are deeply grateful for their leadership and providing inspiration to entities like Samunnati. I'm equally delighted to welcome Pension Fund Regulatory Development Authority, PFRDA, into this ecosystem, because farmers' well-being is not only about the harvest of today, which is important, but also about the dignity of tomorrow. Social security and pensions will be the second harvest that every farmer deserves and is looking forward to. We also acknowledge the critical role of agri-businesses and partners like Olam Agri, Corteva Agri-science, and Coromandel, who have partnered with Samunnati for many years and in this conclave specifically. Without enterprises, there is no value chain, as you all know. And without value chains, there is no farmer prosperity, because making markets work for smallholder farmers includes markets, and markets are all about the players in the market. Our gratitude also goes to ecosystem enablers, GIZ, Grameen Foundation, Selco, Digital Green, Rainforest Alliance for bringing in innovation, finance, and climate solutions to strengthen the collective journey. Personally, I'm deeply grateful to my spiritual guide and the global guide of Heartfulness Institute that I have been privileged to be part of for the last 31, 32 years. It is the heartfulness way of practice that inspired me to do something meaningful in life and listen to my heart and pursue this enterprise and initiative called Samunnati. And Heartfulness's innovative and scientific approaches in revitalizing our soil through biochar, in increasing the productivity through grafting and grafted nurseries that they have, as well as greening the entire country through agroforestry. Many of you as FPOs were there in the workshop yesterday at Kanha Shantivanam, an embodiment of what science and agriculture can do together. So I have invited Daji, Dr. Kamlesh D. Patel, to be gracing the occasion. I am still praying and hopeful that Daji may make it happen either today or tomorrow, but let's hope. So thanks to Heartfulness and specifically Daji for inspiring me in this journey. Friends, as we look around the world, we see geopolitical shifts, trade realignments, and climate uncertainties. And in the middle of all of this, Indian farmers, through FPOs and MSMEs, stand at the threshold of becoming global solution providers. It's not a surprise that many of the smaller nations indeed are looking at India for their food security since COVID, because COVID has taught us that money in the bank is not equal to food on the table. They both are two different things, right? And hence, the responsibility on us as ecosystem players is immense to deliver on all these expectations. So this decade is about making FPOs enterprise ready, investable, and globally connected. This is not a task for Samunnati alone. This is a collective mission. And the conclave is our platform to move from conversations to commitments, from partnerships to executable and successful projects, and take initiatives beyond the 2 days that we are going to spend here and deliberate on how we can work together. So once again, I warmly welcome each one of you. I invite you to engage fully, to connect openly, and to help us shape a future-ready FPO ecosystem. Because this conclave is not Samunnati's, it belongs to every farmer, every FPO, and every partner in this room. Together, let us make markets work for smallholder farmers. Friends, I'm also grateful to share that we have a message from our minister. It is indeed an honor to receive a video message from our Honorable Union Minister of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Shri Shivraj Singh Chauhan ji, whose leadership has inspired innovation, inclusivity, and unwavering support for the farming community across our nation. He, in fact, was very keen to come and be among all of us, and he has assured that next time around he will certainly make it. So this time we have to make good with his message virtually to us, and we express our gratitude for him for having taken out his valuable time and share his thoughts. Thank you very much. And let's have a wonderful 2-day conclave and lasting collaborations beyond that. Thanks again.
कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित सोशल रिफॉर्मर, योग को जन जन के मन में प्रतिष्ठित करने वाले, ध्यान के माध्यम से जीवन को नई दिशा देने वाले परम पूज्य कमलेश दाजी जी, मैं उनको प्रणाम करता हूं। समुन्नति के फाउंडर श्री एस.जी. अनिल कुमार जी, एफपीओज के सभी संचालकगण, सदस्यगण और एफपीओज से जुड़े हुए बैंक के प्रतिनिधि, निजी कंपनियां, प्रौद्योगिकी जगत के प्रतिनिधि, विशेषज्ञ और सभी बहनों और भाइयों, मेरे लिए एक आनंद का विषय है कि देश भर से 2000 से ज्यादा एफपीओज के प्रतिनिधि इस आयोजन में सम्मिलित हो रहे हैं। भारत की कृषि की विशेष स्थिति है। एक तरफ हमारे यहां अलग अलग तरह की जलवायु, 15 से ज्यादा एग्रो क्लाइमेटिक जोन, हर प्रकार के मौसम, उपजाऊ माटी, लेकिन वहीं दूसरी तरफ जोत के छोटे आकार, लैंड होल्डिंग हमारे पास काफी कम है। एक तरफ हम देखते हैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया, ब्राजील, यूएसए जैसे देश या 15-15 हजार हेक्टेयर के फार्म हाउस है किसानों के पास, और दूसरी तरफ हमारे यहां 86% किसान 5 एकड़ से कम जमीन वाले हैं। और ऐसी परिस्थिति में अगर किसान को सफल होना है, सरवाइव करना है, तो हमको खेती के नए मॉडल के बारे में सोचना पड़ेगा। केवल फसलों से काम नहीं चलेगा, एक प्रकार की खेती से काम नहीं चलेगा। कृषि का डाइवर्सिफिकेशन करना पड़ेगा। अनाज की खेती, फलों की खेती, फूलों की खेती, सब्जियों की खेती, औषधि खेती, ग्रीन हाउस, पॉली हाउस, हाइड्रोपोनिक्स, अलग अलग तरह की टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करना पड़ेगा। वहीं दूसरी तरफ अकेली खेती नहीं, खेती से के साथ पशुपालन, मधुमक्खी पालन, मछली पालन, कृषि वानिकी, अलग अलग कई तरह के काम साथ करना पड़ेगा। और केवल उपज से काम नहीं चलेगा, हमको अपने उत्पाद का वैल्यू एडिशन भी करना पड़ेगा। और जोत के छोटे आकार में बेहतर खेती और फिर उस उत्पादन का वैल्यू एडिशन करना, ये अकेले किसान के बस की बात नहीं है। हमको सब किसानों को साथ आना पड़ेगा, समूह में, ग्रुप में। अगर किसानों का एक समूह तैयार होता है और वो मिलकर खेती की रणनीति बनाता है, वैल्यू एडिशन करता है, और जो चीज बना रहे हैं उसकी मार्केटिंग, ब्रांडिंग, प्रोसेसिंग के बाद अलग अलग जगह पर भेजना, क्वालिटी कंट्रोल, दुनिया भर में निर्यात कर सकें, ऐसी गुणवत्ता अगर अपने उत्पाद में लानी है तो हमको मिलकर सोचना पड़ेगा। और एफपीओ ये महत्वपूर्ण काम कर रहे हैं। अब एक एफपीओ तो ऐसा है जिसका टर्नओवर 100 करोड़ के ऊपर निकल गया। 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा के टर्नओवर वाले कई एफपीओ हैं आज। प्रधानमंत्री जी की विजनरी सोच, जो 10,000 एफपीओ बनाए, उनमें से कई ने बड़ी प्रगति की है। उसके अलावा भी एफपीओ बहुत बेहतर जो बने हैं, बेहतर काम कर रहे हैं। मिस कॉन्क्लेव के लिए आपको शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। दाजी का मार्गदर्शन हमारे लिए वरदान बनेगा। संगच्छध्वम संबद्धम संभो मनांसी जानता। हम सब मिलकर सोचें, मिलकर आगे बढ़ें, तो निश्चित तौर पर हम सफलता हासिल करेंगे और कर रहे हैं। एफपीओ आगे और टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में सोचिए, लक्ष्य तय कीजिए, रोड मैप बनाइए। सरकार आपके साथ खड़ी है। कृषि मंत्री के रूप में मैं भी आपका सेवक हूं। हम स्वयंसेवी संस्थाएं, किसान, सरकार, वैज्ञानिक सब मिलकर काम करेंगे तो हम तेजी से आगे बढ़ेंगे। प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद। उनका संकल्प है किसान हितों के साथ कोई समझौता नहीं होगा। एक निवेदन करते हुए अपनी बात समाप्त करता हूं। हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था इस समय नए रिकॉर्ड स्थापित कर रही है। हमारी ग्रोथ देख के लोग चकित हैं। कृषि क्षेत्र का योगदान अतुलनीय है, 3.7% के आसपास। आपको भी बधाई, लेकिन एक संकल्प कि हम अपने दैनिक जीवन में उपयोग आने वाली चीजें भारत में बनी हुई खरीदेंगे, अपने देश में बनी चीज खरीदेंगे। चाहे कोई भी बनाए, उपयोग उसी का करेंगे। मैं आपके बीच आना चाहता था, लेकिन कुछ अपरिहार्य कारणों से मैं स्वयं आ नहीं पा रहा हूं। लेकिन आप ये मानिए कि मैं आपके बीच में ही हूं और दाजी का आशीर्वाद आपके साथ है। जल्दी फिर कभी आकर मुलाकात करूंगा। आप बीच ना पहुंच पाने के कारण मुझे क्षमा कीजिएगा। बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बधाइयां। दाजी को प्रणाम, सभी मित्रों को नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
We're truly grateful to the Honorable Union Minister for his inspiring message. And thank you, Mr. Anil, for setting the tone for the conclave with your warm welcome. Together, they remind us of the vision and responsibility that guide this program. As we embark on this conclave, the purpose is to empower farmer collectives to become vibrant enterprises capable of driving sustainable growth at scale. This vision demands leadership that understands the pulse of policy, the power of partnership, and the urgency of innovation in India's agrarian landscape. Mr. Pravesh Sharma exemplifies this leadership. As a seasoned visionary with decades of experience spanning government roles, strategic policy initiatives, and hands-on work with farmer-producer ecosystem, he has been instrumental in shaping national frameworks and nurturing thousands of farmer collectives across the country. It is my honor to welcome the chairman of Samunnati Foundation, Mr. Pravesh Sharma, to introduce the theme for the conclave.
सभी को नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल। मैं हिंदी और अंग्रेज़ी मिश्रित भाषा में बात करूंगा क्योंकि हमारे बहुत सारे साथी उत्तर भारत से आए हैं, बट देयर आर ऑल्सो पीपल फ्रॉम द नॉर्थ ईस्ट. In fact, as Anil said, there are FPO and agri-enterprise representatives from 28 states in India. So really, here is India right here in this hall. I join Anil in welcoming everyone to this 5th FPO Conclave. And in particular, we are very honored to have the very distinguished set of dignitaries here in this opening session. And I will take a moment to introduce you to each of them because we are all very fortunate that they have taken out time and shown their commitment to the cause of FPOs and agriculture in India by their presence here. सबसे पहले प्रोफेसर रमेश चंद, भारत सरकार के नीति आयोग के सदस्य, पिछले 12 साल से इस संस्था में कृषि के बारे में ये व्यक्ति हैं जो भारत सरकार के शीर्षतम स्तर पे प्रधानमंत्री जी, कृषि मंत्री जी और जितने मंत्रालय कृषि से जुड़े हैं उनको नीतिगत सलाह देते हैं. हम बहुत आभारी हैं प्रोफेसर रमेश चंद जैसे व्यक्ति आज यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं. उनका इस पद आने के पहले भी लगभग 40 साल का कृषि संबंध में उनका अनुभव है. उन्होंने बहुत रिसर्च की है. आप कृषि इकोनॉमिस्ट हैं. कृषि के अर्थशास्त्र पर इनकी जो समझ है वो शायद देश में 10 से भी कम लोगों में होगी. सो बहुत बहुत आपका स्वागत और बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे बीच रहने के लिए। मुझे और ये भी खुशी है कि मिस्टर ए के सूद, नाबार्ड के डिप्टी मैनेजिंग डायरेक्टर, नाबार्ड जो इस आयोजन के सह संयोजक हैं, नाबार्ड इज दी co-organizer, they are our partner, our lead partner in organizing this event. Several hundred representatives from NABARD promoted FPOs are also present here. I welcome them and I thank Mr. Sood and NABARD for their support to this event. As Anil said, the FPO is not either only a farmers organization, only a government supported or only an NGO supported organization. It is basically a business organization. And any business organization has to exist in the marketplace. So from day one, when the idea of the FPO emerged, I had the great privilege of being associated with it. In 2010, two of the original fellow travelers, Anish is here from TRIF. Ramesh ji has been a very early supporter of this FPO idea. We were very clear that the FPO has to survive in the market. FPO का अगर कोई सफलता का मापदंड है, वो है कि क्या वो बाजार में दूसरे बिजनेस एंटिटीज के साथ रिश्ते बना सकता है और सफलतापूर्वक कार्य कर सकता है. So we are very fortunate to have three very distinguished business leaders present on the dais. We have Mr. Muthu Kumar, CEO of Olam. They are also one of the supporters of this conclave. Olam is one of the world's biggest agri-enterprises. It is a multinational organization. And Olam is a demonstration of the power of agriculture value chains. And it's an inspiration on how working at every end of the market, from production to branding and marketing, can bring you success. So thank you for being here, Muthu Kumar ji. We also are very fortunate to have Mr. Subroto Geed, the CEO of Corteva. Corteva is also a multinational company which works in agri-science, develops agrochemicals, seed. Many of their seed brands are very popular among our agriculture sector. We also have another brand of, I would say, our, in a sense, role model, which is Vilas Shinde ji, the chairman and CEO of Sahyadri Farms, the country's biggest FPO, an exporter in world markets, in some of the most competitive markets. आपने ये दिखाया है कि FPO दुनिया के बाजार, ना केवल राष्ट्र के बाजार में, परंतु दुनिया के बाजार में भी सफल हो सकता है. और आज हम इनको FPO से ज़्यादा एक बिजनेस का प्रतिनिधि मानते हैं. तो आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है. Of course, Anish Kumar, as I said, a fellow traveler in the development, but also development leading to business space, the ED of Transforming Rural India Foundation, one of the country's biggest NGOs, works in more than 20 states, but in particular, the work that they do among tribal farmers, with women farmers, is something that we are all inspired by. Thank you so much for being here, Anish. We also have partners from NAFPO. आप में से कई लोग NAFPO को जानते हैं, National Association of Farmer Producer Organizations. सुधा NAFPO की CEO हैं और अभी थोड़ी देर में जो NAFPO का एक वार्षिक पब्लिकेशन है, स्टेट ऑफ द सेक्टर रिपोर्ट, उससे आपको हम परिचित कराएंगे. श्रीनिवासन जी जो समुन्नति के चेयरमैन हैं, डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर से वो भी एक बिजनेस सेक्टर के, मैं कहता हूँ, माइग्रेंट हैं और दोनों स्पेसिस को उन्होंने उतना ही सफलतापूर्वक नापा है. वेलकम श्रीनिवासन जी. So friends, I think that for me this conclave, the tone has already been set by the Honorable Minister's message to us. I think in the next 2 days, I would personally request you to focus on 3 themes. The first is that this conclave is a celebration of the FPO sector. ये FPOs का देश का सबसे बड़ा उत्सव है. हम आपको यहाँ आमंत्रित करके FPO का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है, FPO का जो आइडिया है, जो आज 15 साल से चुनौतियों के बाद भी अपनी जगह खड़ा है, विकसित हो रहा है. मैंने जब 2015 में SFAC छोड़ा तो मात्र 1500 FPOs इस देश में पंजीकृत थे. अभी का जो लेटेस्ट आंकड़ा है भारत सरकार की जो रजिस्ट्रार ऑफ कंपनीज है, FPOs की संख्या देश में 50,000 क्रॉस कर चुकी है. 1500 से 50,000 FPOs. सो सबसे, जैसे मैंने कहा, पहली चीज़ ये है, ये आपका उत्सव है. दिस इज़ द सेलिब्रेशन एंड फेस्टिवल ऑफ FPOs. But there are two more things that we have to look at. The first is that we hope that this will also be a big dialogue platform. हम इस फोरम को आपसी वार्तालाप, sharing of experiences, sharing of problems and challenges, sharing of solutions. Problems के साथ solutions भी हैं. बहुत यहाँ पे संस्थाएं हैं जिन्होंने प्रोडक्शन से लेके मार्केटिंग तक चुनौतियों को सफलतापूर्वक प्राप्त किया है. विलास जी एक उदाहरण है, परंतु यहाँ मुझे लगता है दर्जनों नहीं तो सैकड़ों ऐसे उदाहरण होंगे. प्रदर्शनी में आपको बहुत सारे FPOs मिलेंगे, उनके उत्पाद मिलेंगे, उनके अनुभव को समझिए और उससे आप क्या सीख ले सकते हैं. सो प्लीज़ लुक एट द अपॉर्चुनिटी फॉर डायलॉग. And the third objective, as Anil said in the beginning, as our theme says, is to build partnerships. And partnerships obviously going beyond partnerships between FPOs. Partnerships between the FPO and the private sector, partnership between FPOs and financial institutions. As Anil said, we are very privileged to invite and introduce to you two new institutions. One is the Pension Fund Regulatory Authority. जैसे अनिल ने अपने संबोधन में बोला कि आज हम सक्रिय लोगों के बीच बैठे हैं, परंतु उम्र सबके साथ उतने ही उसी दर से आप और हमारे साथ कार्य करेगी. तो 60 वर्ष के बाद, 65 वर्ष के बाद जो हमारे किसान हैं, FPO के सदस्य हैं, उनका क्या भविष्य है, उनकी क्या आर्थिक स्थिति रहेगी. तो हमें आज से ही सोचना पड़ेगा कि हम FPOs के लिए, FPO के मेंबर्स के लिए पेंशन के बारे में क्या करें. इसी प्रकार से इंश्योरेंस के बारे में अभी शायद उतना हम नहीं विकास देख पाए हैं जितना कि हमें देखना चाहिए. तो वित्तीय सेवा में यद्यपि समुन्नति और ऐसी अन्य नाबार्ड और अन्य संस्थाओं ने फाइनेंशियल कैपिटल प्रोविजनिंग का काफ़ी काम किया है, पर हमें शायद इंश्योरेंस, पेंशन्स में और काम करना है. सो दिस इज़ एन अपॉर्चुनिटी टू बिल्ड दोज पार्टनरशिप्स. ऑफ कोर्स देयर आर लॉट्स ऑफ कंपनीज विच आर upstream of the agri value chain. There are buyers, there are processors, there are technology providers. There is a huge opportunity of creating partnerships between FPOs and these entities. So we hope that the celebration, the dialogue, and the partnership, all three will happen in the course of the next 2 days. Before I close, there is one issue which keeps coming up in these forums, and I thought I will address it directly. Several times, and I would especially request Ramesh ji, when he speaks, to address this issue as well. There is a feeling in the country that FPO तो बना देती है सरकार या NGOs, CBBOs, RIs, लेकिन FPO सरकारी SFAC या नाबार्ड के सपोर्ट के बाद स्वयं नहीं चल सकता. FPOs are not self-sustaining entities. कितने FPOs फेल हो गए, कोई कहता है इतने हज़ार फेल हो गए, कोई कहता है जी हमारे वहाँ तो 50% फेलियर रेट है. सो आई वॉन्ट टू पुट दिस प्रॉब्लम इन पर्सपेक्टिव. इसको हम एक व्यापक दायरे में देखें, और मैं आपको 2 आंकड़े दूंगा जो आप याद रखिएगा और इसके बारे में सोचिएगा. पिछले 5 सालों में सभी प्रकार की जो कंपनीज इस देश में थी, जो एफपीओ भी एक कंपनी एक्ट की संस्था है, लेकिन अन्य तरह की कंपनीज भी हैं, जैसे एग्रो केमिकल कंपनी है, या कोई पुर्जा बनाने वाली कंपनी है, या कोई और कार्य करने वाली कंपनी है। ऐसी 5 लाख कंपनीज इस देश में बंद हुई विभिन्न कारणों से। दिवालिया हो गई, प्रोमोटर के साथ कुछ हादसा हो गया, जो भी कारण रहे होंगे। 5 लाख से अधिक कंपनीज बंद हुई, परंतु इसी अवधि में भारत में 6 लाख नई कंपनीज भी बनी। सो अगर हम इस व्यापक परिप्रेक्ष्य में देखें, और आज भारत में लगभग 30 लाख कंपनीज हैं। अगर 30 लाख कंपनी में कुछ हजार कंपनी हर क्षेत्र की विभिन्न कारणों से फेल होती हैं, ये कोई बहुत अतिशक्ति नहीं है। इट इज़ नॉट अ वेरी, आई वुड से, वरिंग सिचुएशन। Similarly, there will be some churn in the FPOs, जहाँ promoters, directors लगन से काम कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पर हमको 15-15 साल पुराने FPO भी मिलते हैं। परंतु ये भी सही है कि कुछ FPOs साल 2 साल में ही बिखर जाते हैं। तो ये समस्या मात्र FPOs की ही नहीं है, हर प्रकार की बिजनेस एंटिटी के साथ कुछ रिस्क्स होती हैं, कुछ चुनौतियाँ होती हैं, कुछ उन चुनौतियों के चलते आगे नहीं बढ़ पाते। इसमें मुझे नहीं लगता कोई विशेष रूप से एफपीओ सेक्टर को डिफेंसिव या उसको ब्लेम करना वाजिब है। पर खैर, मैं ये एक कॉन्टेक्चुअल बात कहना चाहता था। पुणे में आप सबका स्वागत करता हूँ, और विशेष रूप से हमारे सभी गणमान्य जो इस इनॉग्रल सेशन के स्पीकर्स हैं उनका स्वागत करता हूँ, और आशा करता हूँ कि कल शाम तक आपका यहाँ का जो सोजर्न है वो बहुत ही रोचक होगा, आपको लाभप्रद होगा, और आप एक कोई नई सोच, एक कोई नए आइडिया के साथ जाएंगे। सबका पुनः बहुत स्वागत है और धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Pravesh ji, for introducing the theme for the FPO Conclave 2025. Before we move on to the next segment, a small announcement. Translated devices are available at the registration desk. For those who haven't collected the same, please do so. My colleagues from Samunnati will be happy to assist you. The devices support the following channels: Channel 1, English; Channel 2, Hindi; Channel 3, Tamil; Channel 4, Telugu; and Channel 5, Kannada. Thank you. Moving on. This is a proud moment for the entire community. The 5th edition of the State of the Sector report stands as a landmark reflecting India's progress and the collective strength of its farmer institutions. To present this milestone, may I invite Mr. Anish Kumar, Executive Director of TRIF and founding trustee of NAFPO, whose leadership has been instrumental in shaping this journey through data, insights, and collaboration. And to officially release the report, we are joined by Ms. Sudha Reddy Patnaik, CEO of NAFPO, a passionate force committed to amplifying farmer voices and driving positive change. Please join me in welcoming both the dignitaries.
Thank you very much. And distinguished dignitaries on the dais. But before I start, I must compliment and thank with a lot of gratitude Samunnati for creating this opportunity for celebration, opportunity for dialogue, and opportunity for partnership. This is the largest such a space, and way back, as Pravesh sir was saying, when we were looking at FPOs, we could never imagine in a place like this, the hall would be overflowing. So it is indeed an affirmation in the idea of FPOs. So thank you very much, Samunnati, for setting this up. You set up FPOs as an asset class, and now you are setting up FPOs as the transformative institution for the rural and specifically the farm economy. Thank you very much. So before, I will very briefly share with you about this year's report. And before I start, a word on NAFPO. And it is very pertinent as the theme for this conclave is Future-Ready Ecosystem. NAFPO, imagined by Pravesh ji, was about building that ecosystem which creates those building blocks, those nodes which allows FPOs anywhere in India to have the right support, the right resources, the right linkages to form themselves, to survive in the world of brutal market and also thrive. So FPO essentially aims, the NAFPO aims to do that with your support. Many of you are members of NAFPO, and we will endeavor with your support and encouragement to become that entity which, as it builds the ecosystem, also supports in your journey of flourishing. This year's report, and again, this is the 5th year of the conclave, this is the 5th year of the SOFPO report. It has now reached a stage where it has become a benchmark for the sector. People refer to it when they talk of FPOs. And we are very grateful to the contributors, to the people who have shaped the SOFPO report. This year, Professor Ashish Mimma has authored the report. Unfortunately, he's not here. I am filling for him. But all the contributors and all the stakeholders who made this possible, we are very grateful for your contribution, and I am sure this will be a kind of a milestone for the FPO community. So few big points. So we are seeing rising number of FPOs, but there is a regional imbalance. And you would see over a third of all FPOs are in Maharashtra alone. UP, MP are way, number 2, number 3, way behind. So uneven spread could also tell about other facets of the FPO ecosystem. One facet is the presence of a supportive ecosystem. The other facet is and which again, Government of India long back had started a process of bringing FPOs equivalent to the cooperatives and providing them an opportunity for public procurement programs. Again, you will see in Maharashtra both the things, the state federation and public procurement has happened in a way in which it has created the right conditions for farmers to aggregate and set up their own organization. So this is one big message from this year's report. The second is, again, we are, as Anil was saying, in some ways, FPOs have started getting into the financial mainstream. More bank accounts are getting opened, and our friends from NABARD are here. On the ground, many of our FPO colleagues are here. On the ground, still it is a challenge even to open the bank accounts, forget about getting loans. So you can see these numbers. Institutional loans, numbers are paltry. It's just, 1,400 odd. And if you look at one of the reasons, again, this is the point for consideration of all of us here as we celebrate. This is a very critical point. The median paid up capital is only about 1 lakh. And a majority of the FPOs are less than 5 lakh, the paid up capital, which shows there is a challenge in terms of creating a value offering for members to start putting in their own capital in building the FPOs. And that itself could be a challenge in accessing capital. The credit offtake across, again, you will see it is very uneven across regions. West and south, there is a higher uptake. In north and east, there is a much lower intake. This year in the report, we have attempted to build an estimation of across the FPOs, the credit size, again, it's a very high number, close to about 6,000 odd crores. Along with Samunnati, there are many other financial institutions here. There is a big growing market and need there, which these financial institutions should look at building the partnership. Without finances, the growth of FPOs would not happen. Two other points. The first one is on the market linkages. This year, we have specifically looked at the lighthouse and other focused interventions. So there are case studies in the report you will see, where we have looked at what has been the income increase by just becoming a member of the FPOs. Again, you will see a very impressive income increase of individual members. End of the day, while institutions can get formed, can get wasted, or can become failed organizations. But the key is whether the members, but because this is a member organizations, whether members are making money or not. You can see we did case studies. It is presented in the report. I will encourage you to look at that report and see very impressive income increase numbers. The second point is, which again, all the contributors, and when we looked at the range of FPOs, we found both these factors, governance and management, are key to the success of FPOs. And as I had laid out earlier, the paid-up capital, the capital coming from members, continues to be a big challenge for the FPO ecosystem, and it is reflective of low and poor governance mechanisms that are there, and also the management capacity. Again, there are many FPO promoters, CBBOs, RIs in the room. It is a point for, and a kind of both a challenge and an opportunity for us to look at how do we build robust governance mechanisms which will bring in more capital from outside and robust management mechanisms. Specifically, the governance is, and it is, can become troublesome and is becoming troublesome from the FPOs, is in terms of compliances. FPOs, we realize they are registered, incorporated under the Companies Act with stringent compliance requirements, which is in some ways a very big advantage compared to what you had with the cooperatives. And it presents FPO as an asset class to the stakeholders given those compliances. But we are again not doing well on that. So this is again in the report you will find this. Last year we had come up with ease of doing business for FPOs. We had looked at the states and we had ranked them across licensing, various kinds of schemes, benefits, and these are state-specific schemes, access to credit, preferential procurement norms, and presence of federations. Around these, we have assessed the states, and again, I hope this EODB ranking, both last year and this year's ranking, presents data points and action points for the state governments to look at where they could do more to make for a facilitative and supportive ecosystem in their states. Maharashtra is one, and rightly you could see it corroborated with the number of FPOs there, a third of them there. The other dimension that we looked at this year, and it is there in the report, is we looked at various schemes, and very large schemes have been launched. And this is, apart from the 10,000 FPOs, schemes like PMFME, AIF, ODOP, Digital Agriculture Mission. One message from these schemes, if we are looking at FPOs as the future of organized farming and for small marginal farmers to come together to get that marketable size. Again, in these schemes, some specific, you see, on the ground at the cutting edge, if there are no specific mentions, there is a very poor uptake. So more specific mentions could have been useful. One big, enormous power that has been generated right from the days when SFAC took up promotion of FPOs and then with the 10,000 FPOs, the ecosystem itself now has a presence of 150 odd organizations. These are large NGOs, private sector firms. For example, there is a line for value chain CBBOs like ITC, and I think Olam is also part of that. So there are business organizations. So never before, directly they were engaging in this manner. There's a very large number of such private entities, non-government entities in this space. Then there are close to 7,000 odd professionals across these CBBOs and other organizations working with the FPOs. This is, in some ways, an infusion of very high quality human resources to the ecosystem. We have to start looking at how do we mobilize this very large professionals on ground to create, as Anil said, future-ready ecosystem, and that will be one of the key building blocks of that future-ready ecosystem, these high-quality human resources. So thank you very much for the opportunity to share about SOFPO. Thank you.
It is an honor to be representing NAFPO here on this stage today, along with the distinguished delegates, and more importantly, surrounded by thousands of champions of India's FPO movement. All of you are here because you made a choice to contribute through agriculture, through the farmer collectives, and it is indeed an honor to be with you today and to be launching our State of the Sector report. As Anish shared, it brings together hard data, field insights, and institutional innovations. It captures lived realities of FPOs, the journeys of governance, the market struggles, and very precious moments of breakthroughs. And all of us here, the FPO ecosystem, the SOFPO report, the State of the Sector report, reminds us that FPO movement is not just about collectivization. It's about building institutions that are resilient and inclusive. I thank Samunnati and NABARD for hosting this conclave and for being steadfast partners in FPO ecosystem building. Our sincere gratitude to the authors of the chapters that you're going to read in the SOFPO report, the contributors and the field teams who made the report possible. Let this report be used, debated, and built upon. Let it spark new partnerships and new possibilities. So now I would like to request the team to hand over the SOFPO report to the delegates. So today we launched the State of the Sector report for farmer producer organizations for 2025. And now this report belongs to all of you. Feel free to scan the code at the NAFPO stall outside, and you'll get free access to this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Anish and Ms. Sudha. The State of the Sector report not only highlighted the challenges before us, but also reminded us that within these challenges lie opportunities. It is a call to action and a reminder that there is much work ahead of all of us. Moving on. Our inaugural plenary session brings together some of India's most dynamic agricultural leaders, each building bridges between tradition and progress. First, we welcome Mr. Vilas Shinde, a pioneering force in farmer-led enterprises. As chairman of Sahyadri Farms, his work exemplifies how farmer-producer organizations can transform local agriculture into vibrant, market-ready businesses. Mr. Shinde's deep-rooted commitment to empowering farmers through collective action makes him a true catalyst for change. Mr. Shinde, may I invite you to the stage?
Namaskar and good morning, everyone. Honorable Ramesh Chand Sarji, Anilji, Parvezi, and all the distinguished dignitaries on the dais, NGO sector friends, bankers, and all the FPO farmer friends from different states. Sir, based on Sahyadri's last 14 years, all our experiences, I would like to share some specific points on my topic, FPO, the way to the market. Sir, we are growing almost 100 plus crops in India, commercial crops, and in these 100 plus crops, around 23 crops are getting MSP, and along with that, in few crops, government is also in all. Those crops are not having MSP, but still government is in all, like onion crop. And more than 70 plus crops are without any government supports. Farmers are growing and they are trying to sell in the market. In all these crops, if you see, the situation of FPO is different. And the farmers' expectation from the FPO and also from the overall ecosystem is also that their experiences about the expectation is different. Just we saw the numbers that almost 45,000 plus FPCs are now registered in the countries. And that FPO situation also just presented in the report that some FPOs are just at the basic level, having some 1 lakh to 5 lakh capital, and some FPOs are performing well. If you figure out all these FPCs as per their crop handle, in which crop they are doing trying to create their ecosystem, then based on our Maharashtra's experience, as already in this number came that Maharashtra is a leading in FPO movement. In Maharashtra, we are having main crop soybean and cotton during Kharif season. Vidarbha, Marathwada, all our main growing areas, they are growing rice, rice in the east part of Vidarbha, and then cotton and soybean as a main crop. And the FPCs in that crop, if you see, they are struggling to survive, they are struggling to grow. But the FPCs who are working in horticulture crops in the part of North Maharashtra or South Maharashtra, they are actually trying to give some value for their members, and also they are growing as per that market situation and also as per their own strength. So cross-specific this FPO situation, I think that need to be properly understood, and how then we can support FPCs in every crop as per that crop situation. I think this is a very crucial factor for making the FPCs successful. If you see from the farmer's angle, as a farmer member of the FPC, what is his expectation from the FPC? FPCs are supporting to their member on different front, on the production side for giving the input, quality input at reasonable price, then giving proper advisory, and then some trainings. So a lot of support FPCs are trying to give on the production side. But the farmers' expectations are more on the market side. What is the better value their FPC is creating for the member? And that at FPC's leadership level, I think that is a crucial factor, that if they are creating better value through the FPC compared to the other market channel, because to sell the commodity is not a big issue. Anyway, farmers are selling through the traditional channel, whether through FPC, through APMC or through other channel. So it is not just a matter of sale, it is a matter of getting the better value compared to the other traditional channel. And on that front, that FPC's performance, that leadership's performance, that makes a real difference for the FPC farmer member. And then only trust comes on that FPC leadership and also on the organization. So in all the crops which are actually controlled by government, all the MSP crops, in that all these FPC directors, they have a limited role. They could not give a better value to the member without some additional processing or some additional value creation. And for all the additional value creation, for additional some processing, capital is required. So that capital then becomes the main challenge for developing the market. And we expect that members should collect the capital. They should contribute to the FPC for this capital contribution. And then along with that contribution, then other financial institute support we can expect. But the real capital, I think, can be created through the market intervention, through the better value creation in the market side. So this is like a chicken and egg situation. You are not getting a better value. That's why, as a farmer member, you are not ready to contribute to the FPC for the capital. FPCs are not having capital. That's why they are not then putting the additional infrastructure for additional some processing activities, some market new development, and that's why market is not growing, better value is not getting. So this is like a trap happen around most of these MSP crops. That is one observation. But if you see that the crops which is having freedom, which is the crops which farmer can sell in the market as per their wish, and in that crop where the as per the quality, as per the market situation, some better revenue APC can create. Their situation is different. I just want to quote our own example. Sir, in grapes, as a Sahyadri, we are now working as a federation. We have now 64 FPCs as our member. And our grape FPCs, we have 25 plus FPCs in Nasik and other grape growing area. All these FPCs has created 1 crore capital base from the member only. So every farmer has contributed 10,000 rupees per acre for this their FPC. So 1,000 acre under one FPC has created 1 crore capital. And the logic is very simple to give the 10,000 rupees contribution per acre. As a grape farmer, he understood that he has already invested average 5 lakh to 8 lakh rupees in 1 acre, as in the form of capital and also working capital. So against that 8 lakh rupees, he is not getting any security in the market, because 8 lakh rupees is just for the production activity. For the market activity, for the post-service activity, he has not invested on own level, because that is a highly costly affair. But in the quality form, then they can actually solve the market side issues, post-service side issues. And for that, if they are just investing 10,000 rupees, so they are getting support for their already existed 5 lakhs to 8 lakh rupees investment. So this basic logic, I think if the farmer understood, and if that FPC understood that what is their role for their farmer member, then capital will not be a big issue. And another example also I want to give from the grape only. At Sahyadri, sir, we have created almost 55 crores capital base in first 8 years period. And all that capital came from the surplus which we have created at grape trade level. And all that surplus for the first 5 years, we gave back to the member in the form of shares. We asked them to, already this is a surplus which you are getting from the export market. Premium for the export quality premium you already received, but the surplus which has generated because of the collective power, that if you reinvest in the organization, that will be your long-term investment, and that will give you continuous return for the next generation or few, almost next 50 years. So, and that members, everybody understood this logic. And through that, then every year we try to create almost 3 to 5 crores capital. So connecting the right value market, creating a better value for the member, and through that value, if you are creating your capital base, if you are creating then your complete ecosystem base, then I think then FPCs can become really a sustainable businesses, and that is the expectation of the every farmer member. If you see as a farmer, his expectation is basic. One side he expects the secure income, and that income should be respectable. That is also parallel expectation. Currently, in current country, if you see average per farmer per capita income is around 12,000 rupees. In some state, it is between 5 to 6,000. Some states is having around 20,000 per capita annual income. An average is 12,000 rupees. And if the farmer is having only 3-acre average land holding, what is his net income? And that income is not respectable. That's why farmers, they don't want to continue farming. Next generation don't want to come in farming. So all these facts we all know. So I think as a FPO, we should have clear vision that our member should get respectable and sustainable income, and through which crop we can get this opportunity. In that crop, then what are our intervention farmer members are expected? Where actually is the challenge? There are multiple challenges on production side, challenges on the post-service side, challenges on the market side. But in that, in overall these challenges, market side challenges are most complicated challenges as an individual farmer. Because as an individual farmer, he can grow very good quality, he can have best quality, best productivity, he can have best sustainable agriculture practices. But on the market side, he could not have solution on individual level. And there actually FPC's role is important. So as a FPC director who are present in this hall, I think if they will take this clear understanding that their core role is on the market side. On the market side, how they play their role, how they can perform better for their member. On this basis, their FPC's growth is dependent. And I think crop specific, this understanding in which crop FPC should focus, where they have opportunities based on their agroclimatic condition, whatever the resources they have, whether it is the soil, water, or climate, or labor, whatever their resources side strength, and how that resources strength they utilize for the right market opportunities. So both these two things need to be properly understood, and on that basis, if they will focus the specific crop, I think then they will have great future. One thing is very sure now, that though we are a small farmer, we have multiple issues, we have to face multiple challenges, but we are now in global market, and we have to face global competition. That is not now, I think, changeable situation. We just, last month, we saw the US government's reaction and whatever the things are happening in the global trade. But we have to fight this competition, we have to face this competition, and we have to survive, and also we have to win in this competition. So for that, FPC should be ready, and FPC should have create their own capabilities to handle this market situation. I think whether we are selling or producing Indian market, or we are selling in overseas market, but global competition we have to face, and how we can win in the global competition, that need to be properly understood. Only two things I think are important for global competition. One is efficiency, the best efficiency at every level, production level efficiency, and also at post-service level efficiency. Our efficiency compared to our competitors, whether through the US market with the US farmer, or whether South American farmer or European farmer, whether we have efficiency at production level and at post-service level, and also quality. Quality is also now equally important. Quality from the end consumer's angle, the end consumer who is actually consuming our product. So whether he like our quality, whether he prefer us on the quality parameter compared to our competitor. On these two factors, quality and efficiency compared to our competitors, these are the two most important factors, which I think FPC, if they understood properly, then they will see difference in the trade, and they can create real value for their members. And lastly, I just want to remember that, sir, today is actually late Sharad Joshi's birth anniversary, and we all know what Sharad Joshi has contributed for the Indian agriculture and specifically for the farmers' movement for the market freedom and also technology freedom. And in Maharashtra, last 40 years, the movement which has started from Nasik in 1980, Sharad Joshi has made first protest against the onion price crisis in Nasik. And from 1980 to 2025, so last 45 years, we are facing the same issue. Still today also, some protest from the onion farmer is going on in the Nasik highways. And that is because of, we all know that the government policies, government interventions in the trade. So everybody expects that the freedom we should get. We don't want any subsidy, we don't want any grants. We just need freedom in the market. And that freedom, whether we want to sell in the domestic market or export market, but freedom we should get. So I think, and Sharad Joshi always insisted that in agriculture, investment should come in all level, production, post-service level, serious investment should come, and also technology, different technology solutions, innovations, how we can bring in the agriculture sector, that will really change the farmer situation. There is one famous statement from Sharad Joshi. He made that in 2000, after the GATT agreement. He said that if I would come in 2000 instead of 1975, so then I had to, instead of Shetkari Sangatna, I will create the farmer producer organization company. I will not fight against government. I will try to solve the problem with the market solution. So I think FPOs are now getting this opportunity in the today's scenario to solve their own problem, to get their own solutions with their own strength. I think this is the way forward only. As a small farmer, there are only two ways. Either he just leave the farming, because on individual level, the farming is really a challenging business. This is the most challenging business in the world compared to any other business. If you see, he is fighting to multiple situations, multiple factors which he could not control. Climate factors he could not control, market side factors he could not control, but still he has to fight in the business. So on individual levels, it's definitely very challenging. So either just leave farming and see any other opportunity, or if you want to continue farming, then collective way with the organized structure, with the professional structure, with the global view, if he's having his understanding about agriculture, and through FPO structure, if he's handling his challenges, then only he will have the future, he will have the great prosperity. So with this note, I just want to thank Samunnati, Anilji, for organizing this FPO Conclave and giving this opportunity to share our thoughts with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shinde. It's always a pleasure hearing from you. Next, we have Mr. Subroto Geet, whose leadership at Cortiva Agri-science spearheads science-driven innovations tailored for the needs of farmers across South Asia. His focus on farmer-centric solution embodies a forward-thinking approach that merges technology with tradition to enhance productivity and sustainability. Mr. Geet, the stage is yours.
So, namaskar everyone, and a very good morning to you. It's an absolute delight for me to be here in this hall. It's actually packed up right till the end. There are people actually standing there. So, absolutely delighted to be here today. So, let me start by sharing with you a very core belief that I have. And coming from somebody who represents a science-led, technology-driven agri-tech company, it might be a little surprising for some of you. And that belief basically is that I believe that the future of Indian agriculture is not being written, is not being charted in our labs or in our boardrooms. The future of Indian agriculture is actually being charted in the smallholder farms, the 1 acre farms, the less than 1 acre farms that are there today. So that's really where the future is going to get written. And one of the reasons why I think all of us are here today is basically to make sure that we don't talk about innovation as a very theoretical concept, but we are talking about innovation as something that works in those smallholder farms, that works in those 1-acre farms, that works in those rain-fed villages, and that works in the hands of the farmer who is nourishing us as a population, as a country. Now, we often think of innovation, that's something that comes from a lab, is very, very high-tech. But if you take a step back, you'll see that every single smallholder farmer is actually already an innovator today. And why do we say that? One of the reasons we say that is, and Vilasji spoke about it just before me, is farming is one of the riskiest jobs, and that farmer is managing risk in a large number of cases, without financial security. In a way, the farmer is planning his inputs without very complex algorithms to work with. The farmer is reading weather, is looking at the sky, not necessarily through satellites always. So there is that wisdom that already exists. So I think where one of the biggest gaps and also one of the biggest opportunities is access, is to provide access. And I think the proceedings that are going to happen, that have happened and that are going to happen over the next 2 days is essentially about access. How do we unlock access? And this is access to the right inputs, the right seeds, the right crop protection products, the right technologies. This is access to the right advice to the farmer at the right time. And this is access to markets, the forward linkages that some of the speakers here earlier spoke about. And I think this is where we as a stakeholder set have a great opportunity to step in. Now, smallholder farmers, we know, have numerous challenges. They have very, very specific needs. Starting with something, something like climate vulnerability. You take the case that's happening right now. So the monsoon that started early and was widely celebrated, today over a matter of weeks has translated into news reports of flooding, crop damages, many a time something that's irrecoverable. So obviously, for the smallholder farmer, there is a need to manage this unpredictable weather through climate-resilient hybrid seeds and through crop protection products that can help the farmer adopt to these conditions. One of the other challenges that many smallholder farmers face is affordability. And this is not just about lower prices of inputs, but this is about inputs that can help them maximize their ROI. Market access has already been spoken about, and I think that's a big burning need. Vilasji also spoke about how that is one of the biggest pain areas and also one of the biggest opportunities. In addition to this, knowledge gaps, capacity building is another big need that a smallholder farmer typically has. And we can never complete a story about Indian agriculture without talking about gender parity, without inclusion of women in Indian agriculture. And I'll talk a little about that as we go along. So at Corteva, we believe that our science has to first listen and then speak and then talk. And that's the reason why we don't necessarily innovate for the smallholder farmer, we innovate with the smallholder farmer. The smallholder farmer is a part of the process which we have to innovate for them. That's also the reason why a lot of our agronomists spend more time in the farms than they spend in offices. Our scientists spend a lot of time with the farmers than in the labs. And this is with the purpose of co-creating solutions, co-creating innovation that serves some of the needs that we just saw for the smallholder farmer. Because the belief is that if that innovation doesn't work for that 1-acre farm, that innovation doesn't really work. Now for us, this manifests itself in various forms. So I spoke about climate vulnerability. So through our seeds platform, we have multiple climate resilient hybrids. And it's absolutely delightful to listen to some of the stories that we hear. So for example, there's a story of a woman farmer by the name of Saroj Devi. She's from Bharatpur. She's a millet farmer. And, after participating in a Koteva supported farmer education program, she decided to devote half of her 40 acres that she would normally plant to hybrid seeds, to hybrid millets. And lo and behold, because of the climate resilient characteristics that was there and the ability to battle pest pressure, there was a dramatic increase in the yield. And what that led to is a movement within her community which helped not only her to move forward, but also take the community along. We're also using seed technology with our seeds, and this is to make sure that some of the germination challenges that seeds often face is taken care of. That again helps the farmer to improve their ROIs. We have crop protection products that are effective at low doses and that give really good crop results and outcomes. So that not only makes these inputs affordable for the farmer, but they also reduce the amount of stress on the environment. Practices like integrated pest management. So very recently we launched a program last year with the chili farmers in Andhra and Telangana, where through expert help, we spoke to them about rotation of insecticides, of how they can use insecticides of different mechanism of action in order to tackle insect resistance, pest resistance, reduce the pressure of pesticides, and also reduce the overall cost that the farmer has. So there are various innovations like these that we're constantly working on by including the farmer. Now, I spoke about the smallholder farmer, their needs. We spoke about some of the innovation that is being done, keeping in mind the needs of the smallholder farmer. But there is a very important bridge that needs to connect the two, that needs to connect this scientific innovation with the smallholder farmer. And I think that's really where FPOs come in. So FPOs really are that bridge between science, technology, innovation, and delivering the impact. And in a way, acting, almost like change agents and engines of transformation. So our belief is that FPOs are not mere aggregators, but they are this crucial bridge that will help us create impact. And we do a lot of work with FPOs to help amplify that impact. This includes, not just providing agri inputs or, picking up the farm producers, but more importantly, a lot of work around capacity building. There was a conversation, Anish ji spoke about how governance capacity building is a very, very important link in ensuring that an FPO is a successful business enterprise. So there are multiple opportunities that are there that Koteva works with very, very closely. And we're again delighted to work with partners like Samunnati who help us execute some of those programs. And none of the conversation about Indian agriculture, like I said earlier, would be complete without talking about the contribution of women in agriculture. They are the largest force movers, really the backbone of Indian agriculture. A lot of that participation today is in the form of providing labor. And there is clear gender disparity between women being decision makers and women acting as the force behind propelling the Indian agriculture forward. So I'm really delighted to share that one of the programs that Koteva has with multiple stakeholders in the value chain, a program called 2 Million Women in Agriculture. So this is a program that aims to empower, to enable 2 million women farmers so that they can become a part of that force that is propelling the Indian agriculture forward. And we work specifically with women-led FPOs through various means, and one of the most important ones is building capacity and educating, so that that impact can be felt. And our observation of working with women-led FPOs particularly is that the adoption of some of these practices is really very, very high. So you talk about climate-resilient agriculture practices, they're often spoken about, but when, for example, we work with women-led FPOs, that adoption is significantly higher. And the cascading effect is that when one woman farmer does well, when one women-led FPO does well, it benefits the entire community because one woman farmer pulls up many others along with her. So that's really how we believe that FPOs have a great role to play, and within that, women-led FPOs who we work very, very closely with. So in the closing, what we would love to do is, and what we are doing is, and this is also a clarion call for all stakeholders in the entire value chain, of not working for the smallholder farmers, but working with the smallholder farmers. So let's not just innovate for the farmers, let's innovate with them and because of them. So exciting times, absolutely delighted to be here. Thanks again to the Samunnati Group for having us here. And I wish the conclave great success over the next 2 days. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geet, for that insightful address, and especially on recognizing the critical role of women in agriculture. Reminds us that true innovation is always inclusive. A small announcement, जिन delegates ने अभी तक translated devices collect नहीं किए हैं, वो कृपया registration desk से ले लें और कृपया अपने channels भी note कर लें. Channel 1, English. Channel 2, Hindi. Channel 3, Tamil. Channel 4, Telugu. Channel 5, Kannada. Thank you. Joining us next is a master strategist. He is renowned for architecting resilient climate-smart value chains. As Group COO of Olam, Mr. N. Muthukumar is a master at marrying climate intelligence with business pragmatism, building systems that empower farmers and future-proof agriculture. Join me in welcoming him to the stage.
Namaskar and good morning to you all. You have been a party to and a privilege to hear senior delegates who have been sharing their thoughts today in how to shape the future of Indian agriculture. And many things have been said about the challenges the farmers in India are facing and how FPO Conclave, this is an opportunity for us to create a catalyst that can fundamentally transform the life of smallholder farmers in India. My name is Muthu. I am, as kindly introduced, I am the Group COO of Olam Agri. We are headquartered in Singapore. We operate around 32 countries, more than 10,000 employees. More importantly, handled in India the last 31 years, primarily in rice, pulses, sugar, and now bioethanol. And globally, we kind of handle volumes of food and agricultural raw materials, roughly 45 million tons in 2024, and growing. The primary reason why I'm here, and this is the third year we are happy to sponsor and co-partner with Samunnati, is to see that how do we fundamentally, from a private sector, catalyze the change that is required, because a lot of discussions happen, but action seldom happen. So the need for execution on the ground, it is something which is very important, and it is a call for all stakeholders in the agricultural community to come together and not expect only one particular stakeholder to step up and support the farmer ecosystem. The first and foremost, in India, we are directly working with more than 50,000 farmers, especially in rice and in sugar. And more importantly, have been working with International Finance Corporation, IFC, to train through UN Women Association, to train women farmers in Maharashtra and in Punjab and in Uttarakhand as well. And like Mr. Gee said, we primarily believe that the women farmers are going to be the backbone of Indian agriculture. And it has to be a situation where they are not merely looked at as labor force, but also seen as entrepreneurs, where they can collectively come together and make fundamental decisions which can change the face of agriculture in India. We have, for example, we have bagasse-based power generation in our sugar factory in Rajgoli in Maharashtra, and that is helping us in really fixing the climate. Today, water is a scarce resource. In our kind estimation, if, God forbid, if there is a World War III, and that will be fought over water. So we need to have climate-smart technologies which can allow us to reduce water consumption, because agriculture today globally consumes 70% of fresh water in the world. So how do we ensure that we have more crop per drop of water is something which is very, very important for all of us to realize and also act together. Here, the more we are able to fix the nitrogen in the soil, the more climate resilient technology that we use, which will result in utilization of water lesser and have the ability to have greater productivity in the same farms. And that will only change fundamentally the life of the farmers. Again, much has been said that a farmer alone has got two choices: either leave farming or join in a caucus and then become, I would say, powerful and more importantly, wealthy. So wealthy farmers are the fundamental requirement for the prosperity of Indian agriculture. If you do not fundamentally support the farmers in their livelihoods, helping them in ensuring that they become more wealthy, their children are not going to follow farming. They are all going to do something else. And if everybody is coming into the service industry, who is going to produce food? So we in OLAM are very, very focused in ensuring that we are able to disintermediate the value chain and ensure that more transparency is available for the farmers for their price discovery, and ensuring a fair share of the price is being provided to the farmer and cut the intermediaries in between. And that is something, as Olam Agri, we are committed to globally, including in India, where we want to really ensure that we are able to use technology to go directly to the farmer by use of smartphones and giving them curated advice, agronomy advice for their microclimate, for their type of production that they are doing, so that it is not a generic advice that we would like to give, but very focused microclimate-related, timely advice that will fundamentally change the prosperity of the farmers on the ground. Today, I thank again Samunnati for taking this opportunity to share our thoughts as Olam Agri, and more importantly, as a responsible agricultural company. We thank Samunnati for giving me the opportunity today to address all of you, and I wish the FPO Conclave all success. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We're honored to have Sri A.K. Sood, a seasoned luminary whose stewardship within NABARD has fortified rural finance frameworks. His deep expertise in catalyzing institutional support paves the way for sustained growth in the agri sector. Mr. Sood, the stage is yours.
So, a very good morning to all of you, respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, farmers, FPO members, ladies and gentlemen. मैं बहुत ज़्यादा उन चीज़ों को रिपीट नहीं करना चाहूँगा जो पहले ही लोगों ने काफ़ी बता चुके हैं. The problems of farmers, the problems of FPOs, I think enough has been said by the previous speakers. What I would say is that FPOs problems can be, issues can be divided into two broad sectors, two broad areas. Number one is there are external dependencies, for example, on credit and markets, and there are internal things like their governance issues and all such issues. So there is a famous saying that God helps those who help themselves. So first of all, we have to set our house in order. At least those things which we can control, जो चीज़ें हमारे कंट्रोल में हैं खुद, वो हमको करनी है सबसे पहले तो. And let me assure you that those of the organizations, those of the federations or companies where the house is in order, the people are running after them. Take the case of Sahyadri FPO now. Now everyone is following their case. Every organization is running after them. It is because they have set their house in order. So I think that's a very important thing. I would say that for any FPO to become sustainable or viable, so there is a minimum gestation period. We just cannot expect an FPO who was just born 6 months ago or 1 year ago to become viable and sustainable. So at least I would say that there is a minimum period of 2 years to establish themselves and engage in meaningful business activities. And there are a host of other issues as well which have been deliberated. So there are possible areas of corrections for greater access to market and finance. One is there is a need for development of a unified FPO rating tool. This tool can help, it can enhance trust, improve access to finance, and support the overall development of FPOs. NABARD has devised a lendability assessment tool to support the banks in this regard. Recently, one committee was set up by Government of India to develop this, where we have come out with certain things, and probably that is under discussion. Then there is also a need for customization of loan products for FPOs. I think the need for having this customized products is really important. So tailor-made products are required. The key aspects that need to be considered for effective customization are the flexible loan amounts, varied repayment terms, and the customized interest rate structure based on the cash flows depending on the commodity that the FPOs are dealing. Then value chain financing is something that is always being talked about. So it is also a very, very important area where we need to. Then we have, NABARD has one subsidiary which is called NAB Kisan, which is into FPO financing. So their replication of grant-cum-loan models of this organization in driving sustainable growth of FPOs is also very important. Integration of government schemes with loan products, the schemes like AIF, PMFME, submission of agriculture, mechanization, etc. with the loan products. By doing this, the financial institutions can offer FPOs a robust tool for financial management, helping them to thrive in the face of inherent agricultural. Then there is something called instant pre-approved loan model. So replication of this is also important because it provides quick and hassle-free working capital for short-term needs of the FPOs. So leveraging a digital platform for end-to-end solution from sourcing of application to disbursement of loan is very, very important. Another important aspect in financing is the takeover of existing loans of FPOs. The credit guarantee scheme of NAB sanction should have explicit provisions without any restrictions of taking over of existing high-priced loans availed by FPOs from financial institutions in order to further reduce their financial burden. It is very, very important for FPOs to avail loans at cheaper rates. So I think in NABARD and in NAB selection, we are trying to take care of this issue. NABARD has also taken a lot of initiatives for FPO promotions. Around more than 7,000 FPOs we have already promoted, and we are doing financing through our subsidiaries also. Recently, we have run a program with NCDEX as a price protection program with a 25 crore corpus, enabling 81 FPOs and over 1.2 lakh farmers to hedge their commodities like jeera, dhania and turmeric. And we have supported these FPOs in subsidizing their premiums for this initiative. We have also done Tarang Mela, FPO Melas across the country in partnership with SFAC and ONDC in 24 states last year, which has helped or which has facilitated these FPOs on board the ONDC platform, boosting their national visibility and sales. Additionally, NABARD has also launched a digital FPO product catalog for FPOs, which can help these FPOs in onboarding ONDC. We have recently launched FPO accelerator programs, which are very critical in allowing them to connect with the market and improving their revenues and sales. These two initiatives, one in Karnataka and one in Maharashtra with SMART project, they have given us very, very promising results. The actual results are being finalized, but the initial leads are that these have really helped these FPOs improve their financials. So, you know, Credit Guarantee Fund for FPOs is being run by NAB Selection, which is a subsidiary of NABARD. So, where a lot of eligible lending institutions are onboarding, and around 2,500 FPOs have been assisted through this initiative. I was talking about the task force on FPOs, which was set up by Government of India, where lendability assessment tool has been developed in consultation with various banks, including SBI and some other organizations. So I think this should help standardize certain things when financing is concerned. So since FPOs are really, really important for from farmers' perspective in dealing with various market-linked issues, so I think their ongoing capacity building is very, very important. So tailor-made capacity building programs are needed. We have done certain programs in association with NAMS in Hyderabad, where FPOs leaders from some of the states have been trained. Then there is also a need of simplifying the regulatory procedures for FPOs. Access to finance and operational compliances is also equally important. Positioning of FPOs as providers of fresh, local and traceable produce can appeal to the conscious consumers. I think now many of the consumers in urban and semi-urban localities, they are looking for authentic products, organic products. They are ready to pay for it. Only thing is you need credibility of such products and certification of such products. So FPOs can be positioned for this. Linking of FPOs with niche markets. I think FPOs are more successful in areas with strong value chains. So I think this is also an area where we need to work. Technology and digital integration is something which, if FPOs are equipped with robust technology in tracking the produce, enhancing traceability, and establishing a credible brand, that is important. We are running one traceability experiment in Kashmir with with few FPOs in Apple. So I think that is showing very promising results, and based on the success of this, we will be taking this initiative to other parts of the country, involvement of the FPOs. So I think aligning FPOs with the Government of India's initiatives and Government of India's calls for vocal for local is very, very important. And this not only creates a market pull, but it encourages consumers to choose locally sourced farmer-grown products, but also enhance the agricultural productivity and empower farmers with better opportunities. So I think if we have to help FPOs, then all of us should collaborate our efforts. There are many organizations who can help FPOs. The need of the hour is that the farmer members of the FPOs, they should also feel importance of these initiatives. And first of all, I think they should help themselves. And I would assure you that all of us who are sitting here, you will not find us wanting in extending our support to you. This is a promise from our organization. So I would say that there are around 50,000 FPOs as per MCA website. So I think the need of the hour is two-pronged. First is consolidate what we have done so far and also expand the numbers. So I think we should go with both the approaches and also extend the geographical dispersion of these organizations. So I hope that this 2 days deliberation of FPOs on various issues, right from market access, credit, increasing their productivity, value addition, this will help deliberate on these issues, and we should be able to come up with some of the suggestions which will help our FPO members. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you for your address, Mr. Sood, and for highlighting the importance of aligning with policies and developing financial products that can effectively leverage government schemes. Your insights underline how synergy between policy and finance can unlock real impact for FPOs. Next, we move to one of the most important speeches for the day. I request all of you to please be seated, put your phone on the silent mode as we move to the next segment. We are honored to welcome the distinguished Professor Ramesh Chand, member of Niti Aayog. His profound expertise in agri and rural development has been instrumental in shaping national policies that drive growth and welfare for India's farming communities. Professor Chand's strategic insights continue to influence the future of Indian agriculture, aligning grassroots realities with visionary national goals. The stage is yours, Professor Chand.
समुन्नति के CEO श्री अनिल कुमार जी, समुन्नति फाउंडेशन के चेयरमैन श्री प्रवेश शर्मा जी और बाकी ऑफिस वीरर जो समुन्नति फाउंडेशन से जुड़े हुए हैं, डिग्निटरीज ऑन द डाइस एंड डिग्निटरीज इन द हॉल, स्पेशली FPO मेंबर्स और सभी किसान बहनें और किसान भाइयों, सबको मेरी ओर से नमस्कार, गुड मॉर्निंग। मैं सर्वप्रथम समुन्नति फाउंडेशन को कांग्रेचुलेट करना चाहता हूं, जो इस एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो FPO की देश में बनी है कि ये उसके अराउंड 5 वर्ष से लगातार ये कॉन्क्लेव कर रहे हैं और FPO मूवमेंट से जुड़े मुद्दों पर संवेदनशील तरीके से विचार करते हैं, उसकी चुनौतियां क्या हैं उस पे विचार करते हैं और उसको आगे कैसे ले जाया जाए, FPO को कैसे प्रमोट किया जाए उस पर भी चर्चा करते हैं और एनुअल रिपोर्ट भी FPO की जो है वो ये छापते हैं। 5 साल पहले जब ये इनिशिएटिव अरुण कुमार जी ने लिया तो मैं इनको नहीं जानता था, तो ये मुझे मिले और इन्होंने कहा कि हमारा पहला जो इनागुरल एड्रेस है वो आपको देना है। तो मुझे सचमुच में इस बात की खुशी है कि मैंने इनके इस कनक्लेव या जो इन्होंने समन्वती फाउंडेशन के ये रीत शुरू की, ट्रेडिशन, उसमें मैंने पहला लेक्चर जो है दिया और उसमें इन्होंने many practical things he captured and he tried to put those things in operation also. Frankly अनिल जी, मैंने उस समय ये नहीं सोचा था कि आप इतनी तेज़ी से इस मूवमेंट को आगे ले जाएंगे। तो अब मैं देखता हूँ कि अब इन्होंने कितना सफ़र तय किया है। लगभग 80 लाख किसानों तक जो कुछ ये कर रहे हैं उसका एक टच किसी न किसी तरीके से 80 लाख किसान उससे प्रभावित हुए हैं या किसी न किसी तरीके से उनको इसका लाभ मिला है। 6500 FPO को इन्होंने टच किया है और इसके साथ साथ ही स्टार्टअप को और एग्री वैल्यू चेन में जो प्लेयर्स हैं उन सब को भी इन्होंने अपनी जो इंटरमीडिएशन है उसके थ्रू इन्होंने टच किया है। मैं समझता हूँ यदि हमने FPO मूवमेंट को एग्रीकल्चर की ग्रोथ का एक ड्राइवर बनाना है तो उसके हमें सभी पहलुओं पे विचार करना चाहिए। FPO की क्रिएशन अपने आप में पर्याप्त नहीं है, वो हमें चाहिए लेकिन वो अपने आप में पर्याप्त नहीं है। FPO बना दिया, बाद में FPO को फाइनेंस कहाँ से आएगा, FPO की कैपेसिटी कैसे बनेगी, FPO के साथ दूसरे लोग कौन से हैं, अपने आप में FPO सब कुछ नहीं कर सकती। तो मैंने जब मैं समन्वती फाउंडेशन की विज़न को देखता हूँ तो मैं ये पाता हूँ कि उन्होंने वास्तव में FPO से प्रैक्टिकल लाभ सभी स्टेक होल्डर के लिए और एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के लिए हम कैसे ले सकें, इन्होंने अपनी स्ट्रेटजी उसके इर्द गिर्द जो है उसको केंद्रित किया है और वो बहुत ज़रूरी भी है उसकी सफलता के लिए। तो मैं इनका मिशन देख रहा था तो मिशन में इन्होंने लिखा है कि टू प्रोवाइड स्मॉल फार्मर एंड एग्री एंटरप्रेन्योर थ्रू फाइनेंशियल इंटरमीडिएशन, मार्केट लिंकेज एंड एडवाइजरी सर्विसेज। तो मैंने इसके हर शब्द को, हर टेक्निकल टर्म को समझने की कोशिश की ताकि हम भी कभी कोई जब नीतियाँ बनती हैं या बजट बनता है तो उसमें कुछ इससे संबंधित चीज़ों को उस धारा में उसको डाल दिया जाए। तो जितना मैं इसके बारे में सोचता गया मुझे उतना ही ज़्यादा जो है मैं उससे इम्प्रेस हुआ कि इन्होंने इतनी अच्छी विज़न बनाई है। अब वैसे तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि इंडिया में लगभग सारे फार्मर ही स्मॉल होल्डर हैं, 90% तो सरकारी आंकड़ों के हिसाब से ही स्मॉल होल्डर हैं। तो फिर बाकी कितने बच गए, कोई 9-10% जो हैं बच गए, लेकिन उनकी भी बहुत सी समस्याएं स्मॉल फार्मर के साथ कॉमन है। तो FPO उसका स्पेशल फोकस ज़रूर स्मॉल होल्डर पे होना चाहिए, पर मैं ये समझता हूँ कि FPO ओवरऑल सभी कैटेगरी के फार्मर के लिए एक रिक्वायर्ड इंस्टीट्यूशन है, वो एक्सक्लूसिवली एक स्मॉल होल्डर के लिए ही नहीं है। स्मॉल होल्डर की विशेष परिस्थितियां हैं जिनकी वजह से यदि FPO हो तो उनको वो उस परिस्थितियों में हेल्प कर सकती हैं, पर इसकी आवश्यकता मेरे हिसाब से सभी कैटेगरी के किसानों के लिए है। दूसरा ये है कि वेस्टर्न थिंकर ये सोचते थे कि समय के साथ जैसे बड़ी मछली स्मॉल मछली को खा जाती है, जैसे ब्राज़ील में हुआ, जैसे साउथ अफ्रीका में हुआ, कि छोटे छोटे किसान तो ख़त्म हो जाएंगे, बड़े बड़े किसान ही वहाँ रह जाएंगे, स्केल का इफेक्ट के आगे वो नहीं टिक पाएंगे। लेकिन एशिया, पूरे के पूरे एशिया ने, अकेले इंडिया ने नहीं, ये वेस्टर्न सोच को नकार दिया है बुरी तरह से। तो एशिया की रियलिटी ये है कि यहाँ जो स्मॉल फार्मर है वो रहा है, अभी भी है, और मेरा ये कन्विक्शन है कि वो आगे भी रहेगा। उसके एग्जाम्पल हैं हमारे पास कि जापान कितनी एडवांस कैपिटलिस्ट इकॉनमी है, वहाँ पर जो फार्मर है वहाँ जोत का आकार हमारे से आधा है। चाइना ने पिछले 40 वर्षों में इतनी प्रोग्रेस की कि हमारे से 4 गुना उनकी इकॉनमी हो गई, लेकिन वहाँ भी जो स्मॉल होल्डर हैं उसी तरह मौजूद हैं, इंटैक्ट हैं जैसा 40 वर्ष पहले थे, और उनका भी जोत का आकार हमारे से भी छोटा है। तो एक तो ये है कि स्मॉल फार्मर एक एशिया की रियलिटी है, हमें उनको अपनी ताकत बनाकर आगे चलना है, ना कि हम हर समय उसको एक अपनी कमजोरी जो है बताते रहें। तो उसकी सबसे बड़ी ताकत क्या है? बहुत सी स्टडीज़ हैं, मेरी भी रिसेंट स्टडी है कि फार्म साइज और प्रोडक्टिविटी का इन्वर्स रिलेशनशिप है। आम तौर पर जो छोटा फार्मर है उसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी जो सबसे बड़ा फार्मर है साइज़ का, उससे कहीं ज़्यादा है। उसके कई कारण हैं। यदि आप देखो कि एरिया अंडर फ्रूट एंड वेजिटेबल कितने % है स्मॉल फार्मर पे, कितने % है लार्ज फार्मर पे, तो आप पाओगे कि स्मॉल फार्मर पे डिवर्सिफिकेशन ज़्यादा है, एरिया अंडर फ्रूट एंड वेजिटेबल ज़्यादा है, और जो फार्म साइज बढ़ता जाता है वो एरिया का रेशो कम होता जाता है। उसकी वजह यह है कि उसके लिए लेबर चाहिए, उसके लिए केयर चाहिए, और ये सारी चीज़ें स्मॉल फार्मर के पास होती हैं, और ज़्यादा जब फार्म साइज बड़ा होता है तो ये एंडोमेंट्स जो हैं ये कम होती जाती हैं। ऐसे भी आंकड़े हैं जो ये दर्शाते हैं कि जो स्मॉल फार्मर हैं वो प्रति हेक्टेयर फर्टिलाइज़र भी ज़्यादा यूज़ करते हैं कंपेयर टू लार्ज फार्मर, तो उनकी क्रॉपिंग इंटेंसिटी भी ज़्यादा है, और उनको अपना गुजारा करने के लिए खेती में बहुत ज़्यादा मेहनत करनी पड़ती है बड़े फार्मर की बजाय। तो ये एक किस्म से उनकी एक ताकत है। लेकिन छोटे फार्मर के बीच में कुछ फार्मर ऐसे हैं जिसके पास आधा एकड़ ज़मीन है और वो भी रेन फेड है। उस तरह के किसान सोचते हैं कि मैं खेती में से कोई ज़्यादा इनकम तो ले नहीं पाऊंगा, वो उसको छोड़ भी देते हैं कि चलो इसको ऐसे ही रहने दो, अपना उसमें नहीं भी खेती करते। लेकिन अधिकांश जो छोटे फार्मर्स हैं वो रुचि लेकर जो है खेती करते हैं, और उनकी प्रोडक्टिविटी जो है वो दूसरों से जो है ज़्यादा है। और जब हमने अब ये गोल बनाया है कि 2047 तक हमें विकसित भारत बनाना है, उसके लिए हमें इकॉनमी की ग्रोथ 8% होनी चाहिए, और उसमें दूसरा पार्ट उसका ये है कि सबका विकास भी होना चाहिए। तो सबके विकास में यदि हम देखें कि किस ग्रुप की % इंडिया की पॉपुलेशन में सबसे ज़्यादा है, तो आप पाओगे कि जो स्मॉल फार्मर हैं, यदि आप कोई भी ग्रुप ले लें तो उनकी एज ए % सबसे ज़्यादा उनका प्रोपोर्शन है। तो सबका विकास का गोल अचीव करने के लिए हमें इस श्रेणी के किसानों को विकसित करना बहुत ज़रूरी है। वो इसलिए भी ज़रूरी है कि यदि हम देखें कि जो छोटे किसान हैं उनका स्केल छोटा होने से एग्रीकल्चर में से उनको पर्याप्त इनकम नहीं मिलती, दूसरे उनको काम भी करने पड़ते हैं। उनमें से बहुत से पार्ट टाइम फार्मर हैं, पार्ट टाइम लेबरर हैं, पार्ट टाइम कोई बिजनेस करते हैं, ये उस तरह की है। लेकिन अभी भी लेटेस्ट आंकड़े ये दिखाते हैं कि स्मॉल फार्मर के लिए भी 50% इनकम एग्रीकल्चर से आती है, और सबसे ज़्यादा पॉसिबिलिटी उनकी इनकम को इंक्रीज करने की भी एग्रीकल्चर में है। तो ये यदि बैकग्राउंड है तो फिर हमें उनको सशक्तिकरण उनका बहुत ज़रूरी है, इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट, उनको टेक्नोलॉजी देना, उनको कैपिटल, ज्ञान सब तरह से कैसे दिया जाए। इसके लिए हम एक वैल्यू चेन अप्रोच जो कि समुन्नति फाउंडेशन फॉलो करती है, इस तरह से कई और संस्थान भी फॉलो अप करते हैं कि केवल एक FPO बना देने से ही बात नहीं बनती। FPO के साथ साथ एक पूरा वैल्यू चेन, इनपुट कहाँ से आता है, किस रेट पे मिलता है, फार्मर को एडवाइजरी कहाँ से मिलेगी, और पैदावार करने के बाद वो इसको कहाँ ले जाएगा। इसमें यदि हम चाहते हैं कि कंपटीशन आए, रूरल यूथ आगे आए, तो वो स्टार्टअप कैसे शुरू करें, उनके पास पैसा कहाँ से आएगा। तो पूरी की पूरी एक वैल्यू चेन कॉन्सेप्ट को डेवलप करना, जिसमें किसान भी हैं, बीच वाले भी हैं, उस सभी को पूरी की पूरी वैल्यू चेन को जो है डेवलप करने का एक अप्रोच होना चाहिए। और वही अप्रोच समुन्नति लेकर चल रही है। और मैं एक शेयर करना चाहता हूँ कि अब इंटरनेशनल फोरम में भी यूनाइटेड नेशन ने बहुत स्टडी करा के हाई लेवल पैनल एक्सपर्ट्स का, उन्होंने ये सोचा कि अब दुनिया को प्रोडक्शन सेंट्रिक डेवलपमेंट अप्रोच छोड़कर फूड सिस्टम सेंट्रिक अप्रोच अडॉप्ट करनी चाहिए, या एग्री फूड सेंट्रिक अप्रोच अडॉप्ट करनी चाहिए। उसमें हर 3 साल में 2 साल में एक समिट भी करते हैं। 2 बार वो समिट हो चुकी है। अभी भी वो इथियोपिया में समिट थी। 140 कंट्री के देशों ने आकर वहाँ, और वो जायज़ा लेते हैं कि किस देश ने फूड सिस्टम अप्रोच को फॉलो करके क्या क्या चीज़ें की। तो जो आप अप्रोच फॉलो कर रहे हो, समुन्नति ने जो फॉलो किया है, मैं देखता हूँ कि वो एग्जैक्टली वो अप्रोच है जो यूएन सिस्टम डेवलपिंग कंट्री को कह रहा है कि अब आप प्रोडक्शन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच छोड़ दो, अब आप एग्री फूड सेंट्रिक अप्रोच को फॉलो करिए। जिसका मतलब ये है कि पूरे का पूरा सिस्टम, जिसमें सभी इंटरकनेक्टेड एक्टिविटी, इंटरकनेक्टेड एक्टर्स, प्रोड्यूसर्स, इंटरमीडियरी, प्रोडक्शन, कंजम्पशन, डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन, यानी सीड से लेकर एंड यूज़र तक पूरी की पूरी चेन को हम कैसे कनेक्ट करें। इसके यदि मैं लॉजिक देने लगूं तो वो बहुत समय लग जाएगा, लेकिन मेन लॉजिक जो उस एक्सपर्ट की टीम ने दिया, उन्होंने ये दिया कि हम दुनिया में ये देख रहे हैं कि एग्रीकल्चर के ग्रोथ अच्छे रहे हैं, पर कैपिटा फूड प्रोडक्शन बढ़ती जा रही है। इंडिया में पिछले 20-25 साल में पर कैपिटा फूड प्रोडक्शन 50% इंक्रीज़ होगी। फिर भी हमारे बहुत से किसान डिस्ट्रेस में क्यों हैं, इसके बावजूद भी दुनिया में हंगर क्यों है। तो उन्होंने ये देखा कि जो बेचने वाला है उसको ये शिकायत है, मेरे को मेरे प्रोड्यूस का वाजिब वैल्यू नहीं मिलती। जो खरीदने वाला है उसको ये शिकायत है, मैं जितने पैसे खर्चता हूँ उस हिसाब से मुझे वो चीज़ नहीं मिलती। तो उन्होंने इसके जो बीच की कड़ी है उसको एड्रेस करने के लिए ये अप्रोच दी कि हम बजाय इसके कि प्रोड्यूसर को अलग देखें, प्रोडक्शन को अलग देखें, मार्केटिंग को अलग देखें, प्रोसेसिंग को अलग देखें, इसकी बजाय एक इंटेग्रेटेड अप्रोच लेकर पूरी के पूरे सिस्टम और पूरी की पूरी वैल्यू चेन को हम लेकर यदि देखेंगे तब एक बेहतर रिजल्ट्स होंगे। और इसी के आधार पर मैं वैसे आपसे शेयर कर रहा हूँ, अपनी मशहूरी करने के लिए नहीं, कि मैंने सारे को आधार बनाकर एक पेपर छापा कोई पिछले 5 महीने पहले, री इमेजिनिंग रोल ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर इन इकोनॉमिक डेवलपमेंट, के आगे को आर्थिक विकास में कृषि की भूमिका किस तरह की रहेगी, जिसमें मैंने पुरानी सोच को बताया कि अब पुरानी सोच आज की सिचुएशन में रेलेवेंट नहीं है, हमें नई सोच लानी पड़ेगी जो कृषि केंद्रित होगी। और मुख्य कारण मैंने उसका ये दिया कि दुनिया के काफ़ी देशों में, जिसमें भारत भी है, वहाँ इस तरह के संकेत आ रहे हैं कि नॉन एग्रीकल्चर में रोज़गार कम हो रहा है, नॉन एग्रीकल्चर में एम्प्लॉयमेंट अपॉर्चुनिटी श्रिंक हो रही हैं, एआई की वजह से, रोबोटिक की वजह से, इन सारी वजह से। तो ऐसा एक डरावना सा परिस्थिति एक पैदा होती जा रही है कि उसे एड्रेस करने के लिए हम कृषि को एक केंद्र बनाकर देखें कि हम रिम्यूनरेटिव जॉब्स इन एंड अराउंड प्री एंड पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट एग्रीकल्चर कैसे क्रिएट कर सकें। और मैं आपसे ये शेयर कर रहा हूँ कि उन चीज़ों से प्रभावित होकर अब वर्ल्ड बैंक ने 65 देशों में एक स्टडी शुरू की है कि एग्री फूड सिस्टम में लाभकारी जॉब हम कैसे क्रिएट करें, जिसमें प्रोडक्शन के जॉब भी होंगे, वैल्यू चेन के जॉब भी होंगे, प्रोसेसिंग के भी होंगे, एग्रीगेशन के भी होंगे। तो उस सब तरह की जो है चीज़ें होंगी, जो कि मैं पा रहा हूं कि इस चीज़ के साथ बिल्कुल कंसिस्टेंट है जो आप FPO के थ्रू इंटरमीडिएशन करके आगे ले जा रहे हैं। आपका एम्फेसिस क्रेडिट पे देना वो भी बिल्कुल वाजिब है। जो नबार्ड का सेकंड सर्वे आया है नेफिस का, उसमें ये रिपोर्टेड है कि अभी भी केवल 44% एग्रीकल्चर हाउस होल्ड हैं जिनके पास किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड है। 56% के पास किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है। हो सकता है 15% ऐसे हों जिनको उसकी ज़रूरत ना पड़ती हो, लेकिन यदि हम उनको सेट असाइड भी कर दें तब भी 30% किसान इस तरह के जिनके पास वो चाहते हैं लेना लेकिन वो किसान क्रेडिट कार्ड नहीं है। तो क्रेडिट की फैसिलिटी को जो आप एम्फेसाइज कर रहे हैं वो भी एक मैं समझता हूँ बहुत रिक्वायर्ड स्टेप है। फिर ये है कि मार्केट लिंकेज, यदि मार्केट लिंकेज नहीं होगा तो जो छोटा किसान है वो रिवर्स हो जाएगा कि मुझे तो सबसिस्टेंस एग्रीकल्चर ही करना है, मेरे पास सबसे क्या सरप्लस होता है, 1 बोरी 2 बोरी, क्या स्केल है, मैं इसको लेकर कहाँ जाऊँगा, कहाँ मैं इसको बेचूँगा। तो मार्केट लिंकेज बनाने तीनों चीज़ों में, इनपुट में भी, आउटपुट में भी, और जो एक मिसिंग एस्पेक्ट है आपकी साइड पे भी, सर्विसेज में भी, सर्विसेज भी बड़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट है। तो ये तीनों में एक लिंकेज बनाना बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट है। समुन्नति एडवाइजरी सर्विसेज की भी बात करती है, सेंटर ऑफ एक्सेलेंस का भी इन्होंने जिक्र किया है कि फार्मर को ज्ञान देना बहुत ज़रूरी है कि नई नई चीज़ें क्या हैं वो जो है। लेकिन मैं चाहूँगा दोनों प्रवेश जी और अनिल जी के ध्यान में ये लाना, सबसे ज़्यादा स्कोप किस एडवाइजरी का है फार्मर की इनकम बनाने के लिए, जनरली वो एडवाइजरी सर्विस में इंक्लूडेड नहीं है। वो ये है कि हम इनिशियल प्लानिंग अपॉर्चुनिटीज़ को देखकर ये किसान को बताएं आपके लिए जो 3 एकड़ ज़मीन है उसमें 2 एकड़ चावल लगाना वाजिब रहेगा या मक्का लगाना वाजिब रहेगा, या उसमें आपको गन्ना लगाना वाजिब रहेगा, या उसमें आपको इतने पे सब्जी लगाना, इतने पे फल लगाना वाजिब रहेगा। तो सबसे पहले सारे सिचुएशन को देखकर फार्मर को ये एडवाइजरी देना सिचुएशन के हिसाब से कि आपके लिए बेस्ट प्रोडक्शन प्लान क्या है, उससे संभावनाएं क्रिएट हो जाती हैं, बहुत सी नई संभावनाएं क्रिएट हो जाती हैं। चाहे आप अपने एक्सपर्ट के थ्रू वो एक एडवाइजरी बनाइए, या आप कुछ स्टडी करके कई ऐसे सक्सेस स्टोरी हैं फार्मर्स के, मैंने खुद देखे हैं कि उनको एक मॉडल बनाकर कि यदि कहीं किसी एक ज़िले में कोई 2 छोटे किसान हैं, वो 2 एकड़ से इतनी प्रॉफिट ले रहे हैं जो 10 एकड़ से नहीं मिलती, ऐसे हैं, उसको एक मॉडल बना के क्या हम उस तरह की एडवाइजरी एक दे सकते हैं। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि एडवाइजरी का स्कोप भी आप एक्सपेंड करें और उसमें इस चीज़ को आप ज़रूर लाएं। और दूसरी एडवाइजरी जो मिस होती है वो मार्केटिंग की टर्म्स में होती है कि कब मार्केट किया जाए, कितना एरिया इसमें लाना ठीक रहेगा। ऐसा ना हो जैसा शिंदे जी कह रहे थे कि बहुत एरिया हो गया प्याज के अंडर, तो प्याज की प्रोडक्शन तो 2 गुना हो गई लेकिन प्राइस 1/4 हो गई, तो 2 गुना प्रोडक्शन करके फार्मर को आधी इनकम मिलेगी क्योंकि इतना प्राइस क्रैश हो जाता है। तो इस तरह की चीज़ों को रोकने के लिए कि क्या हम कैसी एडवाइजरी दें ताकि वो एक एक्सट्रीम की ओर उसका क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न जो है वो उधर को ना जाए और मार्केट के हिसाब से वो इन चीज़ों की पैदावार जो है इसको करते रहें। तो मैं अंत में ये कहूँगा कि विकसित भारत की स्टोरी तब तक अपने अंजाम तक नहीं पहुँच सकती जब तक उसके दोनों गोल्स में जो ग्रोथ का गोल है और जो सबके विकास का गोल है, उसमें हम इस तरह की इंस्टीट्यूशंस जो हमारी FPO है उनको सही तरीके से हम उनका जो है उपयोग नहीं करते। FPO के बारे में अक्सर ये शिकायत आती है कि बहुत सी FPO चलती हैं और फिर बंद हो जाती हैं। मैं ये समझता हूँ कि इंटरमीडिएशन का रोल केवल फाइनेंसिंग और लिंकिंग तक ही नहीं होना चाहिए। जैसे जब भी कोई आदमी कोई बिजनेस मुसीबत में होता है तो वो तीसरी थर्ड पार्टी की हेल्प ढूंढता है, लेकिन FPO के केस में मुझे ऐसा लगता है वो थर्ड पार्टी मिसिंग है। तो वो थर्ड पार्टी, यदि आप भी ऐसा कुछ सोचें कि जो समुन्नति फाउंडेशन है, क्या उस क्रिटिकल जंक्शन पे या क्या कोई हम ऐसा एक परफॉर्मा तैयार कर सकते हैं कि हम FPO के डेटा को मॉनिटर करते हैं और जब हमें कोई इंटरनल संकेत ऐसे मिलते हैं कि इसके कुछ ट्रेंड ऐसे हैं कि ये FPO तो आगे को सस्टेन नहीं कर पाएगी, तो एक टाइमली इंटरवेंशन से हम उसको बचाएं और उसको रोकें। वो बिना थर्ड पार्टी इंटरवेंशन हो ही नहीं सकता है। तो मेरे विचार में इंटरमीडिएशन का उस स्टेज पे भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है कि हम उसको भी देख सकें और इस तरह का जो एक हमने इतने दूर दूर से हमारे FPO का एक्सपीरियंस लेकर, फील्ड का एक्सपीरियंस लेकर, स्टार्टअप का एक्सपीरियंस लेकर जो लोग आए हैं, उनके एक्सपीरियंस से हमें क्या सीख मिलती है, क्या कारण है कि FPO जो क्लोज हुई है, उसके पीछे क्या फैक्टर हैं कि शिंदे जी का FPO इतना बड़ा फेमस FPC बन गया है। तो इसकी भी हम स्टडी करते, कुछ इसके बारे में इन्होंने छापा है जो अभी रिपोर्ट FPO की निकली है, लेकिन यदि हम उसको और विस्तार करेंगे तो मैं ये समझता हूँ कि उसका हमें जो है और फ़ायदा हो सकता है। तो मैं आज लंच तक तो जो सेशन है उनको अटेंड करूंगा, आपका फील्ड लेवल का जो एक्सपीरियंस है उसको जानना चाहूँगा, लेकिन इस 2 दिन के सेमिनार में मुझे पूर्ण आशा है कि ज़रूर हमें बहुत काम की चीज़ें निकलेंगी, क्योंकि अभी मैं इसके साथ ये क्लोजिंग है कि जो हम आगे प्रोजेक्शन करते रहते हैं नीति योग में, तो मैंने ये प्रोजेक्ट किया है कि यदि एग्रीकल्चर का ग्रोथ 5% नहीं होगा तो इंडिया विकसित भारत नहीं बन पाएगा 2047 में। 8% ग्रोथ के लिए एग्रीकल्चर की ग्रोथ होना 5% बहुत ज़रूरी है। और वही मैंने देखा कि जापान, कोरिया, चीन कम से कम 25-30 साल तक उन्होंने 5% एग्रीकल्चर का ग्रोथ लिया, जिस पीरियड में उनकी स्टेज मिडिल इनकम से हाई इनकम की ओर जो है परिवर्तन हुई। तो हमें भी वो करना पड़ेगा और हमें भी वो सबका विकास के लिए इस तरह की जो इंस्टीट्यूशन है उनको यूज़ करना पड़ेगा। और मैं बहुत दिलचस्पी के साथ और बड़ी क्यूरियोसिटी से इंतज़ार करूँगा कि आप इस 2 दिन के सेमिनार में गंभीर रूप से इन सब विषयों को डिस्कस करें और उसे देखकर मैं पूरी अपनी ओर से कोशिश करूंगा कि FPO के मूवमेंट को जितना और हम मजबूत बना सकें, जितना और तेज़ी से आगे ले जा सकें, उतना ही तेज़ी से हम जो देश का गोल है विकसित भारत का वो अचीव होगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जय हिंद।
Thank you, Professor Chand, for your inspiring words of encouragement. On behalf of Samunnati, I want to assure you that your guidance will serve as our compass. You emphasize the importance of farmer advisory and guiding farmers on what to grow. Through our Agri-Assist service, we are committed to taking this forward on the ground and pledge not only to embrace your guidance, but to act on it swiftly, decisively, and with a collective resolve to turn your vision into reality. Thank you, sir. To share the vote of thanks, we have a doyen whose involvement in this conclave stands as a testament to his lifelong commitment to advancing India's rural and agricultural sector. Mr. N. Srinivasan, Chairman of Samunnati, draws on decades of expertise in rural finance and institutional development, consistently championing innovative approaches for collective progress. His steady guidance and deep-rooted understanding of what empowers FPOs have helped shape practical solutions and meaningful change for farmers nationwide. It is my privilege to invite Mr. N. Srinivasan to deliver the vote of thanks and set the tone for sessions ahead.
To start with, let me first thank all the FPOs and farmer representatives who are, I think, the dignitaries of the day for having taken the pain and relieved themselves of their daily routine out there in the farms and be present here to collaborate with us to try and find solutions for several challenges that we all continue to face. Then I would like to thank all the ecosystem partners and all other scholars, academics who are assembled here in good numbers to be able to again collaborate with all of us here to discuss and find out what kind of progress is being made, where there are challenges, and then trying to engage in finding solutions, which Mr. Ramesh Chandra was referring to, that he is awaiting eagerly. We hope to put together something that will be useful for all of us, sir, and hopefully some more push from the government towards the positive directions. And we had an exclusively, elite panel out here. There are several of them here. Vilasji, thank you for bringing to surface the issues that are there and also the focus that is required on quality and efficiency as key drivers of where we should go forward. Subrata-ji about the women centricity and the need for customized field-based technology solutions, not just to go overboard on the excellence of scientific temper alone. Thank you for that. And I would also like to place on record Muthu's call for converting a greater percentage of what we talk into action. That's one of the critical areas that we are looking at. And thank you for your faith in the Indian agricultural system, trying to move such a large amount of commodities from out of our FPOs. And Sudji, the listing of issues that are there, the need for better, more customized financial products, of which there are already, I think, some elements which are on the ground, and also the need for rating and grading. So these are fantastic initiatives. We hope the continued commitment of NABARD, not only to the conclave, but also to the FPO sector in general, is going to take us much more forward. And I should not forget Anish and Sudha for bringing these numbers. Each year, I find the report goes a higher level, becoming more comprehensive. I hope this continues on the same pathway, and some of the issues that Professor Ramesh Chandra was raising about data being available even for a third-party intervention. We will come to that level where quality data is available even more timely. Maybe we should work with some of the regulatory authorities to see how submission of data becomes much better than now. And Professor Ramesh Chandra, thank you for your guidance, especially on the need for expanding the agri-food systems approach, and also your timely advice on how we can increase the agri-advisory capacity, providing farmer information of value from where he can increase his price realizations. And your final word, look, unless we grow at a decent pace, we cannot really become the big Bharat that we want to be. So invest ourselves in the 5% kind of growth. Normally Thanksgiving ends in just thanking people. I just thought I would flag two small issues. Most of us here who are in the ecosystem, we think farmers and farmer organizations are high-risk institutions. If they are all high-risk institutions, have you ever wondered how we get our food on our plate day after day, week after week, year after year? If they were risky ventures, they would have failed, they would have gone bankrupt, closed down, done something else. But farmer has not gone anywhere with all the risks that they face. And I should also acknowledge, we push all those risks to the farmer. It is not that it is his risk, it is our risk which we have transferred. They have not failed to produce and put food on the plate. Can we have a little bit more faith in what they do? Let us try and examine our own risk perceptions. Instead of saying it is high risk, can we think of how to mitigate the risk, transfer some of this risk to ourselves? Are there ways in which we can do? Some of us have successfully done that. Whether others can collaborate and then find mainstream solutions. This is one, what do you call, set of issues that I thought. The second is, it's more addressed at policy. Institutions like Samunnati and several other ecosystem players who are in business with the FPO system, the farming system, they have to undertake the role of promotion, the role of development, and also play a business role. The cost of promotion and development in any other part of the development world is borne by the policy institution. The government puts money. There is no shortage of money that the government puts in. But then, unless there is a final business interest, there is a serious risk that this money may not be fully well utilized. So can we also make the private sector eligible to take part of the government development support, make it usable with best kind of efficiencies and productivity, so that the business engagement comes to the farmers at an affordable price. There are several ways in which it plays out. Maybe during the next 2 days, we will talk about this. I hope we are able to get these things discussed and go further ahead with a positive outlook towards how we deal with the farmer producer organizations. And thank you all for the opening session. We have got another day and a half to remain, and then we have a lot more to do, which is why I am not thanking Pravesh and Anil. Maybe at the end of these 2 days, maybe we will find a chance to thank ourselves. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir, for your gracious vote of thanks. May I now invite Mr. Anil to present mementos to our dignitaries before we request them to step down for the stage for subsequent segments. Professor Ramesh Chand. Mr. N. Muthukumar. Shri A.K. Sood. Mr. Subroto Geet. Mr. Vilas Shinde. Mr. Ashish Kumar. Apologies, Mr. Ashish Kumar. Apologies, Mr. Anish Kumar. Ms. Sudha Reddy Patnaik. Mr. N. Srinivasan. Thank you, dignitaries. We will now proceed with the next segment for the day.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. Always a pleasure.
Can I please request everyone to settle down? Please take your seats. Requesting everyone to please settle down. Requesting everyone to take their seats and settle down, please, so that we may proceed. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Ishita, and it is my pleasure to be with you here at the FPO Conclave 2025. We've had a powerful start to the day with the inaugural plenary, and now, as we move forward, we continue to focus on themes that are relevant not just for today, but they are also critical for the future of our farming communities. This next session will demonstrate and also focus on an important theme in the farmer ecosystem, long-term financial security. And to speak on this, we are honored to welcome a leader who has been championing exactly this cause. Please welcome Ms. Mamta Rohit, Executive Director of Pension Fund Regulatory and Development Authority, to deliver a special address on Sow Savings, Reap Pension. With that, I invite you, ma'am, to please take the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nishita. Can I just request everybody to take their seats, please? Believe me, मैं आपके सामने कुछ इंटरेस्टिंग ही बोलूँगी. आप लोग अगर ध्यान से सुनेंगे तो इसमें आप सबका फ़ायदा है. मैं आपसे पुनः रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ, आप सब कृपया सीट ले लें अपनी जल्दी से जल्दी, और मैं ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लूँगी, ये भी मेरा वादा है. So I think with your permission, I'm going to begin. Good afternoon to all the dignitaries present over here and all my brothers and sisters. Most of them are sitting and some are still standing. First of all, I would like to thank Samunnati for inviting PFRDA to be one of its partners for such a strategic meet that has given us a unique opportunity to touch base with this agri sector, which we had not done so far. इसमें बहुत ही मुझे गौरवान्वित महसूस हो रहा है कि हम 26 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन को टच कर पा रहे हैं इस कॉन्क्लेव के माध्यम से, और ये जो 26 करोड़ पॉपुलेशन एग्री सेक्टर में है, ये 46% पूरी वर्किंग पॉपुलेशन का हिस्सा है. सो PFRDA बहुत एंथुजियास्टिकली और बड़े एक्साइटमेंट के साथ इस टारगेट सेगमेंट के लिए कुछ नया करना चाह रहा है, इसको पेंशन फोल्ड में लाना चाह रहा है. आप लोगों ने इंश्योरेंस के बारे में बहुत सुना होगा, लेकिन शायद किया नहीं है अभी तक. लेकिन जो इंश्योरेंस है वो आपकी डेथ के रिस्क को कवर करता है, जबकि पेंशन आपकी लंबी उम्र को कवर करता है. जैसे कि मैं यहाँ सुन रही थी मिस्टर शिंदे की स्पीच, मिस्टर मुथ्थू की स्पीच, सबसे ये पता लग रहा था जो FPOs होते हैं वो एक कलेक्टिव एडवांटेज प्रोवाइड करते हैं फार्मर्स को. सो इस FPO के माध्यम से भी और विदाउट FPO के माध्यम से भी हम फार्मर्स को एक ये एडवांटेज प्रोवाइड करना चाहते हैं. अगर वो हमारे साथ जुड़ेंगे तो ये पेंशन की सुविधा है जो कि आपको मार्केट, टेक्नोलॉजी, फाइनेंस जो अभी तक आपको FPO से मिल रहा था, ये उसके परे है, ये उससे कुछ अलग है. आप लोग सब जानते हैं, आप सीड की महत्ता को जानते हैं, उसके इम्पोर्टेंस को जानते हैं. सो द सीड दैट वी सो टुडे, we harvest the crop tomorrow. Without sowing the seed, there is no harvest. So इसी प्रकार अगर आप बचत का बीज आज बोएंगे तो कल आपको फसल की पेंशन की फसल मिलेगी. इस चीज़ को अगर आप गांठ बांध लें तो बिलीव मी, आपके 80 साल तक आपको कुछ और सोचने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, ना किसी पे निर्भर रहने की ज़रूरत है. मैं आपके साथ कुछ आंकड़े शेयर करना चाहूँगी. इंडिया में 14 करोड़ एल्डरली लोग हैं और ये नंबर हर साल बढ़ रहा है. आज ये 10% के करीब हैं, 2050 में ये 20% हो जाएंगे. 1/5 of our population will be old, which is above 60. Our life expectancy is already 70 years and it is growing every year, which means आप समझ लीजिए कि आपको कितने साल आपको अपनी पुरानी सेविंग पे चलना होगा. आप तब इतना कमा भी नहीं पाएंगे, आप अपने फार्म्स पे काम भी नहीं कर पाएंगे. 40% जो इंडिया के एल्डरली हैं वो अभी भी काम कर रहे हैं. वो इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं कि वो करना चाहते हैं, वो इसलिए कर रहे हैं क्योंकि उनके पास पेंशन नहीं है. वो बाध्य हैं काम करने के लिए. इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ रहा है, महंगाई दर बढ़ रही है, आपकी दवाएं महंगी हो रही हैं, आपका खाना महंगा हो रहा है, आपकी डेली नीड्स के लिए आपको ज़्यादा खर्चा करना पड़ रहा है. आपके बच्चे, आप लोग खुद जानते हैं, वो सब शहरों की तरफ जा रहे हैं. वो आपकी फार्मिंग आगे उसको अडॉप्ट ही नहीं करना चाह रहे हैं, चाहे वहाँ पे उनको पैसा कम भी मिले. सो इस सूरत में आपके लिए बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि आप अपने लिए एक स्टडी स्ट्रीम रिटायरमेंट के बाद बनाएं. और एक और जो स्टार्क ट्रुथ है, वी कॉल इट फेमिनाइजेशन ऑफ ओल्ड एज, विच मीन्स जो विमेन होती हैं, जो औरतें होती हैं, वो आदमियों से ज़्यादा उनका लाइफ स्पैन होता है. और वो जनरली हम देखते हैं कि बिना सपोर्ट के और बिना इनकम के ओल्ड एज में ज़्यादा सफ़र करती हैं. तो ये बहुत ज़रूरी है कि आप अपने घर की महिलाओं के लिए भी ये स्कीम को आप ज़रूर अडॉप्ट करें, उनके खाते ज़रूर खोलें. हमारे पास बच्चों के लिए भी हमने ये अभी हाल में पिछले साल से ये NPS वात्सल्य के नाम से बच्चों के लिए भी इसको एक्सटेंड किया है. तो अगर बच्चा आज सुबह पैदा हुआ है, उसका शाम तक अंडर गार्जियनशिप उसका भी पेंशन अकाउंट खुल सकता है. PFRDA के बारे में संक्षिप्त में बस मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि एक संवैधानिक संस्था है जो एक पार्लियामेंट एक्ट के तहत दिस हैज़ बीन फॉर्म्ड एंड इट रेगुलेट्स ऑल pension schemes under national pension system. Some of you might have heard of Atal Pension Yojana also. In all, there are 8 crore subscribers who are already enrolled with us, and there is an asset under management of more than 15 lakh crore. So this scale will tell you that how important it is. However, I'm sure many of you are still excluded. Without taking much time, I would want to ask my colleague to show some calculators, some real-time calculations we will show you to tell you how beneficial it's going to be for you. So my colleague Devesh is here. Yeah, we'll ask for some volunteer. Anybody who wants to get their calculations done as to how their savings would move? कोई यहाँ पर volunteer करना चाहता है जिसका हम यहाँ पे calculation दिखा सकें?
Any volunteers, please come forward. It will help us.
We can just stand up and we can give the mic to them wherever they are. There. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah. No, because nobody has come. No?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's not
secrets are age you have to tell. Okay, 50. 50.
I think we need one more mic. You are a non-government subscriber, correct? You are a non-government person?
Yeah.
Your age is?
14.
14? You can just give the year. Let it be 11. 14?
1973.
So,
yeah.
keeping 5,000 rupees per month.
Okay.
Calculate the returns, please. So we have found that they have made an investment of rupees contribution.
No, 5,000 per month, no?
So 5,000 per month you are making till 60. So 5,000 rupees per month you are making a contribution of 5,37,000 and the total corpus is grown to approximately to 7.5 lakh rupees. Since time is very less. So we have tried to capture one volunteer here who is starting the pension corpus at the age of 50. Now I want to volunteer. So in this part we have seen that only a pension of contribution of 5,000 rupees fetching a pension of approximately 1,600 rupees per month. Now I want to volunteer a young guy.
I have one doubt.
Yes, sir.
Many people in my age also there. You have to cover them also.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I want to.
No, my doubt, because basically we have some doubts on behalf of them.
Yes.
This 5,000 rupees, how many years they have to do?
Till 60 years of your life.
Basically.
For next 10 years.
So 10 years. Then pension, how many years they get?
Till the time you are alive.
That's what. So if somebody invests next 10 years, you will continue to get the 1673. Okay.
Yes, approximately.
So you change it to 15,000.
So it changes to 15,000. So pension grows to 5,000 rupees.
So this is only pension. I don't get any money after some
No,
time.
if you can see on the screen, there is a lump sum. Actually, see, now I will tell you about the scheme. जो भी आपका कॉपस बनता है रिटायरमेंट पे, उसका 60% आपको lump sum मिलता है. And minimum 40% you have to take as pension. You can take the entire 100% also as pension.
Okay.
So if you can track down the scheme,
and the earlier you do it, why I was trying to speak about NPS Vatsalya, the earlier you do it, obviously, and if you step up your investments every year on year, there is some inflation. हर साल inflation होता है. आपने आज 5,000 दे रहे हैं, अगले साल उसको 5,250 कर दीजिए. That's it, you know, just 5%. And there is a huge change in the corpus.
Okay, madam, in this the corpus, after 60th year, I can withdraw money, right? You are saying that.
Yes, you can withdraw after 60. You can even, because farmer का कोई retirement age नहीं होता है, they can go up to 70 years. Exit has to happen necessarily only at 75.
Okay. Okay.
So you can enter till 70, you can go up to 75. From 0 to 70 years, you can enter the scheme, and you can exit at 75.
Okay.
Just to answer, I think I saw the discussion.
Yeah.
You need not contribute only till 60. You can contribute till the age of 75 also. So just wanted to reinforce that. So it's not just that if you enter 50, you can invest only till 60. So the choice is that you can extend your contribution till 75. You need not. It's not compulsory. And you can choose to withdraw either at 60 or you can withdraw at 75.
So one more doubt, madam. Farmers will not have steady income, right? They can contribute at any time in the year or any specific date?
हाँ, इसमें total flexibility है. आप हर महीने contribute कर सकते हैं. आप फसल आने पे contribute कर सकते हैं, quarterly कर सकते हैं, annual कर सकते हैं. There is minimum is 500 rupees and maximum there is no limit.
Oh, so every month I can contribute 500
Yes,
also?
every month you can contribute. And 500 is a very small amount. So मैं सुन रही थी कि आप लोग काफ़ी साथ में, collectively you do a lot of things. Now we are trying to work out a model whereby the FPOs will be able to onboard the farmers and the members who are attached to them digitally.
Yeah.
So that I can understand it will, although all the banks are our points of presence, you can start this scheme through the banks, but if there is a problem, it will be only the FPO who will be, coordinating with the point of presence, and all the members and their family members can get attached to this scheme through them. So we are trying to work such a model.
So last question, in case the guy is not alive, so whether his wife will get this pension?
Yes, very good question. Once the farmer or the member is no longer there, his spouse will get the pension, and after her death, again the nominee, the child, either he can opt for the pension or he can get the lump sum.
So what is the duration she gets?
The duration is again, for pension, there are various options.
Okay.
So you can either choose in which only you get till your life.
Okay.
Then there is an option in which your wife also gets till her lifespan. Then there is an option in which the child gets the full corpus after both their deaths. So there are several options. And there is a very good option. Now many of you who know about insurance, you may say that उसमें annuity बहुत कम मिलता है, उसका rate बहुत अच्छा नहीं होता, because the pension amount may not look very attractive. So what we have done is, we have started systematic withdrawal plan, which means you can plan your withdrawals without taking annuity from the corpus that has been accumulated over the years. Just to give you some figures, maybe we could not show much, but I'll just give some ballpark figures. अगर आप 5,000 invest करते हैं at the age of 25, अगले 35 साल आप करते रहते हैं, तो जो कॉपस बनता है वो 1.47 करोड़ बनता है. एंड हम लोग ने जो इसका रेट ऑफ इंटरेस्ट लिया है वो 9% लिया है, विच इज ऑलरेडी देयर. वी आर ऑलरेडी गिविंग मोर देन 9% फॉर द लास्ट 15-16 ईयर्स. नाउ जो अगर आप 5,000 35 साल में जमा करते हैं, विच मीन्स यू हैव लॉस्ट 10 ईयर्स and you have lost only 6 lakhs. Contribution तो केवल आप 6 लाख आपने कम दिया. जो आपका कॉपस बनेगा 60 साल में वो 56 लाख बनेगा. Now you see the difference between 1.7 crores and 56 lakhs. It's a lot.
So you suggest young people to start?
Young people to start, old people to begin, because it is never too late. Get the women of the house to enroll, get the girls of the house to enroll, get the children of the house to enroll, apart from your own enrollment.
Yeah, last doubt, madam.
Sir.
It should be continuously every year they have to do, or in between they can stop?
They are at liberty.
Yeah.
They are at liberty. There is no such thing as compulsory deposit. However, if you do it, it's in your interest.
Yeah.
Okay, and if you step up your contributions by just 5%, which means 5,000 you did at the age of 25, and next year you increase it by 5%, then the corpus will be 2.50 crores. So what was 1.47 crores without stepping up becomes 2.5 crores. So that is the difference that you get through power of compounding and by stepping up your contributions. So जो आप पूछ रहे हैं compulsory deposit नहीं होना है, लेकिन ये आपके लिए बेहतर है कि आप कुछ पैसा इसमें भी डालें. So ये हम लोग आगे FPOs के साथ भी जुड़ेंगे, समुन्नति के साथ तो जुड़ गए हैं. आपसे मेरी ये गुजारिश है, हमारा स्टॉल लगा है S25 पे, बाकी डिटेल्स आपको वहाँ मिल जाएंगे. ये जो मैडम अभी आपको एड्रेस कर रही थी, शी इज़ आवर CEO ऑफ NPS ट्रस्ट, who is actually monitoring all the pension fund managers. I think कल ही ये रिव्यू कर रही थी. हमारे पास 10 पेंशन फंड मैनेजर्स हैं जिनका बड़ी बारीकी से रिव्यू होता है. पूरे इन्वेस्टमेंट गाइडलाइंस हैं, 16 रेगुलेशंस हैं, 15 एन्युटी सर्विस प्रोवाइडर्स हैं, 3 CRA, 3 सेंट्रल रिकॉर्ड कीपिंग एजेंसी हैं जो कि प्रॉपरली RFP के थ्रू आते हैं. सो इट्स अ वेरी वेल रेगुलेटेड स्ट्रक्चर एंड इट्स वेरी फ्लेक्सिबल. आप शहर चेंज कर लें, आप स्टेट चेंज कर लें, आप ऑक्यूपेशन चेंज कर लें. आपने बच्चों के लिए खुलाया, वो शहर चले गए, ये हर जगह कंटिन्यू हो सकता है. So,
if we can ask any young person just to see how the small savings at the earliest age.
I think it's okay. That's okay. So my humble request is, yes, he has a question. Yes, sir.
Ma'am, this onboarding thing that you just mentioned, can agri-input companies also enroll their customers digitally?
Anybody. Just the fact that as of now we are taking in all the companies who are registered with MCA, because we already have a corporate model. अगर आपका वो model है, so that is very easy. You can give your coordinates to my colleague and yeah.
But then is it possible to do digitally for us?
As yes, we do for us as employees? Completely digitally. Fair. Completely digitally.
Thank you.
So I would request that all of you look into it seriously and try to attend the 4 o'clock session. That will give you much more insight. And if I am here, believe me, I am not a private sector relationship manager. I am from a quasi-judicial body, and our aim is also to do our best so that India reaches Viksit Bharat by 2047, and we are endeavoring to cover maybe 35 crore population. And I think 26 crores are already attached as of now to agriculture. So I would request all the FPOs also to join hands and give this as an add-on benefit. I think somebody was saying that we should provide extra benefits to them. So this is a kind of individual benefit that is going to help them. उनका विकास होगा, भारत का विकास होगा, और आपके segment का विकास होगा. Thank you so much. So we are trying to push a punchline. NPS ज़रूरी है. आप इसके ads देखेंगे, NPS ज़रूरी है, तो मैं आप सबके लिए कहूँगी कि ये आपके लिए बेहद ज़रूरी है. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that insightful address, ma'am. I would like to now please request Ms. Poorna Pushkala, CEO Samunnati Foundation, to felicitate Ms. Mamta Rohit. A big round of applause, please. Thank you, ma'am. The key takeaway will definitely be your words. अगर आज आप बचत का बीज बोएंगे, आपको उसकी फसल ज़रूर मिलेगी. On that note, we now shift our focus to another critical question. How do we make FPOs truly enterprise ready? Because it is also about building organizations that can scale, sustain, and thrive in a competitive ecosystem. To unpack this, we have a very special panel lined up for the topic, Making FPOs Enterprise Ready. unlocking scale through ecosystem and financial partnerships. And to guide this discussion, may I please invite our moderator, Mr. N. Srinivasan, Chairman of Samunnati, to take the stage. I also would like to invite the panelists, Sri Ramalingam, General Manager, NABARD. A big round of applause, please, as they come up on the stage. Mr. Samuel Senimba, Program Manager, Gates Foundation. Please put your hands together for them as they come on the stage. Ms. Shweta Singh, Community Partnership and Sustainability Lead, Corteva Agri-science. Mr. Manmohan Dubey, CEO, Gurudev Mahila Crop Producer Company Limited. Mr. Debaranjan Pujahari, Partner, Satwa Consulting. And Ms. Purna Pushkala, CEO, Samunnati Foundation.
So welcome back to the first plenary session of this conclave. Morning we talked about 45,000 plus. Private side it is more than 50,000 of FPCs that are registered. But I would like to remind the audience, the FPO world is bigger than FPCs. There are almost about 90,000 primary cooperatives. There are a few thousand marketing cooperatives. There are taluk district level purchase supply union. They are all part of the agri value chain ecosystem. So we are talking about almost all of them when we talk about whether these are enterprise ready. So we also heard that more than 300 FPOs are doing 10 crores or more of business, meaning the size of business seems to be a proxy for their becoming an enterprise or their being enterprise ready. So in this session, with the help of this distinguished panel coming from varying parts of the ecosystem, also somebody very much from within the FPO ecosystem, Mr. Manmohan, we are going to try and discuss a few aspects relating to what makes the FPOs tick. What is it that's an enterprise ready FPO, and what kind of ecosystem support services kind of challenges that are there. So the panel, we have got very distinguished people. Mr. Ramalingam from NABARD is there. NABARD has been at the forefront of encouraging FPOs right from, I think, the early 2000s, ever since the Act was framed. Samuel brings a rich global experience, having working with Gates Foundation across the globe, Africa, Asia, and rest of the world, on what kind of community-based farmer systems work, whether they are commercial or whether they are non-commercial, how to make them work. Then we have got Shweta from Corteva, through CSR, through actual science-based solutions at the crop front, how they are dealing with issues of farmers and also in their aggregated form. And we have got from Satwa, Debaranjan, who is going to talk about how they are accompanying the FPOs, in their journey towards becoming better, becoming an improved version of a commercial. Manmohan ji, as I already said, he comes from an FPO itself, and he understands where the shoe pinches because they are wearing this. And Purna is one of the, host ecosystem participants from Samunnati Foundation. She has been, I think, at the forefront of doing the Gates Foundation Lighthouse FPOs project, and now trying to help through the foundation's work on the ground, formation and then promotion of FPOs. So with this panel, we will try and then understand the space and then see where we are in terms of their becoming enterprise ready and what kind of next stages they are in. Before I start, this session is going to be very conversational. There will be 3 rounds of questions to the participants, to the panelists, and they will try and answer in very short form. But when they are at it, if you have any burning questions in your mind as to FPO's next stage of growth, how they can become enterprise ready, please write it down in a piece of paper and pass it through ushers here. I will see the questions and pass it on to the appropriate panelists to answer, to incorporate as part of our own discussions. So please write down if you have questions, pass it on to me, right? I hope someone is available to collect the chits from the participants if they have questions and bring it to me. So let me start off with, say, my first question. The first question is, how do you define what is an enterprise-ready FPO? And in your own sphere, in your own past experience, work, and what you have seen on the ground, what are the things that you think actually work there? What are the things that are required? So it's an open question, and you could then answer. So who would like to start? मनमोहन जी, आपके लिए सवाल नहीं, आपके लिए बाद में.
Perfect. Thank you so much, sir. So when I use the word enterprise ready FPO, I usually do not mean only a registered farmer producers company. I usually mean to say that it's an institution of farmer, led by farmer, and standing on its own feet as a business entity. Now, what are the things which will enable to do that? And I'll pinpoint only 3 factors. One factor is the market alignment, right? Whether the farmer producers organization or specifically farmer producers company has a defined product line, has their stable buyers, and also repeated sales. Sometimes I think those are also like important terminologies and factors to consider. The second point is financial readiness, where the FPC is able to access the term loan, working capital loan. Is there a transparent books of record and audited books of records? And finally, the organizational capability, where the professional management team on board and actively pursuing the role, along with a functional board and committees, are some of the critical indicators. I'll just also point 3, as you said, like, sir, I think how we support the ecosystem. There are 3 ways Satvas does that. One, we work with a lot of the NGOs and promoting institutions to build their capability in terms of understanding the value chain analysis, developing the business plans, and also providing them tools to assess the maturity and health of the farmer producers company. We also connect them with a lot of technical service providers who have farm management and business management solution, which I'm talking about the digitization part of the farmer producers company. The second work which you do, which is emerging now, is talking about a lot of, we are working with 361 right now, providing a lot of financial solutions, especially blended finance. So whether I think there is a market guarantee fund, or I think the FLD is like fastless guarantee fund, all these things we're experimenting right now while I'm speaking with farmer producers company, which is actually on different phases of their journey, hence customizing different financial product. And finally, we're working with large corporates in terms of defining and implementing their direct farm procurement or responsible sourcing program, where we connect specific commodities, regions, and directly connect to the farmers and FPOs in terms of sourcing the commodities. So I'll just pause and pass on to Lagadar.
So Ramlingam, based on what Debranjan has said, would you like to say coming from a macro point of view, as a system developer?
Thanks, sir, and good afternoon to you all. First of all, my congratulations to Samunnati Foundation for organizing this big event, and we are very, very happy to associate with this event. Now, coming to this question, that is, how do we define the FPO is enterprise ready? That is, our first speaker has given an overall perspective, and from the sphere in which we are working, we, from our experience, we feel that the FPO which has created a sound business plan and which have created market linkages and credit linkages, and they should be enough to be an enterprise ready. So for that, the key requirement is that the governance aspect, governance practices, the board of directors, there should be an active board of directors, and transparent decision making should be there. And if we say that how we are enabling this as an enabler, NABARD being the Apex Development Bank, and we have taken some intervention that happen to be a key enablers. When we say credit, mainly credit enablers, and one of the thing I would say that the dedicated subsidiary NABKISON, and they went, then they have the credit linkages that they have done. They were able to cover about 3,800, and they were also able to bring out with some models like grant cum loan model. And next I would say that that is ever since that when we were talking about the credit part, the first thing guidance note which was issued by the NABARD in 2020, which really guided the banks to evolve their products, and subsequently, though the mainstream banks are not very active. So the second, now after 5 years, now we are just assessing the ecosystem. Now we want to do something more on that. That is, we are working on that lendability assessment tool, which our Deputy Managing Director was indicating in the inaugural address. Once that comes, it would be a credit enabler, and another major step which is a credit enabler, which I would say that the credit guarantee scheme of NAB Sanrakshan, which nearly covered 2,400 FPOs now as on now. So other than that, of course, there are, we have been working on the formation part, FPOs formation, then development part. Now, one more element which I would say that to make the FPO enterprises, that is, we are working on that, the accelerator programs, projects on FPOs, and hope so with that, and plus the capacity building and the resource support, the support we are giving to resource support organization, that would act as a big enabler for FPOs enterprises. And this is my initial remark. Thanks.
Purna, would you like to dwell upon the point that have been made? There are common elements, especially strong board, professional management, the external linkages, the importance of credit. So what's your experience?
Sir, I guess from a larger perspective, the panelists have already spoken about the importance of governance and access to credit. From our own experience and dimension, I think what makes an FPO enterprise ready, there are two more dimensions. One is access to markets and being able to cater to markets that are catering to the demand, and adoption of technology. So I think credit we have already spoken, governance and the business plans, and those being the fundamentals, but they are the fundamentals. That's what makes it a good FPO. But what makes an FPO as an enterprise is when they have unlimited access to credit and connects with the market, and also unlimited access to all the technology that they need. More importantly, adoption, not just access. So this would be the additional perspectives.
Shweta ji, turning to you, now these people are seriously into looking at the business of these people and then trying to see how they can do business. In your case, on one side, from the parent side, yeah, you are into business of inputs. But from where you come, how do you see as a CSR person, how do you determine that an FPO is a serious entity into which investments are justified from a CSR angle, and whatever else that you have in mind?
Okay, so not from a CSR perspective, I see from a corporate perspective for a organization who is supporting the cause and also from the same industry. तो अगर हम उसके एंगल से देखें, and I'll just add Hindi and English together, जिससे कि सब समझ पाएँ कि एक कॉर्पोरेट उसे उस एंगल से देखता है कि जिस दिन वो FPO अपने पैरों पे खुद खड़ा हो पाएगा, है ना, तो जिसको बाहर से फंडिंग की सपोर्ट की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी, जहाँ जिसे इस बात की ज़रूरत नहीं होगी कि कोई मुझे मेरे बेसिक खर्चे चलाने के लिए पैसे दे पाए, और वो दिन होगा जब वो एंटरप्राइज लेवल पे पहुंच पाएगा, और इसके लिए हम काम करते हैं कि वो एक एंटरप्राइज लेवल पे पहुंचे, राइट। तो ये बहुत सारे पैरामीटर्स हैं जिस पे हम कहते हैं कि उसे फंडिंग के लिए ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, क्रेडिट की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, मार्केट एक्सेस की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, इनपुट की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, शायद हैंड होल्डिंग ज़रूरत पड़ेगी एग्रोनॉमी के लिए क्या करना है, और नबार्ड जैसे इंस्टीट्यूट्स, एग्रीकल्चर यूनिवर्सिटीज़ की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी। बट ये एक लेवल होगा जहाँ जाकर के वो एंटरप्राइज मिलेगा, जब एंटरप्राइज बनेगा तो वो अपने साथ पूरी कम्युनिटी को आगे ले जा पाएगा। सो दैट इज़ जहाँ पे मैं समझती हूँ कि हमें ये सारे FPOs को वहाँ ले जाना है, उस एंटरप्राइज लेवल पे ले जाना है, और वो तभी होगा जब सब मिलकर के इस जगह पर काम कर पाएंगे।
So Samuel, the point that she made was relating to FPOs being able to stand on their own legs, then technology adoption. She endorsed whatever else was said earlier. What does the bird's eye view look like? When you look across the globe, you see the features are common in terms of what makes an FPO enterprise ready.
Oh, yeah, so thanks for that. And I think members have already sort of highlighted what we consider collectively as the core sort of elements of an enterprise-ready, FPO. In other parts of the globe, you don't necessarily have them defined as farmer-producer organizations. Some countries have them as commercial farm associations. Takes on different names, but the principle is the same. And maybe just to highlight a couple of things. So obviously, the governance and management has been highlighted. I think that is critical. And when we set out to partner with Samunnati around the Lighthouse FPO project, that was one of the key facets of that work. They've talked about, credit and finance, but I think just to emphasize, it's not just credit, but it's financial health. So does the FPO, have a stable source of, income from its different activities beyond being able to access credit? And how stable is that? I think when they were presenting the State of the Sector report earlier, in the earlier session, the presenter touched on a couple of elements regarding financial health and the disparity. Obviously, we've talked about market orientation. I think systems and infrastructure is important, not just physical infrastructure, but also back-end systems that enable the organization to efficiently manage member services. And that's both partnerships outside, but also internally, which leads me to the final point, which is the member services, right? So we consider FPOs to really be enterprise ready if they do have or are on a journey towards maturity around member services. We just concluded a session where we were hearing about pension, right? So the ability to offer your members not just access to markets or access to finance, but access to savings, access to pension, access to insurance, that forms what we believe, makes an FPO enterprise ready, inward looking. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a whole lot of what you call converging points, and specific additions from each point of view that comes through. Maybe in the summary, we will look at how this looks like. Going a little bit further, I want to dwell into the specifics of what some of you do. Maybe Purna, I now turn to you. From your own experience of having dealt with this space, both as a credit person, also as a foundation person now, what it takes to make an FPO finance ready? What kind of things that have been tried and what needs to be tried further?
So, our own experience of the instant pre-approved loan, which kind of made a revolutionary wave of bringing in nascent FPOs into the credit space. I think I can bring about learnings from that particular product. And also one other solution where, Samunnati provides working capital support, which is aligned with the activities of the FPO and also aligned with the cash flows of the value chain. So I think one of the core fundamentals is don't look at an FPO as an FPO, but kind of customization from the dimension of the value chain they are part of, the cash flows that are tagged to the value chain, and most importantly, being able to take a bold risk call on the FPO's value chain dynamics. So that is what is the significant experience that we have had. And how can we take the call when we know that there is a business plan, there is a strong governing body behind that business plan, which is not just coming in from only the value chain and the cash flows, but is strongly backed by a leadership team that has a very clear thought on how they want to build their business further. So it's a combination of, I think credit is not standalone when, of our own experience. It has always been interplay of the value chain dynamics, their cash flows, and most importantly, timely cash. Even if it comes at a slightly higher cost, there is an element of interest probably slightly higher when they engage with us, but that comes at a time when the interest cost is offset because of the business opportunities that they are able to tap into and grow exponentially. So we have realized that our working capital solutions and the instant pre-approved loan. So basically for all the entry-level FPOs, the IPL product has become the launch pad for them to establish the credibility. So they establish themselves as credit-worthy, and then they start tapping into formal mainstream finance sources and are also able to engage with more members. So it's not just one part of finance, but the finance actually flows into continuous dynamics of more member engagement, their ability to actually attract more market players. So in that sense, FPOs as an asset class, which is what our engagement with the project through Gates Foundation was also, that was the significant learning that we had. So it's an interplay. So I would say from my dimension, Samunnati Finance and Samunnati Foundation that ways go hand in hand, because finance and capacity building, strengthening FPO governance, and timely finance with working capital and other instant support has played the role together.
Thank you for that, what do you call the interplay between the need for a good plan, that leads into credit, but then you also require to build their capacities. Mr. Ramalingam, from NABARD's point of view, especially when the DMD was speaking earlier, he said about the credit rating scoring models being prepared and meaning finalized. Also the need to customize products, not to think that whatever banks offer today will straight away help the kind of requirements for credit that are there. So how do you look at, how do we accelerate the readiness, both in terms of access to finance for FPOs and willingness of banks and financial institutions walk towards FPOs? Both sides, there should be a movement. So how do you look at it? What needs to be?
Yes, this NABARD and also the financial institutions, they are working on that, increasing the institutional finance to the FPO ecosystem. And NABARD, actually we are experimenting with different pilots and models. And one of the things I can say, that is which I was mentioning, now we have our own formed over 7,000 FPOs. Now we are focusing on consolidating this, not on new formation. Rather, we are trying to identify the missing links and address the links. So this is one of the accelerator projects we have implemented in Karnataka and Maharashtra, where we have that is where we are connecting with the markets as well as facilitating with the credit to achieve the defined deliverables within a time. Say turnover increasing from 50 to 100%, or profit increasing, and other deliverables achieved. So we have very good results, which our Deputy Managing Director was referring to morning. And we would like to work on that to upscale this. Maybe a large numbers that we are working on that in next couple of years. And this would be, this would be possible only with the credit support from the banks. And secondly, as the digital intervention is one of the key element is a key enabler also. Now, there are different agencies who are coming up with the different digital interventions, both for market linkages and credit linkages. So we want to have a comprehensive ERP for the FPOs, so that they can that can support them as a value chain player, both for market and credit linkage. That we are working on that. And this, as I was talking about the aggregator models, that accelerators models, that now we are in the mainstream agriculture, we are promoting FPOs and we are looking for the accelerators like that. But there are allied activities like fishery sector, animal husbandry, where still the FPOs are less in numbers, and then their enterprise is now not to that extent. So now we are closely working with the Department of Fisheries, Government of India. Their initiatives like they have aqua parks, clusters, fisheries clusters, like that. There we are trying to not only promote FPOs as well as the FPOs who are already in that fishery sector, to that aggregation and acceleration models we are trying to implement there. That is one of the important system. And I would like to just add one point here. When we have a study on FPO financing by an IIM Lucknow, that is internal study only. So we, from the market linkages perspective, they have come out with those, that is those FPOs which have value chain partners, market linkages. They are, they are better enablers for the credit facilities. And also on the credit perspective, there are a lot of there are a lot of innovative, tailor-made credit solutions are necessary to boost the credit flow. So there are also there are some financial institution apart from Samunnati, they are also experimenting with that successfully that has come out. The other financial institutions are also having some tailor-made or the solutions for that. That is pledge financing is implemented by the Axis Bank, and so the different models are coming. So we would like to now the successful models, there is a need for application and upscaling of that. So that's it.
Yeah, thank you for that. Some interesting accelerator programs going on. We expect that they will develop further. I turn to Debranjan now. We talk about this FPO ecosystem. What exactly we mean by this ecosystem? And the follow-up question to this also, 25 years of FPOs since the Act enabled incorporation of these as companies. And we are talking about 300 successful things we are able to discuss here. It's a pretty small number. So what exactly is that was missing? Apart from finance was one issue. What was that was missing that ecosystem players should have already supported, built up? And how do we see this happening now that we know they can come to a stage where they can be commercial, entrepreneurial?
Yeah, that's a great question, sir. So when we use the term ecosystem-led around the FPO, we mean the entire set of actors and enablers around the farmer producers companies or farmer producers organization, not the farmers themselves alone. Now this includes governments, policy and schemes, it includes banks and financial institutions, it includes corporate buyers and markets, it also includes philanthropy and also NGOs, and technical service provider, the AgTech ecosystem, which is like increasingly happening in India, and finally the capacity building organizations. And the health of the farmer producers organization depends on how these actors converge. Now, if we see historically, a lot of these initiatives in terms of building the successful FPO happens at individual thematic-led approach. Initially, when it started in India, started in Madhya Pradesh, a lot of the interventions started on promoting the seed supply chain, largely focusing on the agri-input side. That became a very successful model. People started knowing, okay, there is certain level of, I think, profitability, I think we can go. If you do seed, there is certain interest. If you do fertilizer and pesticides. So it's a very powerful model. And in fact, a lot of the farmer producers organizations within Madhya Pradesh, they also being the seed producers. So they professionally become seed producers and started working and supplying to seeds to farmers or other B2B players there. Now, after a certain point, when you cross that limit, an era came, I think, which is still continuing, which talks about a lot of the front-end side, the market linkage side. All of a sudden, everyone just started talking about, okay, a production part and the productivity and the agri-input side of the value chain has been taken care of. The real success also lies right now, can you connect to the markets? So a lot of the intervention, this is, I'm saying like from, and I was talking to Sam, and like 2014, I recall, I think almost like now 10 plus years, that momentum started where all farmer producers companies started gearing of connecting with the markets, understanding what is the quality norms, buying criteria, what is a contract compliance means, and they started working on this. So ecosystem started shifting towards the front end side of the value chain. Now slowly what is happening is now a lot of enablers coming in. Like in between, I think the access to finance layer was there, which are supporting both the input and the output side. Agri-tech ecosystem which emerged in the last 5 years, everyone now started saying what sort of technological solutions can be integrated at the farmer producers company level, whether it's a digital business solution platform, an ERP solutions, or a farm advisory solutions. Now this has started coming in and talking about bringing more extension, cost efficacies, all these things now started into it. So what I mean to say is we have evolved over the last 25 years, but we have evolved individual thematic ways. Now it is high time to merge into like one common platform. And this is where the digital, classic example, India is now riding on the digital public infrastructure. Now the financial solutions has been like classic example where you are doing like the monetary transaction which is DPI is now created. Agri-stack is on the radar now. I believe a whole stack approach where you can integrate, you create this road where all the service layers starting from market, finance, digitizations, more importantly also professional people which is required at the farmer producers company level. If we integrate well, I think we're building more successful, healthier and enterprise-ready FPOs.
Manmohan ji, I will now turn to you. ये अभी तो जो पहला सवाल के जवाब में बहुत सारी चीज़ बोला गया है कि अच्छा बोर्ड चाहिए, अच्छे प्रोफेशनल CEO चाहिए, फिर लोगों को मेंबर से ज़्यादा एंगेजमेंट रहना चाहिए, फिर इसके बाद मार्केट लिंकेज चाहिए, टेक्निकल सर्विस सपोर्ट चाहिए, ये सब होगा और भी है 3-4 चीज़ें, ये सब होगा तो FPO ज़रा कमर्शियली या एंटरप्रेन्योरली काम करने का एक बिजनेस जैसा फंक्शन करने के लिए वो काबिल होगा. तो आपने तो FPO के साथ रहे हैं, कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं, आपके मन में क्या लगता है कि किस किस चीज़ बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि एक FPO एक्टिव हो जाए, तो मार्केट फेसिंग हो जाए, एक लोन लेने के लिए तैयार हो जाए, एक बिजनेस करने के लिए तैयार हो जाए, आपकी नज़र से क्या क्या बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है?
FPO में पहले तो जो अपना नीचे का इस तरह का काम है जो किसानों से जुड़ाव है, मेन तो वो चीज़ है. यदि FPO का किसान से जुड़ाव है तो उसका काम अच्छा हो सकता है. काम अच्छा होता है इन द सेंस जैसे माल खरीदा माल को प्रिक्योरमेंट किया, फिर सेल किया, मार्केट ले गए। ये तभी होगा जब किसानों से जुड़ा होगा। यदि कोई एफपीओ डायरेक्टली बन के और डायरेक्टली काम कर रहा है जैसे मार्केट से या कहीं से, तो वो इतने अच्छे से काम नहीं कर सकता। इन द सेंस इसके लिए उनको पहले मार्केट देखना होगा, किसान देखने होंगे, जो किसान अपने जो मेंबर हैं उनको क्या क्या कठिनाइयाँ हो रही हैं, जो कठिनाइयाँ उनके लिए सॉल्व करने के लिए होता ही होगा। फिर उसको फाइनेंस की ज़रूरत पड़ेगी, तो फिर फाइनेंस लेके फिर वो काम कर सकता है। जैसे अपना आईपीएल लोन है, आईपीएल लोन के तहत जैसे कोई एफपीओ 6 महीने चल गया, अदर कोई बैंक लोन नहीं दे रही है, लेकिन समुन्नति में ये फैसिलिटी है कि 6 महीने के बाद उसको 5 लाख का लोन दिया जाता है, तो बहुत अच्छी सुविधा है। उसके लिए क्या है, जैसे वो काम लोन लिया, काम किएगा, फिर वो पेमेंट करेगा किसान को माल खरीदने के लिए, क्योंकि पहले तो उसके पास लोन है नहीं, कहीं से पैसा नहीं है, उसके पास फंडिंग होती, 1 लाख रुपये जोड़ लेते और वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करा लेते, तो 1 लाख से काम होगा नहीं, 5 लाख मिलने से उसका काम चलने लगेगा। मेन तो यही है उसमें। फिर इसके जस्ट बाद वो काम करेगा, तो जैसे किसानों को, जब किसानों के साथ जुड़ते हैं तो किसानों की कई समस्याएं होती हैं, पारिवारिक समस्याएं होती, खेती की समस्या होती, पैसे की समस्या होती, तो उसके समुन्नति ने एक और लोन अप्रूवल किया है सफल, तो वो डायरेक्ट किसानों को दिया जाता है। तो उसमें सब में बड़ी फैसिलिटी ये है कि किसी किसान का जुड़ाव नहीं हो रहा है एफपीओ से, और वो उस किसान को ज़रूरत है तो वो किसान उससे जुड़ सकता है, उसी किसान को लोन दिया जाएगा जो किसान उसके मेंबर हैं, अदरवाइज लोन नहीं देते उसमें। जो एफपीओ की कंडीशन है, एफपीओ में ऐसा करते लोग। तो मेन तो यही 2 चीज़ें हैं। इसके बाद इसमें एक और है अपने एफपीओ में, एफपीओ एकेडमी। एफपीओ एकेडमी का भी बहुत बड़ा रोल है, क्योंकि जो नए हो या पुराने एफपीओ हों, कोई भी एफपीओ है पूरी तरह से सक्षम तो होते नहीं, तो उसमें एकेडमी में ये सब चीज़ दिखाई गई हैं, कैसे काम करना है, कैसे किसानों से एंगेज होना है, कौन सी समस्या आएगी तो क्या करना है, ये जैसे आरओसी कब कराना है, फाइलिंग कब कराना है, इसमें क्या क्या कमियां हो सकती हैं, और कब कब क्या क्या सुधार करना है, ये सारी चीज़ें उसमें मर्ज हैं एकेडमी में। तो इस प्रकार से बहुत अच्छा है। और एक और अपना था, क्या था, ग्रेडिंग टूल्स। ग्रेडिंग टूल्स भी बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है। इसमें क्या होता है, जैसे एफपीओ बनाने के लिए तैयार हो गए, जैसे हमने सोचा एफपीओ बनाना है, कल हम किसी एनजीओ से मिले या कहीं से मिले और एफपीओ बनाने के लिए तैयार हो गए, 10 लोग जोड़ लिए, तैयार हो गए। उसके बाद ग्रेडिंग टूल्स से हमें ये जानकारी मिलती है कि एफपीओ में कहाँ कमियाँ हैं, वो किस लेवल पे अभी चल रहा है एफपीओ, वो कहाँ कहाँ सुधार करने की आवश्यकता है, ये सब चीज़ें ग्रेडिंग टूल्स से मिलती हैं। और फिर इसके जस्ट बाद आपका एफपीओ नेक्स्ट। एफपीओ नेक्स्ट प्लेटफॉर्म का ये मतलब है, जो समुन्नति द्वारा निकल गया, उसमें क्या है कि हम सारी बैलेंस शीटें अपलोड कर सकते, सारे किसान का डेटा रख सकते, और रोबो कॉल, कोई मीटिंग होती, कोई इन्फॉर्मेशन देना किसान को, तो उसके थ्रू रोबो कॉल भी करा सकते, तो बहुत अहम भूमिका है। और इसके साथ भी ये है कि हमारे किसान मित्र जितने भी हैं, उनको यदि लोन चाहिए है माल खरीदने के लिए, तो हम लोग तो डायरेक्ट लोन दे नहीं पाते एफपीओ, तो उसमें ये है कि वो डायरेक्ट उससे एफपीओ नेक्स्ट से लोन के लिए अप्लाई करेगा, और हमें लगता है वो किसान सही है तो हम उसके लिए लोन एक्सेप्ट कर देंगे, समुन्नति से लोन हमारे पास आ जाएगा, हम उसको माल दे देंगे। तो ये बहुत बेस्ट काम है हमारे हिसाब से, यही मेन इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ें हैं उसमें।
नहीं, थैंक यू। आपका जो नज़र में जो है, ये आईपीएल एक अच्छा सुविधा है कि शुरुआत में जो एफपीओस है वो
जी,
फिर आप ये भी बोले एफपीओ नेक्स्ट आप इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं
जी,
मतलब इस प्लेटफॉर्म में आपको ज़्यादा सपोर्ट मिलता है
जी।
तो इकोसिस्टम डेवलपमेंट जब बोलते हैं, देवब्रजन जी बोल रहा था, टेक्निकल सर्विसेज है, जानकारी जो मिलना चाहिए,
जी, जी।
स्किल सेट मिलना चाहिए, ऐसे एक डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म होते से भी इसमें काफ़ी काम हो सकती है,
जी,
है ना?
जी सर। और इसमें एफपीओ नेक्स्ट में तो ये भी है अपना कि जैसे एफपीओ कनेक्ट हैं जितने भी, तो उसमें एक न्यूज टाइप का ऑप्शन है, जैसे फेसबुक चलता है ना उस टाइप से, कि कोई मीटिंग डाल रहा है तो वो भी उसमें डाल रहा है, कोई कार्यक्रम कर रहा है तो वो भी उसमें ऐड करके डाल रहा है। और अपना ये आईपीएल तो वरदान साबित है नई एफपीओ के लिए, कि वो काम करने के लिए उसके लिए पैसा मिल रहा है।
Yes, Shweta ji, I now come back to you. So, in the CSR funding, you shortlist the kind of themes and activities, institutions that need to be supported. When you look at the FPO sector, how do these decisions come through? What kind of impact expectations you have in them? Yeah.
Okay, so जब हम FPO select करते हैं तो obviously the grading tool helps, right, to find out who is the eligible, किसकी इच्छा है business करने के लिए, क्या उनके अंदर ही FPO members क्या business को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं या उसके लिए सक्षम है, तो वो grading tool उसमें help करता है. और फिर जब वो एक grading tool बनने के बाद obviously सारे सब जैसे कि देव ने बोला कि बहुत सारे लोगों को मिलकर आना पड़ता है एक साथ टू हेल्प दीज FPO कि वो एक लेवल तक पहुंच सके. उसके बाद FPOs को हम एक अलग अलग स्टेजेस पे देखते हैं. तो जैसे कि क्रॉलिंग स्टेज पे जब वो स्टार्टिंग कर रहे हैं, उनके लाइसेंसिंग बन रही हैं, राइट. उसके बाद वो आते हैं जब वो वॉक करना चालू करते हैं, राइट, या फिर वो रन करते हैं. और जब फ्लाई में आते हैं तब हम उनको कहते हैं कि वो एंटरप्राइज बन गए, है ना, कि वो इस लेवल पे पहुंच गए कि अब वो अपना खुद चला सकते हैं, एक बिजनेस यूनिट बन चुके हैं और नेक्स्ट लेवल पे. तो ये हम इस तरीके से इसको देखते हैं अलग अलग स्टेज पे. और इंटरनली हमें ऐसा लगता है कि क्योंकि FPO क्या है, एक बिजनेस है, राइट, एक स्टार्टअप है. अब स्टार्टअप को एक बाहर से मेंटरिंग की ज़रूरत होती है. और कोटेवा में जैसे कि सुब्रतो ने भी बोला कि हम विमेन FPO सपोर्ट करते हैं और हमें लगता है कि कहीं पे भी उनको भी एक मेंटरिंग की ज़रूरत है. तो कोटेवा में हमने स्टार्ट किया है कि हमारे जो लीडर्स हैं who have a very good business acumen, they will be mentoring these selected FPOs to make them cross, कि वो एक लेवल से नेक्स्ट लेवल तक पहुंच सके. तो जो आज रन स्टेज पर हैं, एक लेवल तक पहुंच गए हैं, उनकी बेसिक चीज़ें सारी कंप्लीट हो चुकी हैं, जो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स हैं FPO के, वो उसको नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए उनको वो बिजनेस एक्यूमेन का ट्रेनिंग, मेंटरिंग, हैंड होल्डिंग देंगे. तो आई थिंक दैट विल हेल्प.
Thank you, Shweta ji, to go walk through also the different levels of FPOs. How do you come to these decisions? Hopefully, this also drive you to see what kind of gaps are there, which the project will support. Samuel, I now turn to you. Mr. Manmohan earlier when we talked about from their own point of view, he said that having an intermediary institution to introduce the FPO to people who are providing services, who are providing business linkages and all is necessary in the initial stage. Without that, it's very difficult for them. In terms of the ecosystem development that have taken place, he was talking about this pre-approved loans which Samunnati is operating, the grading tools that are now there in the market, and also this web-based digital platform on FPO Next, which provides lots of information about what you do on FPO formation, compliances, the technical side of doing business and financial management. That's helpful. This is what he had to say. Of course, she had talked about how they grade FPOs with inputs from people who are in the field, and based on that come to corporate decisions on CSR funding. For you, the question is, globally when you look at the farmer aggregation enterprise mode, we won't use the term FPO to you, what stands out in terms of how we take this model forward? In that, I'll add one question from the audience. Mr. M.B. Rao is wanting to know, world over, we have got small farms, small quantities of, what do you call, products. And when they have to face the market, they are meeting bigger players. The ability to bargain, the ability to negotiate is very poor. How do you bridge this gap? So is there some global experience on this as well?
You know, so thanks for that. So on the first question, I think it's already been alluded to regarding the experience from the FPO perspective. I think the important thing is that we get to a level where we're not having sort of this individualized sort of assessments or products or engagements. If we can get, for example, to a standardized set of tools, they referred to sort of the assessment tools. And one of the sort of elements we had within the Lighthouse FPO was, could we get to a standardized set of tools that all the different stakeholders understood and had access to. So that as an FPO is maturing and looking to build partnerships, they understand that at a certain point, we will need to be rated. And what are we required to have in order to successfully get over that? So it's not about them sort of going out and saying, oh, you know, what do we start with? Do we start with governance? Do we start with, you know, audited books? But there is a standardized set of tools and they understand. And I think that's the exciting thing about, you know, a convening like this, where you have different FPOs come together, different teams come together and share experiences and say, hey, when we were growing, you know, and maturing, and we wanted to sort of get into the next step, you know, increase our lines of credit, we had to undergo this process, right? So I think it's important from a global perspective. What we've seen is that whether you're talking about, you know, farmer aggregators, whether you're talking about access to specific credit tools, what starts out as individualized engagements, as soon as you get that standardized and everyone in the industry understands, when I approach an FPO, what am I looking for in terms of their readiness to engage? If I'm an FPO and I'm looking to take the next step, what are those steps like and how do I go about it? So I think that is really important for, you know, the ecosystem to understand. Very quickly on the question of sort of the bargaining power, I think that's, to me, I believe that's really at the core of, you know, the movement of farmer aggregation. And I think one of the speakers earlier on talked about, I think they had he used the phrase to say, if you're a farmer, you either give up farming or you you know, come together with others, because there's strength in numbers, right? So obviously, the bigger you are, and I remember when I went out to visit a couple of FPOs with the Samunnati team 2 years ago, I learned about, you know, was it a union now? Sorry? Federation. The federation, right? So again, there are levels here, right? So you start with an FPO, then you have a federation. And the more you have in numbers, the greater your bargaining power. I think in South America, for example, if I can end with this, when you look at certain value chains, like coffee, right? In South America, the key exporters of these coffee beans globally are actually farmer cooperatives. And they have the ability to negotiate premium because, you know, they start at the village level, but by the time they get to export, they're really unions. And with a union, you're able to tackle things like traceability, get a premium for your crop. So I think we're definitely seeing aggregation being a critical factor in terms of just engaging across different facets of this business. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. We are now getting into a rapid fire question. We have to wind up in a minute's time. Last question, 3 phrases from each of you. What are the 3 priorities that you think are there to make the FPOs go to the next level? Yeah, Purna, start.
So, aligned with the theme of the conference, sir, first is partnerships with the ecosystem players across all facets of the agri-ecosystem, right from inputs all the way until the end consumer, strong governance and strong access to finance and markets.
मनमोहन जी, ये FPOs को अगला लेवल पे लेके जाने के लिए 3 खास मुद्दा आपका क्या है?
FPO को नेक्स्ट लेवल पे ले जाने के लिए हम अपनी साइड की बात बताएं कि पूरा बताएं? हम ठीक है, हमारे यहाँ का नेक्स्ट लेवल ले जाने का ये सिस्टम चल रहा है कि ये कंसोर्शियम बनाया अभी हमने मिलके सम्मति के साथ में पार्टनरशिप में। तो उस कंसोर्शियम में अभी 21 FPO जुड़े हैं, 15,000 फार्मर्स जुड़े हैं और अभी सभी FPO का टर्नओवर लगभग 2-3 करोड़ के ऊपर पहुंच चुका है। तो ये है कि हम सभी FPO को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं, सम्मति के माध्यम से लोन भी दिला रहे हैं और अदर फैसिलिटी जिसको चाहिए है गवर्नमेंट के थ्रू वो भी साथ में कर रहे हैं। तो ये मानो कि हमारे यहाँ के FPO बहुत अच्छे से चलेंगे और जितनी FPO के साथ हमारा काम चल रहा है वो FPO बहुत जल्दी ही बहुत अच्छी ग्रोथ करेंगे।
Deep?
Sir, I'll use the word of the whole stake approach, which is combination of three indicators, I'll say. One is again market readiness. Second is again invest in the professional team, attract the team which can sustain rather than a dependency on the promoting NGO. The third one is build the systems, which is cost reduction, CRP solution, digitization. And finally, bring innovation so that active shareholder can be enhanced rather than a passive beneficiary is there.
Shweta ji?
I completely agree with whatever has been said. There are multiple things, and I completely buy the point that everybody who is involved in, and especially the board members, they have to take up their responsibilities like an organization. So, wo kaise hoga? How are we ensuring that each one holds one responsibility and take it through, not depending on one or two? The other is, of course, digitalization, because if it's not done, FPOs will not be able to live to a level that we would like to see them to. And of course, coming up together is one important part.
Samuel?
Yeah, I think for me, at the ecosystem level, I would say, again, partnerships are really important. Two, I would say an enabling policy environment. And that, of course, pulls in, both public sector and other actors. And the third, I would say, is really insights and learning. So I really got excited by the launch of the State of the Sector, because then that shows how we are collectively doing, where the gaps are, and where we need to, work more. So those would be the three for me.
Ramlingam?
Yes, so though there are many interventions needed, I would like to point out three things which we are also focusing on that. The one is the innovative and tailor-made credit solutions. The second one is promotion of aggregation models. And third one, I say that mentorship. Mentorship means I'm not telling about just capacity building. It's more than that. That is, we have, just for instance, we have onboarded the FPOs into ONDC market, ONDC platform, but that is not enough. We need to do something more than that, development of product catalogs, guide them in packaging and branding, like that. And also similar, this thing also one more, I mean, we have morning Deputy Managing Director was also indicating that is the commodity markets where FPOs have been onboarded there. So now, more than the capacity building, mentorship is required. So these three things we are focusing on that, beside various other interventions. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we had a fascinating discussion here. We also received a couple of questions. One we answered. There is another question on how to fill in the gap on marketing and technical skill expertise, how to give a gender focus. I will wait for an announcement at the end of this session to be made to answer that question. Basically, what we have talked about is most FPOs are willing to become enterprises, but they require support. They require support from an external source because internally the skill sets and the experience level is currently short. But then, given that, like Vilas's, the Sahyadri Farms is a classic example of where they can go. So are the ecosystem developers, including those who provide finance, technical services, market access, are they willing to look at farmer aggregations as a low-risk, high-efficiency kind of institution with which they can interact? The point I made about risk being pushed down to them morning when I was talking about Thanksgiving, that's a very important part of how the ecosystem responds to the FPO's requirements. And then the ability of these institutions to directly deal with farmers cuts out some of the issues in the losses and the loss of efficiency in the transmission process. So hopefully this session gave some insights, and we will continue to have this dialogue maybe in split sessions that follow from now onwards. One thing is for sure, the ecosystem has woken up to the potential of FPOs, and they are more willing to engage today. There are more consulting firms, there are more rating and grading firms, more financiers who are willing to deal. So the future is positive. With that, thank you all for your patience.
Thank you to all our panelists for their valuable insights. May I now request Mr. N. Srinivasan, Chairman of Samunnati, to please felicitate them. Shri Ramalingam, General Manager, NABARD. Mr. Samuel, Program Manager, Gates Foundation. Ms. Shweta Singh, Community Partnership and Sustainability Lead, Corteva Agri-science. A huge round of applause, please. Mr. Manmohan Dubey, CEO, Gurudev Mahila Crop Producer Company Limited. Mr. Debaranjan Pujahari, Partner, Satwa Consulting. Ms. Purna Pushkala, CEO, Samunnati Foundation. Thank you all. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, before we break for lunch, we have a very important moment lined up. The launch of a closure report. May I please request everyone's attention as we mark this special release. Mr. Sridhar Ishwaran, can we please have you on the stage?
Thank you, delegates. I request Purna to We have a very important announcement from our founder and CEO, Mr. Anil.
I'll just take, no, you have to be here. Yeah, for the announcement, all of you here. I'll just take 2 minutes and I'll not come between you and lunch. First and foremost, thank you for staying back. सबको जो यहाँ रुके हैं, बहुत धन्यवाद. आपको और लंच ब्रेक के बीच में नहीं आऊँगा, बट 2-3 चीज़ बोलना था आपसे और एक इम्पॉर्टेंट अनाउंसमेंट शेयर करना था. The journey of FPOs for Samunnati, I would say, couldn't have happened at this scale but for a very, very encouraging partnership that got stitched with Gates Foundation, BMGF, in 2017-18. So this project, please remember that years were 2017-18 when the 10,000 FPOs had not got announced. People still didn't know what the FPO space was and how it is going to manifest. But credit to the team at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation to have foreseen the potential of this sector and called for people and partnerships that can look at creating FPOs as an asset class. It was a bold vision of making FPOs business entities and having an ecosystem that looks beyond just aggregation, not just credit, but insurance and grading tool and market linkages as well as advisory services. It encompassed everything. We, as Samunnati, were grateful to have got that opportunity, and we worked together hand in hand with a lot of encouragement from Gates Foundation. And this project report is a culmination of that project with Gates Foundation. So on behalf of all of you, I would express my gratitude to Mr. Samuel for his guidance and also to the entire team at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation for having given us this opportunity. Now, as they say, good work brings more work, and any good initiative, you cannot say it is over. It is only a stepping stone for doing something more big, more audacious, and more, things that can bring pride. So it gives me immense privilege to say and announce that the next phase of this journey that got supported by the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, which culminated now, is paving way to a new initiative that is being called FPO Scale X. Now, that's the thumping sound that it is a good initiative, because the entity that we are going to partner indeed is being represented by the gentleman who made the thumping sound, Dave, and the Sattva's team. Samunnati is looking forward to Sattva being a fellow partner in taking this initiative of FPO ScaleX. ScaleX has nothing to do with SpaceX. We are still here, but the idea is, we heard a couple of people in the morning talk about FPOs that scale faster and have a potential for an immense turnover in terms of financial numbers. We also heard Honorable Minister talk about FPOs that are already 100 crores, and many of the FPOs are at 10 crore plus turnover. So the objective and the aspiration of ScaleX is identifying about 300 FPOs, which we have almost, handhold them in a scientific manner at an ecosystem level by collaborating with the ecosystem players, with Samunnati partnering with Sattva, and Sattva and Samunnati looking at a minimum of at least 100 such FPOs in the next 18 to 24 months, becoming each 100 crore entities. So we are indeed looking at 100 crore FPOs as a minimum, and some of you may be in this room, maybe one of you is on the stage. So Manmohan ji, aapko ek banna hai, 100 crore FPO, okay? So the aspiration is, you as 100 crore FPOs have both the opportunity and the potential to inspire 1,000 more, which can get to 20 crores, 30 crores, maybe 10,000 more that can get to 10 crores plus. So please join me in wishing this initiative a grand success, and hopefully in the 6th conclave next, we will give an update on where ScaleX is, and God willing, in the 7th edition, we may actually have 100 crore FPOs seated in the front row. Let's hope. Let's visualize. Thank you very much. Thank you for all for staying back.
We now break for lunch. Please enjoy lunch, and may I request all our guests to be back in the hall by 2:15 p.m. I know it's a brief break, so we'll truly appreciate your cooperation in returning on time. Thank you. I repeat, we resume by 2:15 p.m. Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch. May I please request you to take your seats as we are about to begin the next session. And also, please ask your colleagues who are outside to join us as we get ready for the next session. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you've had a good lunch. May I please request everyone to take your seats and also request your colleagues who are outside to join us for the next session. Also, there's an announcement. Outside Hall 3, there are several agri-enterprises which are showcasing their brand exhibits. Whenever you get the time, we encourage you to please go and visit them and explore their work. Thank you. We'll begin the next panel in a minute or so. Moving on to the next session, building on the conversation around making FPOs enterprise ready, let's now turn our attention to another pressing priority, climate resilience. Because enterprise readiness is not just about financial and market linkages, but also about how FPOs adapt to the changing realities of climate and sustainability. Our next session, Empowering Communities Through FPO-led Adoption of Climate-Smart Agriculture Technologies, will explore how collective ownership can unlock sustainable change. To guide this important session, I invite our moderator, Mr. Nilanjan Ghose, Project Director at GIZ India, to please lead the panel. Can we have a big round of applause for Mr. Nilanjan Ghose? Let's also welcome our panelists with a big round of applause as they come up on the stage. We have Shri Loken Das, Chief General Manager, NABARD. Ms. Huda Jafar, Director, Selco Foundation. Ms. Neha Kansara, Chief Operating Officer, FWWB India. And Ms. Priya Naik, Founder and Director, Samhita Social Ventures Private Limited.
Request the delegates who are seated behind to please come forward so that it can be a much more engaging and enriching conversation along with the panel. Mr. Ghose, the stage is yours. We can get started.
Good afternoon and welcome you back from the lunch. I take this opportunity to thank Samunnati Foundation for allowing GIZ to organize and curate this particular session. What we will try to do is, we have roughly 45 minutes and we have 4 panelists, so we will try to wrap up by 3:10 315 max. We heard a lot in the first session that agriculture is a complex sector and it has a lot of interlinkages with different factors, different institutions, different issues. It has a direct link to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. The sector is crucial in attending the SDGs, not only to address hunger and nutrition, but also as a significant determinant of natural resources, sustainability, GHG emissions, and environmental quality. The same may be said as far as the NDC targets are concerned, because agriculture is an important role to play in each of the 3 NDC targets that has been agreed by Government of India in the International Forum of UNFCCC. Agriculture is affected by climate change, and it also affects climate change. Food has to be grown in a more hostile environment. The challenge is to produce the same or more quantity of food with lower emissions by changing the practice and method of production. So as we move on to a scenario of Viksit Bharat for 2047, there is a need to shift in the strategy from growth to efficient growth, such that any increase in productivity is associated with a reduction in average cost of production. This requires upgradation of agricultural technology, application of modern skills to farm practices, and new innovations in farming and lowering wastage in the usage of fertilizer, water, and other inputs. This particular session is designed to talk about what can be done with specific focus on promotion of climate-smart technologies to improve the income potential of farmers. And against this backdrop, we would also discuss what and how the FPOs can contribute, how FPOs can lead to a partnership which encourages not just technology deployment, but also technology adoption, to overall leading to improved income for the farmers. So with that, I would now focus on the first panelist. We are extremely lucky to have Mr. Loken Das, Chief General Manager, NABARD, Assam Regional Office. Sir, we had the opportunity to hear and learn what NABARD is doing in the earlier sessions. And we also know that NABARD Assam has taken a lot of initiatives in the agri and allied sector, especially working for improving the livelihood of farmers, improving the income of farmers. I am also aware of the interventions in and around the fishery sector that you have undertaken through your program. My first question would be if you can elaborate what specific activities or actions that you from your NABARD office is taking and how that is linked to the larger vision of NABARD in general. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ghoshji. Let me first start with saluting the farmers. All of you who are here. I often say that we sit in AC offices, we move around because someone somewhere is toiling, which may not be wearing much other than a loincloth. और ये मान के चलता हूँ कि हमें उनके लिए ही काम करना है. And being from a family of such a situation, I must start with saluting you all for giving us food. Thank you. Going to the question of Gozi, in Assam, we have been, NABARD has been functioning in very different ways from quite a long period, like in any other state of the country we were on since 1982. Regarding this present situation where we are taking up the current set of interventions, especially taking into account the need of the hour, that is ensuring growth, ensuring availability of food, ensuring sustainability of the procedures, ensuring proper and rightful income to the farmers. We have initiated with transition to renewable energy and also technology-based or say digital technology-based or present days technology-based farming to enhance efficiencies. We are thankful to many institutions like Selco Foundation Director Madam is here, GIG is here, and many other institutions which had supported us in taking the case forward, and basically we all partner together. It's not that NABARD is doing, it's actually we are doing in partnership. One is trying to bring in use of solar energy, solar-based energy in fisheries, both for production and also processing. Another area that we are trying is where we have solar operated weather stations in few spots, one for rice in Sivsagar, one for small tea growers in Nagaon district, one for it's for TDF projects, so better to say horticultural products, horticultural projects or horticultural cultivation in one particular area called Udalguri. Why we are trying to do is, what we are trying to do is that how is it that in the hinterlands, in remote areas, also we can use solar energy to power those gadgets which gives us enough information and analysis based on which farmers can take a informed decision and efficiency of their use of resources is enhanced as well as production is enhanced. Once resource use efficiency enhances, production is also goes up and productivity also goes up. So finally we can have better input, better output and enhancing the income of the farmers. So that takes into account the requirement of energy, but we are going for renewable energy. So that's, that's an answer to the climate question, enhancing farmers' income and also sustainability of the whole thing, because sustainability doesn't mean sustainability of income. Sustainability of income will come when the land will remain sustainable, when the soil will remain living. So as already our DMD Sahab have intimated about many other initiatives, regarding climate proofing and climate change related initiatives, NABARD has taken up many initiatives. In Assam, we have just initiated 2 agroecology based approach in tribal development fund projects, where the projects were completed and we have initiated this. This is basically to promote natural farming to ensure that chemical use is reduced or is taken down to the level of 0. Then use of other pollutants. Now many of the farmers here, you will be utilizing mulching materials for production of different crops, which has become a very common thing. But what happens to those plastics after the production is there, after the that session is over. Normally they are like disposed in very different ways. Some throws it away, some will burn it. But finally it all results in some kind of a pollution or some kind of harming the environment. So what we are trying to popularize is natural mulch. Say for example, a crop like mint, which spreads too fast. It reduces the requirement of other kind of mulches. So when we go for some biomulches or such kind of mulches, like using a proper this thing, and then the soil remains living because soil is not disturbed. Soil is not disturbed by rain directly. Soil may not be heated up so much because sunlight will not directly fall on the soil. And based on that, we try to enhance the efficiency of production from a particular plot of land or a unique area by promoting multi-cropping. Some call it polycropping nowadays. We used to call it multi-story cropping, so that we can use the solar energy at different levels. We can have production at all points of time. The soil remains live because less of chemicals are used. And for the farmer has the option of getting income at different times of the year. These are some of the initiatives just to begin with. Definitely solar energy use promotion, and but along with that I must have to also add one particular area. What we are trying to make our farmers realize is the requirement of proper use of or the necessity of proper use of the inputs. That we are taking up in a very different ways, mostly trying to take them towards natural farming. Even the key person who had promoted natural farming, Subhas Palekar, he was also invited for a specific training to Assam in July. He went there, he stayed there, and he taught our farmers. And many of our FPOs, FPO members we sent from different districts. So we are trying to create an ecosystem intervention so that farmers' income grows, productivity from unit area grows, production grows, production will definitely grow, will increase with a growth of, productivity. And then the whole thing remains sustainable because there is a emphasis on not utilizing dangerous chemicals, or also to try and utilize any kind of technology-based solutions which will be good for the soil, good for the environment, good for the water. We throw anything, it finally kills the soil. A small piece of plastic, if it is strewn if it is there in the soil, it will kill that portion of soil. And when it becomes too many numbers, all of you can try and see. When you make small holes in the mulching material, what do you do of those small pieces of plastics? I have seen in farms, those are strewn here and there. Now here in Assam, what we are trying to do is, we are trying to encourage FPOs to collect that. And I have spoken with the Center for this one CPET institution is here, Plastic Engineering, Central Institute of Plastic Engineering. So there I have discussed with them, and we are trying to come up with some molds so that those plastics can be reused. These are different ways we are trying. And just to end it all, we are doing with different activity. In case of fishery only, because Assam fish demand is very high, in partnership with Selco. Selco is the larger donor there. NABARD is the next one. We have established a Aqua Techno Park, which even our Honorable CM agreed to come and inaugurate, so that our farmers, our FPOs will get training there, and then they will have a source where it will be run by farmers, and it will be done by, benefit will be to all the farmers. I just want to share one more experience of Tripura. I had walked in Tripura before coming to Assam. The FPO both the FPOs, the 2-3 FPOs are here. The FPO that I'm going to mention is Bagma but it starts with Bagma APCL. I mean, they call it BAPCL, Bagma Agro Producer Company Limited. Why I am making a mention of them is, we have actually, when I was there, we sanctioned a small project to them for developing an app. And in that app, the objective was to capture the market price and market demand of different agro products in the nearest market of the farmer, so that in the nearby markets, which we will call neighborhood markets, the information from neighborhood market in most part of the country are not captured and not disseminated much. So that we actually try to encourage them. They have done it, so anybody can go to that app. They will know which is the market nearer to me, where I get products. I want to buy some sabzi or something, which I can get at an ample quantity and at a lesser price, or price which fits me. If I am a farmer, I know where the demand is, I can go and sell. Because neighborhood farmer is the most, neighborhood markets are the markets where the farmer feels the most comfortable to go and most comfortable to buy from. This I am just informing you. Maybe afterwards some more discussion, and that may become a case study. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, just to take forward from where Mr. Das left, GIZ, through the solar in rural areas, the project that we are part of, what they are looking at is how can clean technologies be used in different value chains to improve the productivity, in the sense to add value to the end product, to ensure that the product has improved lifespan, longevity of the product. How those things can not just add value to the end product, but also increase the income potential for the farmers. Now, I would now come to Huda. Deployment of climate smart technologies can definitely reduce the drudgery of the farmers. It also allows value add. A group-based asset utilization, a group-based model generally increases the asset utilization potential, and therefore it reduces the per capita cost that needs to be provided to purchase that particular asset. But it also has that inherent challenge of ownership, because for an asset which is owned by an individual, it's very clear that the ownership lies with the person who has paid for it. In a group-based model, although it has these advantages, there is this dichotomy or this risk. So my question to you is twofold. One, how do you as Selco Foundation look at technologies which make more sense as a group-based model? And then how do you deal with this challenge of ownership where the ownership is shared?
Sure. Thank you so much for the question, and thank you so much for having us on the panel as well. Good afternoon, everyone. So just to one step back before I go into the group ownership. Climate smart solutions, what are they, right? So as rightly mentioned, either there's energy efficiency and your productive use equipment or mechanization that you're using is powered by clean energy, or there is something to do with heat stress or biomulch or IoT, water saving. All of this would come under the climate smart solutions or technology category, right? And as you rightly said, across the value chain, one can see huge opportunity for this, right from the input side, whether it's feed and fodder or seeds or seed production, or it's on-farm weeders, dehuskers, threshers, or the post-harvest processing, which is again a huge potential, right? And I just want to stick with a little bit with this value chain, because here group an individual comes in, right? Especially because of the seasonality or because of the affordability, as you said, the ticket size of the technology package, right? Now, primarily technology alone, as you all know, does not solve anything. So there's one thing to remember very clearly is one thing that we work on is how do you enable good technology enterprises to come and operate in a sustainable manner, which means most of the FPOs, if you talk to, or if you talk to even government agencies, there's a lot of skepticism or paranoia on it's not going to work, who's going to service, who's going to maintain, where are the spare parts, these technologies were done through this scheme and they're lying unused, right? So there's a lot of, how do you sort of build good supply chains where people can come and install, service, maintain. So that is a very crucial aspect that we work on. And the other aspect, which is again very critical, which often goes non-mentioned, is the package of practice around that technology. What I mean is, somebody saying, okay, let's use cold storage for ginger. Now, cold storage does not work for ginger, it works for dry ginger. Right? Somebody is saying, let's use hulla for rice. It does not work, it works for a certain percentage of type of rice. It's a pre-process that has to happen, right? Someone's saying like insect traps. There are insect traps outside, right? Now, if you use insect traps without following a package of practice, you'll probably end up doing more damage to the crop than good, right? You have to know when to use it, for what crop, in what season, with what practice. So I think that technology plus package of practice awareness is still not fully there. So either it fails because you have a technology mismatch, you're not picking the right technology, or you're not following the right context or package of practice, or it fails because you don't have good supply chain servicing maintenance, right? And along with that, the silver bullet is finance. So if you have good technologies that work, and if you're able to bring in, whether it's bank finance or it's kind of a lease-based or rental-based, or it's you unlocking schemes. So for example, for a lot of climate-smart technologies, whether it's PMFME, AIF, PMEGP, a lot of these schemes can also be unlocked. They're all part now of most of the government schemes, one way or the other, right? So basically, finance and business model, right? So now technology, finance, business model. Now for all of these, you need mentors, you need capacity building, etc. Now coming group versus individual, technically, if this ecosystem is in place, if there is supply chain, if there is finance, if there is scheme and business model, things should work. Technology adoption should be taken up, people should mechanize, should improve income, should reduce drudgery using this thing, right? But why doesn't it work, right? And this is where I think individual and group really plays a role. Now, technically, it doesn't matter to the technology what is the ownership model. Even if I'm an individual entrepreneur, I can invest in large technologies if I have good market, if I have a business model. So that's not an issue. But let me tell you what is working out more with individuals versus with groups. Now, the way that we see FPOs is it's a very powerful tool to reach out to individuals also, SHGs also, JLGs also, FIGs also. All of these are part of the FPO, right? So you can intervene through the FPO, even with individual champion farmers, even with SHGs, FIGs, etc. Now, most of the input technologies, which is your seed and your feed and fodder, and most of the large post-harvest and the multi-post-harvest systems are done primarily with groups. Because input, you need a centralized, right? Somebody who's running it, providing it. And larger post-harvest processing technologies and multi-post-harvest, because multi-seasons, multi-crops, you can do multiple things. Those are largely done with groups. But other than that, your typical post-harvest processing, smaller, like a flour mill or a rice huller or a dehusking or a millet pulverizer, all of these are commonly, individuals also adopt it, SHGs also adopt it, and largely that doesn't really matter so much. But when it comes to on-farm, this is where things get a bit tricky. Because on-farm technologies largely are extremely seasonal. They are very dependent on the crop typology, and there's a very difficult business proposition to make unless you're extremely entrepreneurial. I mean, I know the custom hiring centers, for example, you will hear both sides of the story, but the majority story that you'll hear is that they are failing, they are shutting down, they are not sustaining. Custom hiring centers should work, right? But very much like FPOs, the only ways it works is if you have a strong entrepreneur running it. If they're choosing it, if you're renting it out properly, if they're maximizing the usage of those on-farm technologies. Because the other complexity is that at the same time, everybody needs that technology, right, when it comes to on-farm. So on-farm is the tricky one for which, how do you scale that? And for that, FPOs can be a very strong ownership model for on-farm because of their member base, because of the fact that they're able to either rent or lease, or they are also able to unlock finance for individuals. Let's say sprayers, for example. One of the financial model that we did is a group of 120 individual farmers, ke liye sprayers, but the loan was taken by the FPOs and then further on given to the individual farmers. So for on-farm technologies, you really need to look at FPOs because that's the most complex. But I think beyond that, already FPOs are using and championing the input and the post-harvest very well. I'll pause there, but I'm happy to add with more cases and examples.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And if time comes, we will come back. Yeah. So now I move on to my next panelist, Priya. And we would be talking about financing and more specifically structuring of financing. So my question to you, Priya, is that most of the climate smart technologies, and I'm specifically talking about decentralized renewable energy technologies like solar dryers, solar cold storage, solar bulk mill chillers, etc., are not yet standardized. So we are talking about a market where the products, the end products are not standardized. And because the end products are not standardized, they do not necessarily have a benchmark cost for the technology and therefore no subsidy from the Ministry of New and Renewable Energy. And it's also a push market rather than a pull market. But having said that, that also leaves a lot of room for innovation, room for creativity. So based on your work, Samhita Social Ventures work, how would you like to design a blended finance model for such a sector? And how would partnerships play a role in designing and implementing of that product? Over to you.
Yeah, not an easy question. Good to be here. It's good to see a full room. So firstly, I think, like the speakers before me said, there isn't a single type of a farmer. There isn't a single type of an FPO, right? We see many, many different sizes of farm holdings. Contexts are different. And so our theory is that there isn't one financial instrument. There needs to be a blended finance facility, which simply means that for certain products, a grant is what you begin with, because if it's a new technology, you actually may want grant capital to understand whether there is a product market fit, whether there is demand. So we use grants. We use government subsidies where they exist. For the last few years, we've been running a returnable grant facility, which seems to work very well, particularly for innovative products. A returnable grant, very simply, is to say, here is money. Use it to buy whatever you think is the right technology solution. Adopt it. Pay the money back if you can. We started this during COVID. We've now given 103,000 returnable grants. Quite a few of them are for farmers, for DRE technology. And we have consistently seen 90% repayment rates. A returnable grant is a very good instrument to do multiple things. For a farmer to build, or a farmer or an FPO, we've done it at both levels, to build comfort with a particular technology, use it adequately, figure out what the returns look like, and then figure out how they're going to repay the money based on that. It's also a great instrument to create a credit score over a period of time. Because for a lender to trust the farmer, they actually need to see a set of transactions, and a returnable grant establishes that transaction layer. We also work extensively with credit guarantee providers. We work with CGTMSC, but also philanthropic foundations like the erstwhile USAID, Walmart Foundation, 361. A lot of philanthropic foundations have said, here is money. which is linked to a particular technology solution, can we then convince a set of lenders to lend against that? And so all I'm saying is that we've created a continuum so that the right person has access to the right technology at the right time using the right financing instrument. The second part is that financing is not enough. And therefore what we do is create a wrap-around livelihood ecosystem around it, which means that the farmer and the FPO should not just get the right capital at the right time, they should also get the right market linkages. So we are integrated into ONDC. We are hoping that 1 million women sellers, primarily those that come from FPOs, have the ability to sell online. But why stop at online? Why not also do the neighborhood markets? Why not also go to aggregators and private sector? So A, capital, B, market linkages, 3, training and capacity building. A farmer doesn't just need training on the latest technology, he or she also needs access to a continuum of how do you use different agri inputs at the right time, right? Huda gave several examples. Also, how can farmers be better entrepreneurs? And so how do they run the farm like a business? So capital, market linkages, skills on a continuous basis. And last but not the least, we're integrated into the Common Service Center so that every farmer has access to every single scheme and subsidy that they can access much more systematically. And we're beginning to use voice-based models, which means I can go in and I can say, I'm Priya, I'm a farmer, I'm 40 years old, I have a husband, I have 2 kids, this is the size of my farm, these are the technologies I'm hoping to use. And therefore, the more information I share, the more subsidies I unlock as an individual, as a farmer, as a mother, as somebody running a household, as an employer, right? So the sum total of skills, capital, markets, and government schemes now create a livelihood enabling layer, which when combined with climate smart technologies, gives a very nice multiplier. Because ultimately, why are we expecting people to adopt these technologies, right? So that they can save money, they can improve productivity, and everything that they do is much more sustainable. But how do you, if I am now more productive, it means I have more to sell, which means I need the market linkages. If the technologies are going to be capital intensive, it means that I need the capital and therefore I need the income. And so the simple, well, not so simple, but what we basically do is to ensure that a farmer and an FPO now have a continuum of different pools of capital coming together along with the livelihood support. Just one thing that I want to add is that the simple thing about financing is that a loan is a loan is a loan, right? And so what we are hoping to do and what we are doing currently is while we are integrated into government credit guarantee facilities, we're also working with a slew of lenders, right? Everybody from MFIs to NBFCs to banks, so that the farmer has the best rate at the best time, and to be able to do this using technology so that lenders can reach out to farmers cheaper, better, and faster. On the other side, so I talked a lot about farmers, and I'll spend just a minute talking about lenders because it's not like lenders are queuing up to give loans. And so when we go to lenders and we say, we don't understand, the government is pushing you to drive financial inclusion. There is a ready market. Why aren't you scaling rapidly? And they typically talk about 5 challenges. Cost of sourcing has to be very, very low. Cost of servicing has to be low. We don't know how to underwrite the agri-ecosystem, particularly when farmers are going to use technology solutions that are not proven. So I don't know how to create an underwriting model. I don't want to take the risk as a lender. And last, how do I know that the farmer is going to be able to pay back the money? Right? And so we've taken the 5 questions very seriously, and this is what we do. Today, we're integrated into multiple NGOs, beginning to get integrated into multiple government-enabled supply chains, so that we can prepare each borrower much more systematically and train them not just in good financial inclusion practices, but also digital inclusion. We have a loan origination system, which means that using technology, a borrower can get connected to a lender within no time at almost 0 cost. We then ensure that every farmer FPO has the ability to take a loan and service a loan digitally so that we drive down the cost of servicing. 3, we are co-creating a pre-credit score, which means a lot of non-credit data on the farmer and the FPO get aggregated and sent to multiple lenders so that many lenders can create underwriting policies that work. Because we integrate with government credit guarantee schemes, now every lender has a risk cover. And last but not the least, because every farmer, every FPO also has linkages with better skills and better technologies and better markets and more government benefits, it now means that they are a better borrower. So just to summarize, looking at the ecosystem both from a demand and a supply perspective, ensuring that we are solving every friction point that a farmer, an FPO, a technology provider, a lender has, and executing this at a level of scale which India needs today.
Thank you very much. So my next question is to Neha. And what we have heard, read, is that there's an increasing participation of women in the agriculture sector. If we just look at the data, the participation of women in agriculture based on the periodic labor force survey, which comes out from MOSPI, indicates that women participation in rural areas is at present 47.6% in 2023-24. It has been a steep rise from 24.6% in 2017-18. So my question to you, Neha, and since you also specifically work with women, when you decide on designing or looking at a particular technology for women or for a financial product for women, what is the kind of needs assessment that you do to ensure you provide the right solution for the right market segment?
Thank you, Nilanjan. And thank you, GIZ, for having us here in this important panel. So FWWB basically works on women's empowerment and women's financial inclusion. And there are multiple themes as sub-themes within that we try to work on. And in line with today's conversation, I would like to focus more on the livelihood and entrepreneurship support initiatives that we run. One primary and yet I would say very strong principle that FWWB works with is to observe, listen, and then act. And this is something that we strongly try to apply when we work with the women at the grassroots. If we talk about women in agriculture, unfortunately, we don't find them present in the formal data sets. But if you go on the grassroots and you speak to them, their voices are loud and clear. So this is what we try to tap. This is what we try to understand as an organization and then take it forward. We engage at multiple levels. So we directly connect with women farmers. That's the first ground level interaction that we have. Beyond that, we also work with collectives. So we try to very closely work with collectives of any forms. It could be SHGs, federations, and more so in this context, the farmer-producer organizations. And these are multi-layered initiatives that we run at FWWB, wherein we support not only the women, their livelihoods, but also look at strengthening these collectives. Coming to the point here, there is a very concrete need assessment I would say exercise that we take up at FWWB, which is about looking at various dimensions, or in fact the touch points that women are engaged in. So starting from the women herself, her capacities, her limitations if any, her life, her households, to taking it to the next level wherein we try to look at the needs, the strengths, the weaknesses, the opportunities of the institution or the collective, which could be an FPO in this case. And then also trying to study the entire ecosystem which is available to the women farmers. She could be an entrepreneur too, and even the FPO. So it's an entire holistic need assessment which is done by us, because our work is just not limited to identifying one solution and deploying it to the community, but there are multiple levels of inputs that FWWB works on. Further narrowing it down to DRE, because I think that's where, that's the solution that we are discussing now. So when we evaluate the kind of solution which would really work for women farmers or the FPOs, the evaluation is basically looking at different parameters for us. The first one is studying the entire value chain in a very, very detailed way. Where are the gaps, and which can be the bridging solutions through which the entire value chain could be, addressed well. That is one. Second is on whatever solution that we are identifying, whether it is a user-friendly solution for women, whether women will be able to learn how to use it, whether they will be able to easily operate it constantly, day-to-day basis, regularly for years. So this is also an important parameter for us when we evaluate the technology. Third point is on the facilities available in that ecosystem, whether in terms of getting the asset and deploying it and installing it is a one-time thing, but whether there are after-sales services or maintenance facilities available in that region that women will be able to access to is one more important point that we look at. Is that solution, or bringing that particular technology, enabling any kind of benefit for the women? Is it leading to some sort of income generation enhancement? Is it saving their time? So these softer and financial benefits are also looked at and evaluated. Last but not the least is on the cost. So I think a lot of great inputs came in from my colleague here. So not just so when we are looking at technology, it's a new introduction, and it's in a way a risk whether the technology would work, it may not work, and we do find that the cost is not less. They are all expensive technologies at least to be included at the grassroots level. But we try to study the cost factor in a much detailed way, whether women are able to contribute and take up the entire expense of that particular solution. And obviously, we find that it is not possible in majority of the cases. So that's where FWWB looks at designing some sort of blended finance solutions, which are very similar to what my colleague mentioned here. A comprehensive blended finance solution is also looked at. And if we are able to bring that on board, that's where we start finalizing on the solution. So fortunately, these are some of the steps that we have tried to pick up from our side in terms of assessing the technology and picking up a core need assessment with focus on women, their livelihoods, their strengths, their limitations and opportunities. And this has, in fact, worked for us, because in many geographies there have been numerous DRE solutions that we could deploy, whether it is solar refrigerators or it could be solar drying units, or in fact, here I would like to highlight that we have also gone beyond solar in DRE, so we are also working on biomass. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm really tempted to ask more questions, but I will resist my temptation here, because I know two of my panelists have to catch a flight. So just to wrap up and summarize, we had 4 experts in our panel. Mr. Das highlighted the role of NABARD, and specifically the role of NABARD Assam, what NABARD Assam is doing as far as improving livelihood of farmers is concerned with climate smart technologies. We had the view from Selco Foundation, which is also working extensively, not just with the FPOs, but also in different parts of the country to promote clean technology. We then moved on to Priya and heard her views on how to design a blended finance structure. What are the different partnerships? What are the ecosystems that need to function to ensure the blended finance works to the best of its ability. And then we also had Neha, who highlighted how FWWB is working with women to promote such technologies. I think with this, I would like to thank all of you for patiently listening to what we were saying. I would like to thank Samunnati for giving us the opportunity to curate and organize this particular session. I would like to thank the speakers for traveling from different parts of the country for this session. And last but not the least, I would like to thank two of my colleagues, Ruchi and Kritika, who had worked in the backdrop to make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. A sincere thank you to all our panelists as well for such an engaging discussion. I would like to request Mr. Sridhar Ishwaran, Director, Samunnati Foundation, to please come forward and felicitate the panelists. Mr. Nilanjan Ghosh, Project Director at GIZ India. A huge round of applause, please. Shri Loken Das, CGM NABARD. Ms. Neha Kansara, Chief Operating Officer, FWWB India. Ms. Huda Jafar, Director, Selco Foundation. Please keep clapping for the panelists. Ms. Priya Naik, Founder and Director, Samhita Social Ventures Private Limited. Thank you everyone, thank you once again. I also have one quick announcement. May I please request the FPOs from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana to please send one representative to room G5. I repeat, I am requesting the FPOs from Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh and Telangana to please send one representative to room G5. Thank you. Moving on, as we celebrate the growing strength of the FPOs, it is also equally important to hear how enterprises view their role in shaping India's agri-value chains. Our next session brings exactly that perspective. We are honored to have with us Mr. Suresh Chituri, Vice Chairman and Managing Director at Srinivasa Farms, to please share his insights on strengthening India's feed industry, the emerging role of FPOs. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Chituri.
Is there a slide?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Samunnati, for inviting me to this session. So primarily today I wanted to present to the FPO community one of your biggest customers, and I wanted to lay out what is the existing scenario and what's happening over the next 20-25 years. A little brief, Srinivasa Farms, this is our 60th year. On this Dashara, we complete 60 years of our formation. And in these 60 years, we built the Indian poultry industry. And I don't know how many of you realize close to 60% of the corn is the poultry industry is the consumer. So that corn that is produced. And and with that, I think we are also looking at where do we get our ingredients from, because 70% of our cost is feed. So which is essentially, corn is a big part of it. Of course, there are alternatives, but we are kind of, corn and soya is a lazy option for us. But whenever the prices go berserk, then we start looking at alternatives. So anyway, I wanted to present what is the feed industry, the animal feed industry as an opportunity for you, and how FPOs should start working directly with feed companies. Because we are your ultimate customer, so how can we start working together and develop that symbiotic relationship so that we help each other grow forward. So some of the numbers I am presenting, I do not believe they are accurate. I believe the industry is much larger than what the numbers show. I give you one case in point. Government of India says India is producing 4.5 million tons of chicken. But I know for a fact it's at least 9 million tons. And the industry has come together and put those numbers together, and we're telling government that. So Government of India says the entire meat industry in India is 10 million tons. But if only chicken is 8 million tons, then you can imagine what are the numbers with other places. So dairy also same thing. I think mostly the industry is talking about only the compound livestock feed, which I think is a wrong measure. I think every cow or whatever animal is which has a mouth is feed, and it's eating feed, so it is feed, right? You can't count it as something else. So anyway, so these are some of the numbers. So as I said, the animal economy is about 22.5 lakh crores, dominated by dairy. The feed industry is about 13.5 lakh crores. And I'm sorry about anything I'm saying about FPO, please ignore, because I have very little idea about what's happening there, but this is what I could find online. So as I said, the dairy industry is about 11 lakh crores, poultry is about 6, aqua is about 3.6, and others is about 1.8. All these numbers I believe are wrong. They're all, I think, much more than this. So the feed is what we're saying is 13.5 lakh crores, which represents 60% of the total animal this thing. So as you can see, dairy is the biggest part of it, poultry is the second biggest. But the critical thing one thing you need to remember is, in terms of productivity and competitiveness, I think the Indian poultry, we are proud to say there's nobody better than us. Right? The rest of the world is maybe as good as us, but nobody can claim they're better than us. I can't say the same for other industries in India. So anyway, that's a secondary topic. Largest component, as I said, of our cost is feed, is 60%. So there I am showing this is the feed cost percentage. As I said, broiler is almost 70, layer is about 65. Layer is the egg side. Dairy is also close to that, aquaculture, swine. That's I think, a industry which has huge future in India. So impact of efficient feed use, I mean, I don't need to elaborate much on that. Even a 5% improvement in feed efficiency can increase margins by 15 to 20%. And this, in poultry, we can clearly show that. Again, I don't think I should be talking too much about this. This is something I found online. So this is where I wanted to say a benefit of a direct partnership. FPOs can capture more value by eliminating intermediaries and partnering directly with feed manufacturers. Long-term agreements, because see, our plants have to run, right? Our plants are running also. So I tell you an interesting case. In 1999-2000, I was building a feed plant in near Nusvidu, right? And at that point, not a single ton of corn was available in Andhra. It used to all come from Telangana or Karnataka. But mostly, Karimnagar, Nizamabad, those areas, it used to come from that. Not that, I mean, we were one state, it was not an issue, but I was just wondering, why is it there's so much land around me and why am I not getting any corn here? So on the road, I stopped some farmers and asked, why don't you put corn? He said, "Ever gontar, sir." And then I said, "Piche kinda, why am I building this plant here?" Right? But today, believe me, 70–80% of my corn I buy around my plant only. Farmers come in tractors, they deliver and go. Right? And the other part is, Anil, I don't know, it's something I take credit for. The reason there's corn in Andhra is because of us. Because I gave 300 acres contract to some guys and made them put corn, and they discovered that they can actually make a lot of money off it. And Andhra, as you know, is one of the most productive in the country in terms of yields and all that, which I think sometimes when our people take it on, they do stuff like that, right? So, but I think that is where the huge opportunity for farmers and FPOs especially to, you know, there's a lot of value lost because of bad handling, post-harvest handling. It's huge value loss because see, chickens are very, very sensitive to toxins and all that. So when I believe it's close to 15 to 20% value loss is happening because it's not being dealt properly immediately after the harvest. So as I said, technical support, that is something that we can provide. Volume discounts, of course, so these, and I don't know if in future maybe an FPO can start setting up feed manufacturing themselves too. Why not? So these are some of the things that I am for sure seeing. Feed quality, I can clearly tell you in poultry, the quality of feed is the most important thing. It directly affects, we are now saving farmers close to 20% production cost by just spending a little bit more on addressing the quality of feed. So you know, in dairy, of course, there is huge opportunity on, you know, balanced feed. What does quality essentially mean? It is, are you giving what the animal needs? Right? Like our chickens now have become like, you know, Virat Kohlis, you know, they become high performance machines. And that means the diet has to be, diet is the most critical thing there, you know. Are they getting affected by disease is determined by diet. A healthy chicken is better able to deal with bacteria and viruses. So same thing applies to everything. So as I said, every 1 rupee invested in premium feed, 2.5 to 3 rupees actually is on the lower side. We are giving them almost 5x return. That is the reason why Srinivasa's feed also is preferred by farmers, because they know the bird is performing much better with our feed, because it's designed for that, right? So this is, I think, the main point everybody needs to get. Today, the market is about 13.5 lakh crores, which again, as I said, is, I think, a very underrepresented number. It is more, it's closer to 25–30 lakh crores is what I think. We have started work on that. I am heading the CII Animal Agriculture Forum task force now. So we are started to invest in work with governments to get our numbers better on this. But by 2047, expect this to be at least 60 to 70 lakh crores. So that's a huge opportunity for farmers. Because as I said, what you produce is what we are your direct customers. So this is driven by our population going up, but also mostly because people are eating much higher quality food, right? They want more milk products, they want more chicken, more eggs. And I think definitely pork is something that I think will take off in future. So a minimum for quadrupling of consumption will happen between now and then. And so this is what I am saying. So I think my submission here or assertion here is in 2047, only the poultry, the animal agriculture will be as big as Indian economy today. So that's the main submission I wanted to make. So I put some steps here. We are willing to bring CLAFMA, which is a compound, like, you know, to partner with the FPOs. it's something we need to work together and build. Don't expect it to be overnight. I agree, I accept that. But I think we are willing to spend time and resources on this. So I know we have a stall outside. We kind of, we did what we normally do is sell chicks everywhere. I think it was actually supposed to sell a partnership to you, but our guys are trying to sell you chicks. Sorry for that. But we'll get better from the next year. With that, thank you. These are there. Maybe Anil and all, if you want, the presentation is open, can be shared with anybody. Thank you very much.
I would now like to invite Mr. Fani Tota, Chief Operating Officer Samunnati, to kindly felicitate Mr. Chituri. Can we have a big round of applause? Now it's time to shift the spotlight to the voices that lie at the heart of this conclave, the farmers themselves. Our next session, Voices from the Field, Stories of Change and Resilience for the Future, will bring forward inspiring journeys of FPO leaders who have transformed their communities through adaptation and through innovation. These are real stories of leadership and impact from the ground up. To guide this conversation, I am delighted to invite our moderator, Mr. Viresh Tadahal, Senior Project Manager at Selco Foundation, to lead the panel, please. Can we have a big round of applause? Please join me in warmly welcoming our panelists to the stage. Ms. Noorjan, Director, Devadanya Farmer Producer Company Limited. Mr. N. Narasimha Reddy, Advisor, Katangur Farmer Producer Company Limited. Mr. Mithilesh Desai, Managing Director, Jackfruit King Agro Farmer Producer Company Limited. And Ms. Bavitra Jagatish Kumar, CEO, Villathi Kulam Farmer Producer Company Limited. Thank you. The stage is yours.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank Samunnati for having this session on grassroots voices, because their voices matter the most. It's more practical and they're more from practitioners' lens on a day-to-day basis. Going forward, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Viresh. I'm from Selco Foundation. Basically, Selco Foundation works in the area of energy, more in terms of rural developmental activities. We work across education, health, and livelihoods. And under livelihoods, one of the portfolio is on climate resilient FPOs, wherein we're trying to strengthen FPOs more in terms of value chain development with different nodal technologies, be it post-harvest processing, post-harvest loss management, and on-farm technologies. So also more in terms of how do we build that system thinking and AI for agriculture. So this is one of our flagship programs of the foundation, and we have speakers from different states of India. We have Noorjan from Hyderabad, who is basically a Millet FPO and a Millet SHG. And we have Narasimha Reddy sir from Katangur FPO, based in Andhra Pradesh. And we have madam from Tamil Nadu, Bavitra madam, who runs V Pudar FPO in Tamil Nadu. And we have Mithilesh ji from Maharashtra, who runs the Jackfruit specific FPO from Maharashtra. So there's a slight change in this presentation style, wherein each one of our panelists will be presenting about their FPO activities. We'll be having 10 minutes for each of them, and they'll be presenting about their FPO activities. Post, we'll be having Q&A sessions and closing this session. So I will now request Narasimha Reddy sir to give throw a light on the FPO activities. Maybe I'll request for the presentation from the IT team. Yeah. So your presentation is here. Maybe you can. Here is it? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are from Kattangur Farmer Producers Company Limited, Nalgonda District, Telangana State. Our FPCL formed as 2019. As at now, our membership will be 1100 and hard membership is there. When we have started the FPO, input shops and also cost. Actually, our area is a layman-focused area. The NABARD has supported our FPO by supporting of the layman activities. Basing on that, we are running successfully our FPO. Particularly inputs we are giving to the farmers, seed, fertilizer, pesticides, and also we are running custom hiring center from tractor suit up to drone level. 40 mechanized farm is continuing on that. And also we are running paddy purchasing center from the Civil Supply Corporation. About 4 centers we are serving to the farmer, about 500 to 600 paddy farmers. Beyond that, we have implementing the farm gate solar cold room system that will be very climate and green energy, clean energy we are supporting there. The farm gate solar cold system, we are putting in the 14 solar cold rooms, some villages. The farmer will bring their products to keep to the cold rooms, and also when the distress sale is there, they can put here. When the rate will be high, they can sell it. And also some of the small and marginal farmers, they are today 50 kgs of production is there, they can put in the cold room, and next day 50, third day 50, altogether they can bring to the 2 quintals, 3 quintals, then they can go to the market also. And also basing on the farm gate solar cold room system, the distress price time is there, they can put in the cold rooms. And when the value addition is also going on that, we have putting in the lemon grading machine. Every day 10 tons of capacity of lemon we are grading and we are selling to the higher rate to the market. And also the farmer is getting, after our FPO activities, they are getting more prices to them. They are very happily and they are going to good and also clean energy. The cold room has supported to our Selco Foundation and Agri-Infrastructure Fund and MIDS subsidy also we got it. Beyond that, we are clean energy, we are putting in the 50 houses in the solar system, off-grid battery, and they are getting the 2,000 rupees for amount for the every family holding. And beyond that, we are taking up the biochar plant. Our area is cultivating more cotton. The cotton sticks will bring it and make it the biochar. 3,000 capacity tons of biochar they are going to product there. Shortly, we are going to the seed processing plant also. We are putting our FPO. Totally, we are every year 1.5 to 2 crores of turnover is going on. And 90 women self-help groups we have given up training to the pickles, juices and solar drying system. We are also putting the manufacturing of the pickles and everything. Beyond that, we are using the power by the solar only, our machinery and net metering system, everything will be green and clean energy. This happening to the farmer, they are also come forward to putting in the solar system by using of the machinery, like sprayers, drones and everything is also using of the clean energy. So totally our activities will taken up by supported by the NABARD, Selco Foundation and Quantum Foundation and IFCO, some other institutions also supporting to our FPO. These are our activities.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your insights. Maybe I will now request Bhavitra ma'am to share her FPO experience. Yeah. Maybe you can use that slider, ma'am. It will change. Yeah.
Good to see you all.
Myself Pavitra. I belongs to Vilatikulam Pudur Pulses Producer Company Limited. Our concern was started at 2016 and now we are stepping into our 9th year. Actually our concern was started by TNS of AC and Kalanjiyam Tolilagam Limited was our RI. Now our FPO consists of 1,500 shareholders. We are now last year our financial turnover was 27.36 CR. We are having the businesses like agriculture input shop, value addition unit, output procurement, veterinary medical shops, cattle feed unit, mushroom production unit, goat farm and departmental store. You can think why they are having this much of businesses. Because our area was completely rain fed. If we depended on agriculture input shop as well as the procurement, we can sustain only for 6 months. So we want to see some alternative source of income for our concern. So according to the season, we have developed our businesses. We are having an agriculture input shop in which we had direct dealership with IFCO. That was completely supported by Samunnati to get that dealership. And some seed dealership also that was supported by Samunnati. Now last year we had turnover of 10 CR around in that input shop alone. We are giving the produce to the farmers in credit. And while procuring the grains from them, we are doing adjustments in that. Then in our value addition unit, we got this unit from MSDA scheme as a grant, 20 lakhs grant from Tamil Nadu government. Now it is running. We are manufacturing 8 types of cold press oil and millet processing also we are doing. Millet processing on seasonal basis and oil manufacturing was our main business. As for output is concerned, we are procuring whatever farmers are producing. So, and from December we start from onion and we will end in coriander. Our area was majorly concentrated on chili and coriander seeds. So, it was our major product. But we will procure whatever that the farmers are manufacturing. While doing that, we will just aggregate. The company will aggregate the sources and we will arrange some traders, and what we will do is we will move the whole stock to the trader directly. We won't take it and we won't stock, because to avoid such storage losses, moisture losses as well as some price fluctuation, we directly transfer the stocks from the farmer's field directly to the traders. Then a veterinary medical shop, as I mentioned already, we are a belt which is based on animal husbandry. Goat and sheep rearing was the major concern after other than the agriculture. So our people was facing shortage of medicine and the price fluctuation in the field was more. So when we started goat farm, we personally experienced the price difference from nearby city to in our place. So what we decide is we proceed for the medical shop licenses and we started it. Now it was going good. Around we had a turnover of 42 lakhs last year. And cattle feed shop, in that already I mentioned we are having a value addition unit. So we are having enormous amount of oil cakes. So with that we also added brands, then some husk and all. Then we started a cattle feed shop also. In that we are giving some mixtures of goat feed also, but not in a pellet form, just by mixing various grains in various proportions. Then we are having a mushroom unit. This is a small unit which is supporting our FPOs daily expenses. For supporting that daily expenses, we had started this unit. This is supporting for daily expense and some emergency expenses and all it is giving. Then the turnover was some lakhs. Then the goat farm. It is a major contribution in our FPO. As like now we are procuring seeds and grains from the farmers, we are also procuring goats and sheep also. We ask the farmers to increase the number of goats according to the season of demand. We ask them to rear and we will consolidate that and we are selling it. To Andhra, Kerala, Karnataka also we are selling via traders. Departmental stores, actually this is a concept, this is also for the daily expenses. What we did is we just aggregate the produces from nearby FPOs as well as the produce we are manufacturing we are giving to our farmer members as well as small petty shops around our villages. We are selling it, and it was around 1.12 CR. Then link with other departments, and since what we will do is we will have link with other government departments, and we refer our shareholders as a beneficiary to those departments. We will go and contact with the department, and we came to know what are all the schemes available there. And if any needy beneficiary came to us, we will connect them with the departments. In Tamil Nadu, under MSDA scheme, last 2020, they had palm nut saplings, and they gave palm nut saplings as well as the tree saplings. So from that we are connecting and working with Tamil Nadu government departments. Then we will conduct, we are having some veterinary medical shops, so we will frequently conduct these veterinary camps combined with the departments. We will also issue some free medicines, and we will combine with government side also. Then we had tied up with the ITC chili for chili sales, mushroom for greeny farms, and IFCO for fertilizers, as well as now we are working with HCL for CSR also. Actually, I said we are doing this number of versatile things. We started this boom up from 2019 to 25, but this has happened because of our BOD as well as with the support of the members. If we took something to the members, they'll take it and they'll obey, and they took our FPO to this level. Once again, I want to thank Samunnati to make me here. They are acting as a backbone. They are the main financial support for our concern. They are the main cause to be here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I'll get back to you with a couple of questions. I would now request Mithilesh ji to speak on the FPOs.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mithilesh Desai. I am from Ratnagiri, Maharashtra. Basically, we will be talking about the main crop and in which we are working, that is the jackfruit. We are some of the largest FPOs of Maharashtra state working in jackfruit along with around 1,000 to 1,100 farmers. These are the basic things which we are doing. The crop which we are discussing right now, that is the jackfruit. Jackfruit is getting kind of hype and all of the fame nowadays. But I'll tell you the little bit backstory of it. The journey of our FPO, it started since 1972 because there was a food scarcity in India in 1972, and that time Milo came from US in India, and that time people used to eat that Milo instead as a food at that time. But all of the states which were in this coastal belt and major producing states of India, they ate jackfruit that whole of the year and they survived their life. And this thing replicated same in 2020 and 21 in Sri Lanka. BBC has covered a very good, beautiful report on it, that whole country survived their life in the rural places by eating jackfruit. Jackfruit as a vegetable, it as a food, it as a nutrition, it as a seed consumption. And in that crop, we are working since last 12 years. I'll just go very fast because there is a lack of time also. We are one of the government approved nursery, and we supply plants to pan Maharashtra and up to almost 16 states of country. In that, we are the first farmer who have exported jackfruit plants first time from India to Mauritius. Mauritius is well known for tourism, but the same condition as like in India, the same Mauritius faces the same condition, that 40,000 crores rupees of jackfruit which is wasted in India, same like it is wasted in all of the subtropical countries. Jackfruit was the main crop of India, but the South Asian countries like Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia, they took the crop from us and they have developed a very high-end technologies on it, so that the jackfruit whole market is been covered by them right now. But the state fruit of Kerala is the jackfruit, Sri Lanka's country fruit is the jackfruit, Myanmar country fruit is the jackfruit, Bangladesh country fruit is the jackfruit, and in our India, 85% of our country is having a jackfruit crop, and there is major amount of wastage in that. Only states where snowfall is there, in that states only the jackfruit is not grown, and everywhere jackfruit is gone. So we started deciding to work in jackfruit as a crop as a whole, end-to-end our life journey. And these are some of the training sessions and all of the things which happens at our face. The down one photo is there. That was the case when we exported jackfruit first time from India. It was with one of the most innovative technology. The technology was like that the plants went by airplane, and the 300 plants weighed only 19 kgs. Suppose I have to bring 300 plants to this place also, I'll need a Bolero pickup or more big vehicle. So such of the innovative things also we have did. This is the farm which is situated in Lanja, Ratnagiri. This is my father who actually started this journey. He is well known as the jackfruit king of India. He was to sell jackfruit in 1980s to 90s for almost 25 paise and 50 paise. And right now also in the major states of our country like Odisha, Northeast, in Maharashtra also that was the condition 7-8 years back, that only jackfruit was whole fruit of 10 kgs was being sold for 8 rupees, 10 rupees, 15 rupees. Now we have changed that condition in Maharashtra. It has the fruit prices has gone up to 100 rupees per fruit. In Karnataka also they are selling, the red orange ones are also selling at 200 rupees, 300 rupees. So this is the journey which was started a long back. This is a kind of appreciation which we have got from different things in last this many years. These are some news of articles which are been covered in this. I'll request to play the another presentation of mine so that I can explain the further things. Now let us discuss that what kind of things the jackfruit in the jackfruit as a crop which we are doing, and which all of the world which is doing and visioning jackfruit as the crop. Jackfruit is very well known as a vegan meat all over the world, but end to end the another one. Jackfruit is well known as a vegan meat all over the world, but the process and the lack of technology was being faced these many years. But the FPOs and all of the state governments are doing very good in this. Major stakeholders in this today's program also, they are also supporting to take jackfruit as a crop, very good initiative in further upcoming time. I was telling about the vegan meat. You will see all of the world and major countries are turning towards vegetarian, and many of the people have tried doing it from soybean and other things, but jackfruit is the only source of the vegan meat which we can get out of it, because you can see the protein content, the carbohydrate contents, the seed content, and all of the things which are most nutritious part of it. You can see that we have heard that we eat almonds, we put it in water, we peel off it and we eat in the morning. But when we did the analysis of the jackfruit seed, 4.5 times the nutrition of the almond seeds the jackfruit seed is having. There was a presentation passed back on the animal feed also. So the outer shell, this many years we see that when we eat jackfruit and we throw off the shell, cows and buffaloes come over there, then they eat that shell. Because when we did the analysis of it, we found out that there is about, if 250 grams of jackfruit waste is been fed to the cows and buffaloes, there is a growth of 3 to 4% of milk fat, which is being shown in 30 days span. So there is no any part, it is actually a sustainable crop. 3 months back, we got the opportunity to present it in front of Prime Minister of India, because we did India's first carbon credits project. We are just hearing about carbon credits, but it was a Reserve Bank of initiative, and through the CBDC and blockchain platform, we gave the money actual to the farmers, and they were on that MCC and blockchain code, so that the money which is coming from the environment, that only goes for the particular things which are necessity of a particular farmer or the livelihood of the people. So this is the thing, and I think the second one is not able to play, but that is fine. I'll continue on this only. So we, in the carbon credits and the sustainable and all of these stakeholders today are focusing on livelihood and sustainability. We have heard about the forest crop, that is the bamboo, most having the carbon credits value. But in the fruit crop, who is having the most carbon credits value? That is of the jackfruit. So we thought of working in this, and our vision down the line for coming 5 years to 10 years is that whenever you will go to hotels, any of the time, you can see the snack of the jackfruit. You can see the juice of the jackfruit. You can see the starter of the jackfruit in the form of kebabs and everything. In the rice sector, you can see the jackfruit biryani. Hyderabad is famous for biryanis, but we can see the 3 types of biryani in Hyderabad itself, which is chicken biryani, mutton biryani, and jackfruit biryani. You can't bifurcate in between them. Also, the seed which is there, the most nutritious, which is being wasted, it is the most proteinous and most carbohydrate and most nutritious part of the food of the jackfruit. So we are visioning out of this journey and taking Jackfruit as an upcoming journey, and also along with some of the stakeholders and major stakeholders along which I have invited it is the Selco Foundation. Now the upcoming project which we are also doing in the northeast, in like Assam, Meghalaya and Odisha. Now the thing which we have done in Maharashtra state, we are willing to take it to the different states, so that at least a farmer can get 100 to 500 rupees per fruit, and after the value addition of each of the part, a per fruit can give you almost 2,000 to 3,000 rupees. Then whole of this ecosystem will grow on the very larger scale. And the jackfruit minimum life of the plant is minimum 100 years to 300 years. It is the most nutritious and most long living crop for this many years. So this is the work which we have done in last 10-12 years. And I'm thankful that I was given opportunity to share my things in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for such a detailed information, Mithilesh. Now I request नूरजान जी फ्रॉम बीबी फातिमा देवदाना एफपीओ टू शेयर एक्सपीरियंस. आप देवदाना एफपीओ और बीबी फातिमा एसएजी के बारे में बता सकते हैं मैम?
सभी को निवेदन करती हूँ मैं, मुझे इंग्लिश नहीं आता, हिंदी में बात करूँगी. बीबी फातिमा स्वसहाय संघ से धारवाड़ से आई हूँ, कर्नाटका, फ्रॉम कर्नाटका. मेरा कहना है कि हम मिलेट्स के ऊपर काम करते हैं, मतलब मिलेट्स का ही पूरा प्रोसेसिंग है. हमें 2019 में ये संघ स्टार्ट किया. 14 महिलाओं ने मिलकर हमें सहज समृद्धि संस्था के नियोजन से संघ स्टार्ट किया, 14 लोगों ने. उसके बाद में बीज बैंक करके एक यूनिट निकाला. उसके सहाय से जो हमारे गांव के जो फार्मर्स थे ना, वो सभी मिलेट्स नहीं उगाते थे, जो पूरे हमारे पिछले दादा दादी के ज़माने से मिलेट्स का खो गए थे. इसलिए हम सभी फार्मर्स को निवेदन किया, नहीं खोया हुआ मिलेट्स को वापस लाएंगे दुनिया में, हम भी मिलेट्स को फिर से उगाएंगे. इस तरह हमारे गांव के फार्मर को हम कन्विंस किया. कन्विंस करने के बाद में वो तो नहीं माने थोड़े दिन के लिए. बाद में हमें ही खुद उनको एक ट्रेनिंग दिया, जो घर में बिना पैसों के आप गोबरी और हमारे घर के गायों से गोबरी बनाने का और कीटनाशक बनाने का, इस तरह के तरह वैरायटी के ट्रेनिंग दिए हम फार्मर्स को. उसके बाद में कन्विंस के फार्मर्स ने मिलेट्स उगाने के लिए तैयार हो गए. पहले थोड़े धीरे धीरे आधा एकड़ 1 एकड़ इतना ही मिलेट्स उगाने लगे. उसके बाद में दूसरे साल में हमने उनको बोल दिया, नहीं हमारे सीड बैंक से आपको बीज देंगे. वो देने के बाद में पैसा नहीं, बिना पैसे के सीड्स देने रेडी हो गए. जब वो भी उगाने के लिए तैयार हो गए, देने के बाद में पर केजी एक फार्मर्स को 2 केजी मिलेट्स हम दे तो वो वापस रिटर्न हमको 4 केजी मिलेट्स देना. इस तरह उनको कन्विंस किया. वो तो फार्मर्स मिलेट्स उगाने के लिए तैयार हो गए. उस बाद में मिलेट्स
आप देवदाना के बारे में बता सकते हैं? आप एसएजी होके देवदाना,
हम देवदाने एसएजी के साथ में मिल गए एफपीओ. वो देवदाने के लिए हम मिलेट्स के रोटी, मैगी, इस तरह वैल्यूडेशन करके जो देवदाने एफपीओ को देने लगे. उसके
Thank you, ma'am. So basically, I'll summarize what ma'am was about to tell. Basically, Bibi Fatima SAG is one of the SAGs in north part of Karnataka, promoted by NRLM, and they were into reviving the millet crop. It was supported by Samudra, wherein they developed this community seed bank, wherein the seeds were given to farmers, and the Bibi Fatima SAG, they in turn procured buyback the crops, and they processed through a primary processing unit. And that whole value chain of millets we can witness, right from community seed bank to primary processing to value addition. And through recently in the year 2023, they have become the member of Devdana FPO as well, wherein FPO is actually helping this SHG to market their produce. So wherein we can see the convergence of SHG and FPO with their model on the grassroots. So thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the detailed information. अभी हम प्रश्न पे आते हैं. तो पहले मिथिलेश देसाई जी को मेरा प्रश्न है कि अभी हम जैकफ्रूट तो नेग्लेक्टेड क्रॉप माना जाता था, और यहाँ पे हमारे काफ़ी FPOs है जो नॉर्थ ईस्ट से आए हैं, जो कर्नाटक से आए हैं, यहाँ जहाँ पे जैक फ्रूट्स को पेड़ पे ही ऐसा ही छोड़ देते हैं या नहीं तो कटाव करके उसको ऐसा फेंक देते हैं। तो आपको ये मतलब कैसे आया कि जैक फ्रूट ही हम लेके इसको वैल्यूएशन करके, और आपका मतलब स्ट्रैटेजी क्या था? ये फॉरगॉटन क्रॉप लेके आपने कैसा इसको रिवाइव किया, उसके बारे में कुछ आप बता सकते तो अच्छा होता।
आप आज भी देखो तो अभी भी फिलहाल में भी इंडिया का सिनारियो देखोगे तो जैकफ्रूट इज द फॉरगॉटन एंड इग्नोर्ड क्रॉप ओनली बिकॉज वी स्टार्टेड लिटिल बिट ऑफ वर्क इन महाराष्ट्र बट अलॉन्ग विद द डिफरेंट स्टेट्स ऑल्सो। अब आज भी जैसे अब नॉर्थ ईस्ट का भी हो गया कि उधर आज भी 10-20 किलो का जो फ्रूट है वो आज भी 2 रुपये 4 रुपये और 5 रुपये और 10 रुपये से बेचा जाता है। वर्ल्ड्स लार्जेस्ट फ्रूट, वर्ल्ड्स कम्प्लीटली ऑर्गेनिक फ्रूट, जिसको एक चम्मच भर भी कोई की तरह का फर्टिलाइजर की ज़रूरत नहीं है, तो उस टाइप का जो क्रॉप है तो उसका एक्सप्लोरेशन होना बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी था। एंड वी हैड द जर्नी एंड द थॉट इन आवर माइंड। वी कम फ्रॉम अ बेल्ट ऑफ रत्नागिरी इज फेमस फॉर अल्फांसो मैंगोज, but you can see the Alfonso mangoes, all of the mangoes have become more on the fertigation oriented. They have not remained organic right now. Also there is a belt of cashew, but in the cashews we have seen, due to the global ups and downs, the Africa and Benin and Ghana cashew bees is being imported at very low rate. So that's why when we are visioning towards doubling the farmers income, what we have thought behind it in jackfruit is that reducing the maintenance cost by at least by half, so that ultimately the farmers' income will grow. And the farmers are turning towards the jackfruit farming. It is that within 1.5 years to 3 years it starts fruit bearing, and the plant will grow minimum up to 100 to 300 years. All of the stakeholders in this today's meet, today and tomorrow's, all of these visions which we are taking, sustainable, nutrition, health, carbon credits, all of this renewable thing, that are perfectly fit for the jackfruit as a crop. And if a particular person, particular FPO and whole up, and we are not aiming for to grow as an individual, 40,000 crore rupees of jackfruit has been wasted every year in our country. At least 25% of that must be utilized so that it can be a major part of the whole ecosystem. We have seen recently, makhana has got the hype, but then also 20 to 25 times the nutritious is the jackfruit, and which is completely wasted as. And why we are working in this, it goes as a food. In global food hunger index, the major prominently denoted crop is the jackfruit, and it goes as a nutrition, it goes as a health product, it goes as a cattle feed, and it goes as a table purpose thing. So this is the upcoming future, and when we are visioning for the sustainable agriculture, jackfruit is the new hope for our country, which can encash lots of money to the farmers in upcoming time.
Thank you, Mithilesh. Coming to Pavitra ma'am, often we see a lot of issues within the FPOs more in terms of FPO governance and leadership. So you've been with the FPO for the last 2019 till now. What are the few tips, or what it is like to lead a company, because you run a company of 1,000 farmers with BODs and you being a CEO. So how do you resolve those conflicts? How do you manage the leadership aspect within the, because we often see that in the field, because there's no coordination between the BOD and the CEO. There's the consensus of mind of meetings will be not there. So how did you overcome those challenges, and how are you going forward? If you can throw a light on that, maybe it will be helpful for the FPOs to adopt a few practices.
Actually, as for an FPO is concerned, it is completely different from a private company. If a company was, it's just named as private limited company, but it was not a private limited company. If we are comparing a private limited company, it will be 10 to 15 members. But in a company like structure, there would be minimum 1,000 to 1,500 members, which is equal to 1,500 families. They each and every people will have their own thoughts, their own vision, and they don't have the same opinion on us. 50% will be agree as, and 50% will disagree. So the person who are leading the FPO should be the stable one. That's on my view. That's I'm saying. The person who is leading should be stable to control both the things. If they are saying yes, okay, it is yes. If they are saying no, if it is no, but we want to justify that it is yes. Likewise, we want to convince them to agree yes. As for BOD is concerned, while selecting the BOD itself, we want to be more aware that whether this person is capable of doing such things. If while selecting the process, if we did some mistake, it will reflect throughout the development of the company, because BODs are the pillars of the company. If we want to take any decisions, they want to agree us. They want to first understand what we are saying. CEO is just an employee. They can give some ideas, they can execute some ideas, but the idea should be accepted by those BODs as well as by the farmers. Not only the BOD is a capable person, as a talkative person, as a powerful person, he should be the representative of some of the farmers. If the BOD is saying a thing to some of the farmers, at least the people want to hear what he is saying. So while selecting those BODs, we want to be more aware that we want to see such criteria. On that basis, we are running the concern. While selecting itself, we shortlist whether okay he is fit in or not. Likewise, then if we want to take some decisions to them, first we ask them to come. The main thing is at least twice in a month, or else at least a single day in a month, the BOD and the CEO should talk. Just gossip. Gossip about the villages, what is happening. What is happening in that village, in this village. Gossip about the nearby FPOs. Please think, the gossip give many results. They can give some ideas, they will scold someone, they will talk like proudly about something, and that will make us to understand what is the mentality of the BODs. BODs are the representatives of 1,500 farmers, and they are representing 1,500 families. So we want to interact more and more and more with the BOD. While there is a period of maximum 3 to 5 years, there should be a changeover. While every changeover, we should be careful. Before what we will do is, before 1 year of completion, we will in the process of understanding, okay, next who can be there, if he is capable or not. Likewise, we will get a survey and we will go along with the people and we will talk about, okay, whether if he was a candidate, if you approve, likewise and all, just we will talk together. And we will came to a decision of finalizing the BOD. Because here BODs are the ultimate power. They want to sign for everything. The CEO is just a instrument to represent everything. But BOD was not like that. Actually, while in the state of emerging condition, BOD's role was the major thing. If they are strong, the company will develop strongly. If they are weak, the company will also face some struggle while development. If any problems arises after the development, the BOD will lead the company, then they will rectify. If being a CEO, I can change my job. If I get better offer, I can just resign my job and I move on for any other concern. But BODs, they can't do like that. They are the base. So while selecting itself, it is important to do such things, and if we select a good person, all FPO can succeed. That's my view.
Thank you so much, ma'am, on that. Maybe we can discuss on that later as well.
Yes.
Coming to Narasimha Reddy sir, you were telling about the climate smart solution on this cooling for the lemon that you've been using. We heard that you have around 12 cold storages at your premises. Not 12, 14 actually, through government policy. What is it to differentiate between a centralized cooling and decentralized cooling? And why FPOs like you have to adopt this kind of a post-harvest loss management in order to reduce the losses? So what's your thought on this? Yeah?
Actually, centralized cooling will be there in headquarters, district headquarters, taluka headquarters, elsewhere. The farmer to centralized cooling system will be there, lengthy 20 to 30, 40 kilometers. Centralized cooling will be minus or plus nearby. Same temperature is going on. If we are putting in the small cold rooms, farm gate solar cold rooms, there is an ecosystem is there. There is a humidity and cooling, both will be there. If a big way of cold room is required, then more power is required. And also electricity department power is required. There is only solar power for 30 hours is going on. Regularly it will be running for the 10 metric tons capacity of cold room. It will cost reduce. For example, we can put in the 10 metric tons cold room with department power, we put in a transformer. That will be very more cost. Unit cost will be 7 to 8 rupees. Here is no cost. Solar is the free of power. They are using power, solar power, and also is a clean energy. It will costing about the cold room cost will be very reduced. The farmer will get small rate. Small rate they can lot of benefit. And also distance, nearby village, farm gate. So it's easily to put the lemon or other commodities you can put in the cold room, and you can use the very easily to put the market, take the market.
Also, we visited your stall and you were showing about this drying also. Why it is that important? Because we were having a conversation with Mithilesh ji also. We often see cooling drying as one of the critical aspects for FPOs or the agri-farm producers, more in terms of enhancing the income. So what's your thought on the one is the cooling you said. What would be the drying aspect?
Drying is we are putting in the solar dryers. We are making the drying with the solar system, and we also packing and everything is forwarding and everything is very easily. If the distance rate is there, we can make it to the dry to the products, and we can packing and do, or it is required for the powder, and we can sell it to the market. The size of quantity will be less. Instead of tomato, we can make it as tomato powder, will be size, and we can keep it in the cold room also. Later we can transit and we can sell it the higher rate. The commodity to valuation, it is very easy to put it kept in the cold rooms and other transit also very easily.
Okay, thank you sir, thank you. And नूरजान जी आपको एक प्रश्न है कि आपने जो मिलेट्स क्रांति चालू किया, आप बात बता रहे थे दादा तभी ज़माने में मिलेट्स वगैरह ये करते थे, तो मिलेट जब आपने किया है आपके गाँवों में, आपका सपोर्ट सिस्टम कौन थे और आपको दिक्कत क्यों है? क्योंकि हम बोलते हैं मिलेट्स हर एक जगह पे, क्योंकि उसका जो इनकम रियलाइजेशन होता है वो काफ़ी कम है. तो आपको कैसा आपका SHG FPO इसको आपने कैसा इसको पुश किया फार्मर्स के यहाँ पे, और अभी आप कितना फार्मर्स मिलेट्स को उगा रहे हैं इस तरह?
अभी 2000 लोगों के साथ में हम 22 खेड़ विलेज में काम कर रहे हैं. उसमें 2000 लोगों के किसानों के साथ जुड़ गए हैं. अब हमें पहले दिक्कत आया हमको भी, किसानों ने बोला ये नहीं उगाने में प्रॉपर्टी तो कम आएगा. जो किसान बोले अब प्राइवेट में काम करने से भी ज़्यादा कम आता है. अब बोले तो मिलेट्स का ज़्यादा इनकम नहीं आता है, कम आता है थोड़ा, इसलिए इनकम कम आता है, नहीं उगाने का थोड़ा सा दिक्कत है. जब कन्विंस किया हमने, नहीं आपका मिलेट्स जो हम भी लेंगे उसको वैल्यूडेशन करके FPO को देंगे. देवदाने FPO बनाया 2003 में. जब FPO को कन्विंस किया, हमारे जो किसानों ने जो उगाते हैं उसको आप खरीदे. जब देवदाने ने हम कर ये वो प्रोसेसिंग मान लिया. जब वैल्यूडेशन करने का रोटी इस तरह बना के जो किसानों को हम उनके पास से दाने खरीद लिए, हम खुद खरीद के देवदाने को सेल करने लगे. जब किसान भी खुश हो गए और हर साल से भी ये साल ज़्यादा उगा रहे और किसान भी कन्विंस हो गए.
मतलब आप बताना चाहते हैं कि आपके पास वो प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट था और वो जो वैल्यूडेशन यूनिट था, इसीलिए आप
जो किसान बोलते हैं प्रोसेसिंग करने का बहुत मुश्किल है, काम करने के लिए ज़्यादा छोटे छोटे दाने रहते ना. जो मिलेट्स बोले तो ज़्यादा बड़ा नहीं रहता है मिलेट्स, उनको क्लीनिंग का बहुत प्रोसेसिंग था. क्लीनिंग का प्रोसेसिंग करने के लिए दिक्कत हो गया किसानों को. जब हमें सहजा से विनती किया, वो यूनिट प्रोसेसिंग मिलेट डाल दिया हमको. जब हमें किसानों को कन्विंस किया, नहीं हम क्लीन करके देंगे आपके जो मिलेट्स को, हम क्लीन कर देते हैं. जब किसान लाते हैं पर केजी में 3 रुपए केजी जैसा किसानों के मिलेट्स को क्लीन कर देते हैं. अब किसान को भी दिक्कत नहीं है उगाने में, अब वो भी उगा रहे हैं.
और कौन कौन आपको यहाँ पे मतलब आपका फैमिली सपोर्ट, क्योंकि मुश्किल है गाँव में फैमिली सपोर्ट ज़रूर है, तो आपका फैमिली सपोर्ट कैसा था? मतलब
पहले जो फैमिली का सपोर्ट नहीं था और गांव के किसानों ने भी ये क्या करेंगे महिला, इनको कुछ नहीं होगा, इस तरह हंसी की बात किया। जब हम ही ने इकट्ठा हो गए, बोले महिला सब हम आगे बढ़ सकेंगे, हम भी कुछ करके दिखाना चाहते थे ना। जो हमारा विलेज बोले तो लगभग 120 घर इतना ही है, छोटा विलेज हमारा गांव का तो नहीं हो सकता। इसलिए हम बाजू गांव विलेज में जो विनती किया, आप भी हमारे साथ जुड़ जाइए, आपको भी मिलेट्स को, खोया हुआ मिलेट्स वापस दुनिया में लाएंगे। इस तरह घर घर जाके जो किसानों को कन्विंस किया। वो बोले कहाँ से लाएंगे, जो बीन्स नहीं था, जब हमारे दादा के ज़माने से था, वो घर घर में किन के थोड़ा थोड़ा सा था, उसको मतलब इकट्ठा किया, इकट्ठा करके एक सीड बैंक बनाया। सीड बैंक बनाने के बाद में वो सीड बैंक से एक 10 किसानों को, पहले 10 किसानों को दिया, वो उगा के डबल दिया, दो गुना देने के पर भी 10 किसान से 20 किसान बन गए। इसी तरह हम 2003 में लगभग 120 लोग किसान उगाने बोले तो मिलेट्स उगाने के लिए तैयार हो गए हमारे साथ में।
धन्यवाद मैम, थैंक यू। एंड I'd like to congratulate their Bibi Fatima SAG also. Recently they have got this UNDP Equator Award for millet revival from the UNDP, and they were one of the 700 applications out of the whole country, and they were the one who got this award. And if someone is interested to understand the model, she's here for today, and they have a unit back in Dharwad, so you can approach her and get the details. तो सभी को मेरा थैंक यू। और हाँ, मैं एक बात कहना चाहता हूँ कि जैसे कि मिथिलेश जी ने कहा कि हम काफ़ी टाइम बोलते हैं कि डबलिंग ऑफ फार्मर्स इनकम, इंक्रीजिंग फार्मर्स इनकम। इंक्रीजिंग फार्मर्स इनकम सिर्फ ईल्ड से नहीं होता है, वो जब उसको प्रोसेसिंग करते हैं, वैल्यूएट करते हैं, तो उसका इनकम रियलाइजेशन जो होता है, तो उसके लिए आपको तांत्रिक का एफिशिएंट टेक्नोलॉजी रहना चाहिए, और इसके लिए प्रॉपर एनर्जी रिसोर्स चाहिए। क्योंकि फॉर एग्जांपल यहाँ पे हमारा जो बीबी फातिमा SHG है, उनका सब मशीन आ गया था। आने के बाद वहाँ पे पावर का बहुत ही दिक्कत था। तब हमको रियलाइज़ हुआ कि एनर्जी एक बहुत ही बड़ा कैटलिस्ट है, जहाँ पे ये प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट वगैरह सेटअप हो सकते हैं। और सर बता रही थी डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड कूलिंग, सेंट्रलाइज्ड कूलिंग तो बड़ा प्रमाण में होता है, जहाँ पे कितना बड़ा बहुत सारा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स होते हैं। क्योंकि डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड कूलिंग होने से आपके फार्म गेट पे ये होता है। और वन ऑफ द मेजर इशू हमने देखा है कि ग्राउंड पे, जैसे नरसिम रेड्डी जी बता रहे थे, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन का बहुत ही दिक्कत होता है। तो डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड कूलिंग और पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट लॉस मैनेजमेंट भी FPO के साथ बहुत अच्छा मतलब सपोर्टिव हो सकता है। और हमारे पवित्रा जी ने बहुत ही अच्छी तरह से बताया लीडरशिप एंड गवर्नेंस के बारे में FPO के अंदर, जिससे BOD का रोल बहुत ही परिणाम होता है FPO बिल्ड करने में। तो शायद उनका इनपुट्स काफ़ी FPOs को काम में आएगा, और यहीं पे रहेंगे, उनका आप सलाह ले सकते हो। और मिथिलेश जी ने हमको बताया, क्योंकि जैकफ्रूट और मिलेट्स ये दोनों फॉरगॉटन क्रॉप्स थे, और ये जो 2 FPO है उसको ही वो अभी वो फ्रंट लाइन में लेके आके उसको प्रोसेसिंग करके, उसको मार्केट करके, उसको इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे लेके जा रहे हैं। तो मैं हर एक स्पीकर्स को धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मिथिलेश जी महाराष्ट्र जी से आए हैं, और पवित्रा तमिलनाडु से आए हैं, और नरसिम रेड्डी आंध्र प्रदेश से आए हैं, और हमारे तेलंगाना से, और नूरजान धारवाड़ से आए हैं। सो उनका टाइम अमूल्य है, और वो हम वी आर नॉट ओपनिंग इट फॉर Q&A in the interest of time. So we'll be closing this session here, and they are here for your interaction. If anything you want to understand more in terms of millets, maybe lemon value chain, maybe Bhavita's leadership and governance, and Mitesh Jackfruit aspect, you can reach out to them. So I would like to thank Samunnati for giving this session on sharing the experiential learning from the ground, from the voices of the FPO leaders. Thank you everyone.
Thank you. A very warm round of applause, please, for our panelists. I would like to invite Mr. Sudhakar, Group Head, Risk Management at Samunnati, to please join us on the stage and felicitate the panelists. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Mr. Viresh Tadahal, Ms. Noor Jan, Mr. N. Narasimha Reddy, Mr. Mithilesh Desai, Ms. Pavitra Jagdish Kumar, Thank you once again, panelists. There are a couple of quick announcements before we move on to the next panel. For those who have not yet collected their translator devices, they are please requested to kindly do so from the registration desk. Also, please make a note of the channels. Channel 1 is English, Channel 2 is Hindi, Channel 3 is Tamil, Channel 4 Telugu, and Channel 5 Kannada. We also sincerely apologize if some of you were unable to collect your lanyards. I would like to request you to please collect them from the registration area. And the last announcement before we move on to the next panel, Cultiva Tech, the agri-input company, is organizing a lucky draw at stall number 20 today and tomorrow. And there are exciting awards and rewards that await, including silver coins and products which are specially curated for FPOs. Please don't miss the chance. Please do visit their stall, take part and win. I repeat, it is stall number 20. Moving on, our next session, NPS, Pension for Every Farmer, will now explore how the national pension system can become a second harvest, providing income security and dignity for our farmers in their later years. This discussion will look at how banks, FPOs, and digital platforms can work together and make pensions more simple, affordable, and accessible. To guide this important conversation, I am pleased to welcome our moderator, Srimati Suparna Tandon, CEO of NPS Trust. Please put your hands together for our panelists and our moderator. I request the panelists for this session to please step on the stage. Sri Ramalingam, General Manager, NABARD. Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, CGM, State Bank of India. Mr. Ranbir Singh Dhariwal, Group Head, Social Security and Welfare, Protean eGov. Mr. Yogesh Dwivedi, CEO, Madhya Bharat Consortium of Farmer Producer Organizations. The stage is all yours, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to be here representing PFRDA and NPS Trust on this very important session on how to facilitate pension for every farmer. I have been given 30 minutes to introduce the panel and also take the panel through some very important questions. So at the outset, basically what we're going to do is we are wanting to explore how pension can become not just a second harvest, but a permanent harvest of a farmer's life by turning small savings into a steady and regular income for old age. I would like to use the adage here in Hindi, "Boon boon sagar banta hai." So basically, how do compounding returns, how to use the power of compounding to have a safe and a steady source of income after one has stopped working financially. So basically, we have set a goal for ourselves for achieving an Atmanirbhar pension society for Viksit Bharat, and the discussions are expected to address the integral questions around increasing access to sustainable and affordable old age income security, keeping in view the rapid changes in the socioeconomic fabric of rural India, including smaller farm sizes. We already know that about 86% of the 14 crore farmers, it is around 12 crore as small and marginal farmers. Also, volatility in incomes and cash flows. We've been hearing of the several risks that farmers face. Increasing rural-urban migration, and also rapid shift towards a nuclear family system. So why do we want to talk about NPS? First of all, NPS is the most cost-effective pension product in the world, not just in India. It's transparent, it's hassle-free. It has the lowest entry barriers that one can think of in a financial product. It is very well regulated by PFRDA. And how do we link the NPS with the FPOs? And that is because of the strategic shift in the mindset that we are internally undergoing in PFRD and NPS Trust is how to go beyond the urban, how to go beyond certain customer segment and go more rural in penetration, NPS penetration. And then, therefore, one of the most important vehicles, platforms for jumping off in this direction is the FPO. So I'll introduce the panel. First of all, we have Mr. S. Radhakrishnan, who was CGM State Bank of India, Hyderabad Circle. He joined SBI as a PO in 1994, and over the last 3 decades, he has held very important positions in retail banking, international banking, and banking operations, besides representing SBI in Singapore and New York. Welcome to the discussion, sir. And next, we have Mr. K. Ramalingam, my erstwhile colleague from NABARD. We saw him in the morning also. Mr. Ramalingam is a graduate in agriculture and a postgraduate in business management from Tamil Nadu Agriculture University. With almost 3 years of experience in NABARD across diverse areas like project finance, infrastructure finance. Currently, he's specializing in the policy and the developmental domain, serving the cause of FPOs, tribal farmers, and so on. Welcome, Mr. Ramalingam, once again. Next, we have a very important stakeholder in the NPS ecosystem, Mr. Ranbir Singh Dhariwal. We work very closely in the NPS space. Mr. Dhariwal is a distinguished leader in India's financial inclusion and digital welfare landscape. Currently, he's the Group Head Social Security and Welfare at Protean E-Government Technologies, which is the largest CRA in the NPS system, and he also looks at the APY and the UPS-related customer service requirements. He has held earlier senior positions in HDFC Life. He was earlier CEO of Max Life Pension, and as you can see, he has vast experience across insurance and pension sectors. Welcome, Mr. Dhariwal. Last but not the least, Mr. Yogesh Dwivedi. We have also worked together in Chhattisgarh in my earlier avatar in NABARD. Mr. Yogesh Dwivedi is a CEO of Madhya Bharat Consortium of Farmers Producer Company Limited, it's a federation representing more than 200 FPOs across the country, mainly in the states of MP, Chhattisgarh, and Bihar, and also one of the important partners in the 10,000 FPO scheme of Government of India. The vision of Madhya Bharat is to, by 2030, enable small farmers to move from subsistence to profitable livelihood enterprises through access to market financing technologies. With this, I will take over the questions. So my first question would be to Mr. Radhakrishnan. Mr. Radhakrishnan, as we know, SBI is one of the largest banks in the country with more than 15,000 rural and semi-urban branches, and more than 81,000, I'm told.
Yes, ma'am.
CSPs.
Yes, CSPs.
So, as the largest bank and in the important area of financial inclusion, how do you think that banks can drive pension adoption among farmers? And also, how do you address the fear of farmers in financial products like NPS? How do you reassure them that it is a trustworthy product?
Okay. First of all, ma'am, thank you very much for giving this opportunity. Thanks to Samunnati also and PFRDA. At the outset, ma'am, what you are saying about the trust for the farmers. Now, this question of trust, when it is delivered by a bank like State Bank of India, which is the most trusted organization in the country. Incidentally, the bank is also the 4th most trusted brand among all the banks in the world. So this gets extended. And second, NPS itself is a government product. It's not a private, it's some private company or partnership company's product. It's a government product directly regulated by PFRDA itself. So I believe that the trust part is not an issue. If at all there is an issue, it comes because of certain other constraints that the rural populace actually face. So right now what happens is NPS is by and large is considered to be an urban product or it's a formal sector product. And in case of a rural populace, if in a branch, as a branch manager or an employee in the branch, if we want to cover somebody for pension, the first thought that comes to our mind is that to cover them by APY. Now APY, there is a significant difference between APY and NPS in that APY we cannot enroll after 40 years of age. Now, in India, what happens, ma'am, by the time I realize that I need to have something for my future, I have to have a pension for myself, by the time I actually realize I am already 40 or 38, 40, 45. So this is actually a change in mindset that we need to bring in the farmers, not only in the farmers, in all the rural population. If we want to do that, then we need to engage with all the commercial banks, and we also need to engage, we have our FLCs, financial literacy centers, that also can play a role in actually educating the farmers, educating the rural people about the NPS. Then, because NPS we can enroll up to 70 years. So, most of the rural people work till 60, 65 because of the increase in the now longevity, now people live longer, so that can be done. Second, we already, the banks, not only State Bank of India, all commercial banks engage with the rural masses through our branches, and we have a significant presence as CSP. As you said, we have 80,000 CSPs. Currently, the CSP cannot open NPS. Now, if we enable NPS through the CSP mode also, that will greatly help us, in improving this NPS adoption. One more thing, ma'am, I'll just take a minute, because NPS Trust has come out with this NPS Vatsalya. As an Indian parent, we may not bother about my own future, my own betterment, but I am willing to sacrifice everything for my children. Now, NPS Vatsalya, I think that it is one of the noblest products in the financial system. Now, if I can actually position that product properly, then we can ensure that every child in the rural India is covered by this product. So this is what I think, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Radhakrishnan. Very well explained. Like you said, the issue is not trust, but rather knowledge and access. My question next will be to panelist Mr. Ramalingam. So, Mr. Ramalingam, proud to say that of the 50,000, approximately 45 to 50,000 FPOs, almost 7,500 FPOs have been promoted by NABARD. And NABARD has looked at the requirements of FPOs, not just in terms of the development formation, but also in terms of credit, as well as the credit backstop measures through the subsidiaries NAB Kisan and NAB Samarakshan. So having worked so closely with the farmers, why do you think that NABARD should focus on the fourth pillar of financial inclusion, that is pension for farmers? And how do you think NABARD can leverage its very strong rural network to increase the access of NPS to farmers?
Good evening. Good evening to ma'am. Thanks for the opportunity again. To the first question, that is, why should NABARD play a role here? Now, actually NABARD was given with the Financial Inclusion Fund, and NABARD was driving the financial inclusion programs for a long time. So under the financial inclusion programs, financial literacy centers were set up, financial literacy programs were conducted all over the country in a mass scale. So this, apart from the banking services, the national social security schemes, all these were part of the financial inclusion programs. So NABARD was very much part of that efforts. Now from that, now having done that, having involved in that mass campaign all over the country, we incorporated those elements into our natural resource management programs. In fact, our natural resource management programs were like watershed or tribal development program were primarily meant for livelihood support and natural resource management. But these are the, the farmers or the collectives there or the channel partners there, they are very close to villages. They are working in the villages. So obviously, in all our this developmental programs, this is also social security schemes were also incorporated, and through these channels, this outreach was also done. Now, so having done that was, and also now as a part of the FPO also, FPO promotion, so additional milestones are also fixed as a part of the program. So this is just to give a holistic perspective in our interventions. Even though we were primarily for agri development, farmers development, but this is to give a holistic perception. So now what we even though NABARD is doing, but to scale it up, NABARD is doing a lot of pilots through which it can reach. To scale it up, that is obviously the role of the state government, it is very necessary to have a saturation models on that. And coming to the NABARD's reach, your second question, we have a network of around 7,500 FPOs, as you said, and about 26 lakh farmers are there. And also if we say overall FPO network, it will be a 5-fold increase. So through this network, easily we can reach to this farmers, we can reach to the farmers, we can reach this social security schemes. Then, apart from that, apart from this institution, there are about more than 1,000 channel partners working with us. So from that reach, we can still increase 5 to 10-fold. This is an easiest way of reaching it out. So that's how we feel this is there. But one thing I would like to say that this is NABARD role is possible, and is also there is what I feel is there should be an element of incentivization for this ground level institution, community level institutions for the role. Thank you.
Thank you so much for explaining so comprehensively. You've spoken about a holistic approach being adopted by NABARD to farm sector development, starting from catalyzing and innovating to scaling up the successful models. And you've also said that if NPS is to reach farmers in a greater way, penetration is to happen, then the FPOs as an institution should also be duly incentivized. I'm sure PFRD officials here are also noting the feedback of the panelists. My next question is to Mr. Ranbir Dhariwal, CEO, Protean CRA. Just to inform the audience here, Protean CRA is the largest of the 3 CRAs in the NPS architecture, and they basically provide the backbone of the subscriber right from the time of onboarding, doing the KYC, doing the entire customer service during the entire lifetime of the subscriber, maintaining the databases, and also providing all the information regarding operations and subscriber information to the other important intermediaries in the system. So with this in mind, Mr. Dhariwal, what role does CRA play in ensuring trust and transparency for farmers? And how do you think in today's day and age, can technology simplify the farmers' onboarding into NPS?
So thank you for the opportunity, first of all, to be a part of this conclave. And I kind of agree with our sir here. NPS and trust, I think it is more to do with awareness than trust. Because if somebody sits and understands what is NPS, I don't see there can be any better, transparent, pension system that is available today anywhere, where everything is so unbundled and unstructured that there is no complexity involved. There is a clear responsibility given to each person to play their role. So I think, in my view, we've spoken about this is the cheapest product that is available, but I think this is the most simplest product to understand, and it is an unbundled product. So trust is not a factor, backed by PFRDA, Government of India. I think awareness is an issue, and we can play a role in both the areas. Because there is no awareness, hence there is no trust. Once you are aware, then you automatically understand and you start trusting the system more. So what we can do is, and as a CRA, we keep doing this. We keep partnering with various organizations to create awareness regarding NPS. We can create more NPS literacy programs. What we can also do is, once a subscriber is enrolled, to ensure the trust increases with time, we can create a very stronger communication which goes out in terms of the statement of transactions. We can simplify the statement of transactions. By the way, Protean CRA provides statement of transaction in multi-languages today. So that is only to ensure that trust increases, because everybody can then read in various different languages. So we can do a lot of these steps around awareness, and once the person is onboarded, to create a very strong communication channel, awareness channel about how the money is progressing or growing, in the NPS architecture. So I think these are the two things that we can very well do on the ground. And as far as technology is concerned, I think in today's world, the data suggests 40% of the UPI transactions today are happening in Tier 2, Tier 3. 80% of the OTT subscriptions are from non-metro locations. India has about 86% smartphone penetration. At least one house, 87% of houses today have at least one telephone device. 88% has internet accessibility. So I think technology is not anymore a very cliche word, or it's a very elite word. Now it has become a masses word, and everyone is adopting. And just to give you one example, I was just next door. I was shopping, from all the farmer friends who are here, who are displaying their products, and all of them were accepting digital payments. This shows the power of digitization in India, and the way we have adopted in the last 7 to 8 years is phenomenal. This is actually a global case study. So what can we do in terms of technology? One is create a very seamless interface for onboarding. Because what I see, and I have numerous examples to provide on the same, there's a huge amount of inertia to enroll. And that is what stops you from actually engaging. If any process takes more than 15 minutes, 10 minutes, the attention span in today's time, unfortunately, is so less that we become impatient and we don't enroll with the product. So if we can bring the enrollment to about 30 seconds, 45 seconds, by partnering or integrating the onboarding journeys with various platforms. One such initiative is we are integrating with Umang, and we are saying anybody who's an Umang user with just one click can actually open an NPS account. So several such initiatives would be required where the onboarding can become simplified and an NPS account can be opened in 30 to 45 seconds. I think that is one step technology can really play a crucial role. The second most important is once you've enrolled into the system, anyone would like to have a very seamless customer experience, whether it is withdrawal, whether it is any kind of partial withdrawal or any kind of account updation that are required. Now, on these aspects, if again we can make it extremely simplified, where a partial withdrawal can happen by just a small KYC authentication and there is no further authentication required. Some of these steps will actually help us to make the process more easy, more simplified. And once the NPS account opening becomes a 30-45 seconds, my gut feel says that the penetration will increase by at least 5 to 10 times. So as a CRA, we are committed to bring in the technology, we are committed to bring in that focus and energy behind making a smooth life cycle for all the subscribers, smooth onboarding process for all the subscribers. I think that's what technology can do, ma'am, in my view.
Thank you, Mr. Dhariwal. Like you very nicely explained, I mean, it's important to have a simple product, transparent processes, like you said, onboarding within a few 30-40 seconds, and also, of course, technology being the base, the skeleton. Your suggestions, I'm sure we have senior colleagues from PFRDA about simplification of processes. I'm sure they're hearing and they would be considering your views. My fourth panelist for Mr. Dwivedi, basically you have worked very closely with farmers in the last 20 odd years. और जैसे आपने बताया कि आपका ये विजन है कि subsistence level जो मध्य प्रदेश, बिहार और छत्तीसगढ़ के जो किसान हैं, वो subsistence level से कैसे वो sustainable या profitable केवल individual नहीं, livelihood enterprises बना सकेंगे by 2030, and उसके लिए आपने एक umbrella approach अपनाया है. तो इस परिप्रेक्ष्य को देखते हुए आपको क्या लगता है? हमने ये भी सुना यहाँ इस before lunch कि average income of farmers is still, the per capita income of farmers is still quite low compared to other people. So in this background, from a farmer's perspective, why is pension important today? And how can we use FPOs to mobilize their members to join NPS? आपके विचार?
Thank you, ma'am. In fact, the subject actually, this pension for the farmers actually, so it's a really very touching subject to me actually, and I belong to a farmer family actually, so well, that's something I wanted to share from my heart actually. So मैं कुछ बोलना चाहूँगा. Basically, I have seen actually from my experiences what I'm saying, and based on my experiences, there is at a village level जो farmer जो किसान होता है, so जब तक वो काम करने लायक होता है और जब तक वो फील्ड में फार्म में मेहनत करता है और वो अर्न करता है, तब उसका एक अलग रुतबा होता है अपने परिवार में, अपने गांव में. और जब वो एज के साथ वो अपने ढलान पे आ जाता है और उतना काम करने लायक नहीं हो जाता है, वो डिपेंडेंट हो जाता है दूसरे के ऊपर, तो मर्सी पे ऐसा चलता है. पहले हमारा जो सोशल सिस्टम था विलेज का, वो फैमिली वैल्यूज और जो सोशल सिस्टम थे वो काफ़ी स्ट्रॉन्ग थे, जहाँ पे एक अलग अलग स्टेज में लोगों को अलग अलग काम करने की रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी था. कि आप जब वानप्रस्थ की बात होता था या सीनियर जो फैमिली हेड ऑफ द फैमिली, उसके ऊपर यह था कि यू आर नॉट सपोज टू वर्क एट ग्राउंड लेवल. बट नाउ दिस सिचुएशन कंप्लीट चेंज. आई सीइंग सेवरल इंसिडेंट. अभी गाँव में हम जाते हैं तो काफ़ी लोग हैं, मतलब उनके फैमिली के उनके जो बच्चे हैं उनको छोड़ के एंड दे लेफ्ट they migrated to the urban areas. वहाँ पे वो एक old age लोग हैं, बूढ़े जो गांव में हैं, they are not able to even go to the outside from their home. ऐसे केसेस में पेंशन का ज़रूरत उन लोगों के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा हो गया है. और अभी ये बात शायद हम पेंशन की बात अर्बन में जैसे आपने बोला कि अभी, लेकिन वो लोग अभी गांव में फार्मर्स के लिए ये काफ़ी इम्पॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है और उनका एक डिग्निफाइड लाइफ और उनका अगर हमें देना है उन किसानों के लिए तो पेंशन बहुत ज़रूरी है. और मेरा मानना है कि इसको लेकर के जो अवेयरनेस है, इसका इम्पोर्टेंस को लेकर के शायद किसान गांव में करता क्या था, दो तरह का इन्वेस्टमेंट करता था. हमारे जो फादर थे, ही वाज आल्सो फार्मर, हमारे ग्रैंड फादर थे, तो वो बताते थे मेरे को जब मैं बहुत छोटा था कि हम सोना और लैंड खरीदने में करता था. बट अभी क्या हो रहा है कि जिन्होंने सोना भी खरीद लिया, अगेन दैट सोना इज इज मूविंग, वो दूसरे के हाथों में चला जाता है. सो उस तरह का जो सिक्योरिटी है वो उनके पास में नहीं रहता, उनके बच्चों के पास वो डिपेंडेंट रहते. तो अगर आप जो आपका वर्किंग एज है, जिस समय आप अर्निंग एज है, उस समय अगर आप डिपॉजिट कुछ आप अगर सेविंग करते हैं, सो आपका जो लाइफ है आफ्टर 70-75 आपके पास एक डिग्निफाइड लाइफ जो है आप एक जी सकते हैं. और किसानों के लिए इसलिए काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंस है. और मैंने अभी आफ्टर दिस डिस्कशन एक्चुअली पिछले 2 दिन पहले आई डिस्कस विथ लॉट्स ऑफ आवर FPO फार्मर्स. इनफैक्ट आवर बोर्ड मेंबर्स एंड बोर्ड मेंबर्स हैव स्टडीड. माय वुमन लेडी बोर्ड मेंबर, शी इज कमिंग फ्रॉम दिल्ली एक्चुअली, शी वेंट फॉर सम, एंड व्हेन आई शेयर दिस आइडिया, बोले सर इससे अच्छा क्या हो सकता है, मैं तो अभी तक कमा रही हूँ तब तक ठीक है, लेकिन लेकिन मैं नहीं कमाऊंगी तो मेरे बच्चे और बच्चे सब बाहर जाना चाहते हैं, गांव में नहीं रहना चाहते, तो मेरा क्या होगा? अभी सरकार जो देता है वो 800 रुपीज़ समथिंग, 700 800 इज बट इज नॉट. सो हमने बोला कि हम लोग विल डू समथिंग, तो मैं बोला कुछ अपन करेंगे. सो व्हाट वी डिसाइडेड कि मध्य भारत एज ए 500 FPO लीडर्स, एक्चुअली वी आर गोइंग विथ NPS. हम लोग वी आर जस्ट ट्रांसफरिंग सम इंसेंटिव टू आवर बोर्ड मेंबर्स एंड आवर फार्मर्स. 500 फार्मर्स के साथ हम उनका 2 किस्त 2 years में 1000 per farmers. With 500 for that we will start from Madhya Bharat, and it will cover all our BODs, basically the one BODs, and we will also increase कि आप करिए. So whatever incentive we will transfer to the farmer, that we have decided that 50% will go to the NPS actually, because NPS is really very very important for the farmers. 1000 रुपये जैसा आपने बोला डिस्टेंस के 1000 रुपीज़ 500 is the minimum actually that farmers can start with. और मैं तो इनफैक्ट अपने यहाँ से नाबार्ड और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से भी विल आल्सो परस्यू विद द लीडर्स कि कुछ इसमें गवर्नमेंट भी सपोर्ट करे, मतलब दैट अमाउंट, बिकॉज मैं आपके आने के पहले आई वाज कैलकुलेटिंग कि 1000 जमा करेंगे तो कितना मिलेगा आफ्टर पीरियड. सो दैट अमाउंट इज अभी 2000 आ रहा है, कहीं 1500 समथिंग इज कमिंग. दिस डिपेंड्स ऑन कितना लंबे समय आप इन्वेस्ट करते हैं. बट ये काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है और मेरे यहाँ पे जो FPOs के लोग हैं, और हम चाहेंगे कि जो भी आप इंसेंटिव अपने फार्मर्स को देना चाहते हैं उसका कुछ भाग उनके NPS में जाना चाहिए. उस समय के लिए जाना चाहिए जब वो अर्न करने लायक नहीं रहेंगे, जब उनका बॉडी उसको सपोर्ट नहीं करेगा. सो वो उनका जो लाइफ है वो किसी के मर्जी पे नहीं रहे. वो अपने पास, उनके अगर पास में पैसा रहता है, और मैंने ये अपनी आंखों से देखा है, अपनी फैमिली में देखा है कि जो हमारी आंटी थी वो पैसा जॉब करती थी, उनको पेंशन मिलता था, उनको अलग रिस्पेक्ट मिलता है, और जो दूसरी है उनको नहीं मिलता. क्योंकि ये सोशल जो फैमिली सिस्टम ये बदल रहा है. अभी जो हमारा कल्चर था उसमें काफ़ी डिग्रेडेशन हो रहा है फैमिली लेवल पे, और ये रियलिटी है. इसको जो न्यूक्लियस फैमिली का जो कॉन्सेप्ट है वो रियलिटी है. और जो हमारा जो सिंगल फैमिली, जो हमारा बड़ा कॉम्प्लेक्स फैमिली वो होता था, वो जो है वो हमारा टूट रहा है. तो इसलिए हमारा सभी FPOs का, और जो भी हम FPO के लोग जुड़े हुए हैं, कि हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि हम अपने फार्मर्स का जो लाइफ है वो ओल्ड एज में भी, और उसको भी हम लोग सिक्योर करें. और मैं जैसे मैंने बताया कि 500 इज अवर दिस ईयर टारगेट कि हम इस साल करेंगे, और आगे आने वाले समय में मैं चाहूँगा कि विथ अवर नेटवर्क वी विल ट्राई टू कवर मोर देन lakhs ऑफ फार्मर्स अंडर NPS. सो थैंक यू सो मच.
Congratulations Trivedi ji, आपने केवल कहानी, आपने कर भी दिखाया, आपने शुरुआत कर ली. Very important to note what he said, that there is a, in order to maintain your dignity and respect in the village and in the life, there is always, you need to have access to a constant flow of income. The second thing you said is there is a structural shift in financial assets from gold and property to more requirement of cash flows. So thank you for sharing your views. I will come back to Mr. Radhakrishnan. Mr. Radhakrishnan, we all know that SBI has been one of the leading banks in terms of technology advancement or digital banking platforms. I was also reading that last year in July 1955, when SBI completed its 64 years.
Yes, ma'am.
64 years, yeah. So almost 11 new digital, 11 new digital banking initiatives were launched, including the YONO Business, the UPI Tap and Pay, and so on. So I think you're the best person to tell us how SBI's digital platforms can support the NPS journey for farmers.
Right now, ma'am, we have, as sir was saying, our CEO from Protean, that now the banks are all in our mobile. And every family has a smartphone, and practically all banking services are available in the mobile itself. So we also have, just like many other banks, we also have a very robust mobile banking platform called YONO. In this YONO, it is very easy to open NPS. Now it can be made easier, of course, but still it is pretty easy because it is available. There is no need to actually go to the branch to open an NPS. We can open either tier 1 or tier 2 accounts can be opened straight away sitting at the home or wherever we are. If we can of course certainly improve that. We can just take eKYC. If we can use eKYC as the source of data for opening this NPS, then as I said earlier, we can also involve all our CSP points for onboarding NPS. the point is when we are thinking about the farmers, then not many farmers are actually active users of YONO or any mobile application other than probably WhatsApp. So for making farmers use NPS or enroll in NPS, what I can think of is, in addition to this mobile banking platforms or banks like YONO, we need to have this NPS available in the CSPs. And the NPS, what is that happening to his investment, if we can see through WhatsApp banking. We have WhatsApp banking. We have, most of the banks have WhatsApp banking. I can see the statement of account or balance in my accounts through WhatsApp. Similarly, if I can see what has happened to my NPS investments, that also we can show. That will also have that reassurance of what is happening to my balance, and it will also add to the trust part. In fact, ma'am, today, as we speak, every Gram Panchayat in the country is having camps for financial inclusion camps. But in the financial inclusion camps, we have APY, PMJJBY, PMSBY, but NPS is not there. Now the point is, we are stopping our thinking with APY. Okay, if somebody has crossed 40, what can I do then? Sorry, sir. Like that, that's how it goes. Now this has to be changed, and this change has to come, so that these camps, whenever we are conducting these financial inclusion camps, we have already completed about 8,000 camps in Telangana itself in the past 2 months. So if we can include that NPS also in that financial inclusion, then we can make a lot of difference to what is happening and covering the farmers, ma'am.
Thank you for explaining so well. Unfortunately, there's a lot to speak, but I've been given a maximum of 3 to 5 minutes to close the session. So next, I will have to do kind of a rapid fire kind of session. Mr. Ramalingam, what in your view would be the first 1 to 3 policy interventions that you think are needed to accelerate the pension coverage for farmers? In brief.
Yeah. Now, as I said in the initial remarks also, the incentive, I mean, there are already under the CSS scheme, this is one of the milestone. I mean, it is not, NPS is not specific. As a social security scheme, it is a milestone there. And, but then the releases are all connected, not connected with that. Only the performance milestone is there. And similarly, the other schemes also there. So now, there should be, what I feel is there could be an incentivization element that could be built into the promotional schemes, so that, I mean, they would be motivated to the if CBBOs or any other channel partners would be motivated to do that. And similarly, we have other, now with the farmers, because I am talking in terms of from the perspective of the farmers. So we have a 12 crore holding, means it's a 12 crore family, or into we can say 4 or 5, and so that kind of coverage is there. So there are so many incentive schemes for the farmers. So there also this can be converged, this NPS. And the third aspect I would say that is awareness creation is necessary on this. So now this this grassroots level institutions could be used for that and incentivized.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing out the important policy interventions required. Mr. Dhariwal, how would you address accessibility challenges for farmers who are not tech savvy?
Again, I believe that, for everything, necessity, if there is necessity, then we solve all the problems. Now, when I go back and see the kind of schemes which Government of India has launched for farmers, and most of them are available digital. Today when I go and see Umang, they are promoting several government initiatives, and they have crores of 9 crores, 10 crores of customers coming onto the app. So I think, example of OTT, we all want to see online content, so we go and, register ourselves. So it is all about the interest of an individual. I think accessibility, sitting in a remote place, I agree there could be some challenges, but there are today CSC centers available. There are today banks available, there are post office available, and all these platforms today, they distribute NPS. And it is a very seamless process of opening an account. What we can do to solve this problem, and it's a collective effort, it's not an individual effort, all of us can keep having these regional sessions going deeper into tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 locations so that the ground level awareness increases. Today, a lot of these sessions happens in a tier 1 center, where we are still not reaching out to the audiences who still don't understand probably, or they have not even touched upon what NPS is about. So I think going more deeper into Bharat, the real tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 where it is, and creating those awareness sessions there, adopting a village. What we are trying to do now is we are adopting a village to make it pension ready. So that is something that we are trying to do during our NPS Divas. We are trying to bring WhatsApp onboarding journey, NPS onboarding journey on WhatsApp, entire servicing on WhatsApp. So technology will do all of these things to make it more accessible. But again, even if the platform is available and today you can open an account on WhatsApp, still the biggest challenge lies whether the person knows what is NPS and why the person should be doing it and whether this facility is available so close by. So I think these are some of the steps that we'll have to do. Technology will surely solve, but again, I keep harping, we have to dig deeper for awareness.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Dwivedi, very briefly, can you tell us why should farmers still invest in NPS when they often depend on their children during their old age? Briefly, please.
Yeah. So, जैसा मैंने, as I already explained actually, कि there is a time actually because agriculture is completely, it is, it's a labor, it is a completely labor, intensive activities. So, farmers is not necessarily कि वो जब old age में उस तरह का अभी वो कैपेबल हो पाएगा उस अर्निंग करने के लिए. सो उसको मिड एज में, और जैसा एज आई सेट कि सिस्टम चूँकि फैमिली सिस्टम इज चेंजिंग, सो फार्मर्स को अपना सेविंग का कुछ पार्ट व्हाट आई फील कि दे मस्ट इन्वेस्ट ऑन फॉर देयर ओल्ड एज सिक्योरिटी point of view. And उसमें the problem is that actually the social customs, social values, in fact some cultural issues कि हम तो भगवान भरोसे वाला चलता है कि God will save us actually. So गाँव में people are still कि वो ठीक है मेरा बेटा या मेरा some will take care of actually. So he is not bothered कि वो हमें कुछ saving करना हमारे लिए importance है कि मैं बच्चों के लिए he is putting all his money, all effort for his children. लेकिन old age के लिए वो नहीं है, वो तो देखेंगे बच्चे देखें. So it's a completely उस तरह का जो awareness है वो farmers में काफ़ी lack है, particularly the areas where we are living in the Bundelkhand and Madhya Pradesh, in some part of adjacent to Uttar Pradesh. So those areas, backward areas, people are not much aware about these pension schemes and the importance of pension, particularly on the old age farmers. So मेरे को लगता है कि this schemes is very useful and FPO can play an important role because in fact we also from very several years ago thinking how we can give something to the farmers which can help them when nobody is available for their help actually. So इसमें ये schemes मेरे को लगता है it would be very useful for the farmers and FPO can play important role to for implementation of this scheme and transferring the benefit up to the farmers. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, I will thank all the panelists for their valuable suggestions, and I will close the session with just one slogan, Beej Bachat Ka and Fasal Pension Ki, and request all of you who are interested in knowing further about NPS, please visit stall number 25.
Thank you. Thank you, panelists. I would like to invite upon Mr. Sanjeev Sikka, Chief Product Officer, Samunnati, to please come up on the stage for the felicitation. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists?
सपनों को दो एक नई राह, सुरक्षित रिटायरमेंट है विजन हमारा, दिल के अरमान को मिले एक सहारा, जब कोई ना दे साथ तो NPS से पास, ये है
श्रीमती सुपर्णा टंडन,
एक सपना पूरा, NPS के संग जीवन बने सुरक्षित और रोशन सा,
श्री रामलिंगम,
जरूरत के वक्त ये बनेगा तुम्हारा, एक रिश्ता जो कभी ना टूटेगा ये प्यारा, बचपन से बुढ़ापे तक ये है साथी, हर मोड़ पे मिलेगा ये
Mr. S. Radhakrishnan,
जब कोई ना दे साथ तो NPS से पास, ये है जिंदगी का भरोसा, ये है खास, बुढ़ापे का सुकून, एक सपना पूरा।
Mr. Ranbir Singh Dhariwal.
सुरक्षित और रोशन सा।
Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Mr. Yogesh Dwivedi.
जिंदगी एक सफर है, कल की फिक्र कर, आज के फैसले से बनेगा कल का असर। NPS है वो राह जो ले जाए आगे।
Thank you, panelists, for underlining that pensions are not just about finance, but also about dignity and security. We have an announcement now. We have the list of winners for the Cultiva Tech Lucky Draw. I will now be announcing the winner names. You are please requested to come near the stage to collect your prizes. The winners are K. Arvind Kumar, Digital Green Trust. I repeat, K. Arvind Kumar, Digital Green Trust. Please come near the stage. Sameer Kumar Pradhan. Mr. Sameer Kumar Pradhan. Manne Kishan Chaudhary from Karimnagar. Manne Kishan Chaudhary, Karimnagar. Benny from Manipur. Benny from Manipur. And Saraj Vishnu Acherkar, Maharashtra. Saraj Vishnu Acherkar, Maharashtra. We now move into a showcase segment that highlights how digital tools are making agricultural extension more accessible for smallholder farmers. From knowledge sharing to on-ground adoption, these approaches are helping farmers connect with information in quicker and simpler ways. To share more on this, please join me in welcoming Mr. Narendra Kandimala, Regional Head South at Digital Green.
Yeah, good evening everyone. So I'm Narendra representing Digital Green Trust India. Digital Green Trust is well known in terms of strengthening the extension system. So we have been working for the past 17 years across the country, and not only India, we also works in other countries like Ethiopia, Kenya and Nigeria. So if you look back, what is the impact that we were able to create over these 17 years? Like we have created more than 10,000 videos, and we have 85 million YouTube videos, viewers from the farmers. And then we trained around 121,000 frontline workers, and then around we have reached around 8.2 million farmers, where 43% are women. So from different RCT studies, we observed the clear impact in terms of increasing adoption of crop advisories, and then climate smart practices, and also reduction of the cost in terms of conventional to digital method. And then there is a 24% income increase, and then 17% yield increase, what we witnessed. Moving from the traditional system to now, we have moved to the AI platform, where generative AI can provide much more effective advisories to the farmers. So if you can see, this is the one of the mobile interface that we are offering to the farmers on free of cost across globe. Currently, this particular application works on based on the voice, text, image, and also giving certain prompt questions where a farmer can easily access relevant information or need-based information using this application. So what good about Gen AI is basically to scale and impact, which have a lower cost in terms of the adoption. So when you see the comparison between the conventional and videos, so in the conventional method, so we invested around 2,900 rupees per adoption, whereas in videos we were able to reduce to 294 rupees, and now we are trying to reduce that cost even more to 29 rupees per user. So as I mentioned, these are some of the countries that we are currently operating. So this is how the interface looks like, the farmer chat, which we are offering to the farmers. So the first one is the home interface, the home screen. The second is around voice input. It's very easy the way we use the WhatsApp. The farmer can easily give the voice input of their queries and they can get the answer on real-time basis. And the farmer can also upload their crop image or pest infected or disease infected crop image, and they can get the advisory on real-time basis. It also provides a climate resilient, climate smart advisory based upon the accessing of the farmer farm location, and it will analyze the weather and also the other parameters of the particular crop area, and then it will customize and provide you the advisories. And it also has the market interface where farmers can also explore different market prices of the crops that they are growing. So these are some of the questions where usually the farmers are asking, like how to control high temperatures in terms of cultivating avocado crop, and also best mango varieties which have a higher price in September. So these kind of questions farmers are using farmer chat they are asking. So this is basically gives you a wonderful analytics in terms of FPOs who uses, or in terms of the extension system who is accessing, particularly the frontline workers who are connected to the farmers on day-to-day basis. It provides you a wonderful insights in terms of which are the months the farmers have been asked more frequent question on any pest or disease or maybe any kind of products or varieties. So that will give you, that will give a analytics where some policy level decisions can be taken, and even FPO can also plan of serving these farmers in those particular months. As of now, what is the status of the farmer chart usage in India particularly? So far around 250,000 farmers have downloaded and started using this, and over 2 million queries asked all these farmers across the country. So if you see where all these small and marginal farmers have been using this particular application, where among them 40% are women, and as I mentioned, like 2 million queries so far have been asked, and around 8 queries per user we have noticed were actively engaged using the application. So these are some of the initial insights that we got from the users currently who are using the farmer chat. But more RCT studies are yet to come, so hopefully we will be soon sharing some of those insights as well. But as of now, the 60% of active users are actively using, and women are like expressed it is very easy to use and very easy to adopt. So our focus is mainly reaching more million number of farmers and small scale farmers, and also strengthening the farmers and FPOs in the particular agri domain, so that their product and their productivity and income increase can be effectively done. So what coming next in farmer chat is basically we are enhancing farmer chat application. It's a continuation process wherein we are engaging the farmers of where the fellow farmers sharing their particular adopted practice. Like it's a community engagement feature that we are bringing in. We are also bringing in the crop calendar, where it analyzes the weather and it will analyze the conditions, and then it provides the very specific context local advisories to the farmers. And we are also bringing some behavioral aspects into the application, where farmers can also change their mindset in terms of adopting agri practices. The marketplace is particularly helping the farmers to find out the products and buy the products from the FPO and the nearby vendors or the shops. By 2028, we are aiming to reach around 8 million farmers, and then helping the farmers to increase around 25% of their income, and also reduction of the per cost adoption, and achieving a monthly active usage of 25%. So these are the government partners currently are working across the India, and some of these are our supporting partners who are helping us to reach more number of farmers. So thank you so much for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much to each one of you hearing me out. And thank you Samunnati team for giving me this opportunity. Since I have very less time, I would like to give a small announcement. Tomorrow we are having a masterclass session on this particular application where our team is going to detail about each and every feature of this particular application. Apart from this, we also have a similar kind of application for FPOs. Those two will be elaborated tomorrow in masterclass. And if any further queries, please do visit us, our stall S44. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Narendra, for sharing those insights. I would like to now invite Mr. Madhu Varmaraja, Head of Credit, Samunnati, for the felicitation. Can we have a huge round of applause?
Can you please pose for a picture? Center. While we are at it, I have a quick announcement to make. I understand that it is important that all of us network, all of us derive maximum value out of this program. A small request from the organizing team is that in case you feel the need to network, talk to fellow participants, we request you to please utilize the breakout rooms as well as the stall area. There are sessions that are tailored, curated for FPOs and enterprises and all of you delegates here. Request you to please pay attention and ensure that you interact with the panelists and ensure that you derive maximum value out of these sessions. Thank you very much.
Moving on, if there's one force that holds up the roots of our farming systems, it is women. Our next session, The Future She Grows, Building Income and Resilience for Women Farmers on the Climate Frontlines, will spotlight how women are not just adapting, but they are leading with income security, climate-smart practices, and building stronger communities. To take this dialogue forward, I invite our moderator, Ms. Sudha Reddy Patnaik, CEO of NAFPO, to please lead the panel. Can we have a huge round of applause for our panelists, Mr. Anurag Gangwar, Chief Development Officer, Frontier Markets, Mr. Rajesh Kumar Mopidevi, Director, Saral Jeevan India Foundation, Ms. Lakshmi Saheli, Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Shirsendu Paul, Regional Manager, Collectives for Integrated Livelihood Initiatives. Thank you. The stage is all yours.
Thank you. I'm Sudha. I'm with NAFPO, National Association of FPOs. Some of you might have seen our State of Sector report launch in the morning. And today's panel is very, very closely linked to some of the insights we share in that report. So one of the very hard-hitting data that I've recently come across is 80% of economically active women in the country are in agriculture. So nothing in agriculture will move ahead unless our women are moving ahead, and our women are moving the agriculture ahead, not only themselves. So, and I'm so glad to be part of this panel today, who have more to share about how our women are really leading the mantle on the front of agriculture and income resilience in agriculture. So I have with me here Mr. Anurag Gangwar, Chief Development Officer from Frontier Markets. I have Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Director, Saral Jeevan India Foundation. Ms. Lakshmi Garu, a Saheli with Frontier Markets in Andhra Pradesh. and Mr. Sirshendu Pal, Regional Manager with CINI. So I want to start the panel with a bit of experience sharing. I had a good luck to be part of a FPO meeting recently. This was in Madhya Pradesh in Jhabua district, and it was a group of all women FPOs. It was a room of FPO leaders, about 50 of them. And I just happened to be there listening to their meeting. And during that meeting, I realized these women are here farmer leaders, board of directors, but when they go back from this meeting, there are so many other things that they need to take care of. At homes, they take care of their children, their elders, they take care of cooking, they take care of home finances, and they do farming, and they take farming decisions, and now they have started a farmer company and attend the meetings as board of directors. So it's unbelievable. It was one of my most inspiring leadership experiences that I've seen, and these are super women. So our panel talks about how we build income and resilience in women and take them ahead from survival to success. I think when I meet the women who are these farmer leaders, it is so obvious that it's not the survival mindset that they are in. They are genuinely super women and they are thinking of success, they're chasing success. So this is the entrepreneurial spirit that already exists, and I'm hoping our FPO ecosystem can tap more and more into it. So we'll hear more about it today. Let's start with Mr. Sirshendu Pal with CINI and your experience with working with women in agriculture, sir.
Audible? Yeah, thank you, ma'am. So I represent CINI. To talk on this, I think important ये है कि CINI as an organization, we started with Tata Trust, initiative of Tata Trust, a program called Lakpati Kisan during the year 2015. हम जब ये program design कर रहे थे, that time the challenge was like this कि 30 to 40,000 अगर village level में income है, how can we raise that income more than lakh rupees for all farmers? So that program designing is mainly having two components. One is how we can increase the productivity for smallholder farmer, mainly women farmer, because women is the interface for our program. And also while increasing the productivity for agriculture, for small ruminant, for non-timber forest producers like lakh, tasar, the other challenge was to make a system around it so that it can become irreversible. So the Lakpati Kisan program is having two components. One is having the productivity enhancement for all the smallholder farmer, for agriculture, livestock, NTAP, and other is how to create a system and institutionalize it so that it can sustain for smallholder farmers. So when I talk about the institution thing, we had one principle, that is women-led institution building, and how women can have this, how women-led institution can drive the development change. So that time it was framed like SHG, PG, and this FPOs. And in this system, when there is a need of the production establishment, there is always a challenge for inputs. The market for inputs, the market for outputs, and also on the pre-production to production to post-production, these challenges are there. This we say a value chain activity. Now, if you see the women role, women in agriculture are in all segments, and they are doing as a laborer role, mostly the paid labor in case of agriculture or the small ruminant cases. So now this principle, how the women-led institutions can spearhead the development process, we have FPOs. So in the Lakpati Kisan template in pan-India level in 4 states of CINI's work, we have 24 farmer producer organizations, out of which some of them are farmer producer companies, some are cooperatives, and some are federations. What I'm trying to bring here, that for input system to get established, there is a need of entrepreneurship activities which is incubated in the value chain itself, like the polyhouse entrepreneur or the piglet entrepreneur kind of thing. जो एक्चुअली हेल्प करता है फॉर पूरे इकोसिस्टम को बिल्ड करने के लिए. सो वी हैव द LLM सिस्टम लाइक प्रोड्यूसर ग्रुप व्हिच इज वुमेन लेड, SAGs are women led. But now these entrepreneurship activities incubated in the farmer producer organizations are critical for making the systems and that production system irreversible. Now हमने जब जर्नी शुरू किया था in the year 2015-16, we have seen women-led development is there always in India, and if you see this NABARD movement and SAGs, it is there. But in the year 2015-16, what we have witnessed that time women-led development is mostly on the savings credit and they were into the agricultural labor. Now if I talk today, now this ecosystem में जब हम build करने गए, so we have all producer companies are having the women BODs. So that is one indicator that women-led development is happening. If I take one example, like from, I am from Jharkhand, representing Jharkhand team, I take one example. One of our FPOs, Chutchu Mahila Mahasang, they are into the turnover of more than 5 crore for last 2-3 years, consecutive years. उस पे दीदी लोग बोलते हैं कि हमें टैली सीखना है. मुझे टैली दिखाइए और हमारे एरिया का टैली डेटा से वी वांट टू अंडरस्टैंड द बिजनेस. सो देयर इज इंक्विजिटिवनेस टू अंडरस्टैंड द बिजनेस. दिस इज वन एग्जांपल. नाउ इफ वी टेक अनदर एग्जांपल, देयर आर 2 grafting chambers which is costing around 14 lakhs or so. That is run by 2 women. One is Meena Didi, another is another Didi. One of the piglet entrepreneur who supplies the piglets to the to scale up the pig rearing activity. She is Beena Devi. She got the best entrepreneur award from ICAR Palandu. So these cases are coming up. Also in Jama block of Dumka district, Kia Full Soren, she done excellently well on the polyhouse entrepreneurship. Here also in this conclave, thanks to Samunnati, 3 of the FPOs are here. From Orissa, there are 2 FPOs, Jiden Horo and Kia Marshall. They have demonstrated a model called Mahila Krishak Bazaar from the DMFT funds. Their small women are coming together with their vegetables in a particular market, and then sorting, grading are happening, and they are interfacing the market. They are taking the lead. Another example is in our last year annual work plan, one woman BOD, she got the best paddy marketing, the best BOD award on marketing, and that input amount was 52 lakhs only by selling the paddy from our area. So these are coming up. So what I mean to say, the agenda for this forum is, we have seen this women-led development, but with the Lakpati Kisan program and our journey, what we are witnessing, women-led development is not, now it is limited to only the SAGs or the laborer into a particular value chain. They are now under the economic leaderships also. They are into the proper value chain engagement, and they are the core player for the value chain development also. And when they are into the value chain development, obviously their income is getting increased and they are into the economic leadership. It's not like only that wage laborer kind of thing. So women-led development experiences are having with us. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Now I move to Mr. Anurag. Can you share a bit more about frontier markets? I hear that you work with more than 35,000 women in rural areas. So go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Shudha. Before I start, I would really like to thank Samunnati Foundation for giving us this opportunity. Really appreciate it. So let me quickly introduce everyone to who we are, what we do. So I represent Frontier Markets. It's one of the India's leading AI-enabled rural commerce platform that is enabling access to essential products and services at the last mile, Tier 5 and Tier 6 villages. We work very closely with rural SAG women entrepreneurs. We provide them with digital handholding and technology access, and we transform them into multi-service category digital store footprints. And these women become channel for companies and government to push essential products and services to the last mile, mainly to the customers who do not have access to these products and services. On the platform right now, as Shudha mentioned, we have empowered more than 35,000 women entrepreneurs who have served more than 1 million rural customers, and more than 70% of them are smallholder women farmers. 2 years ago, we launched a national initiative called She Leads Bharat Udyam with the help of our partners. And we are proud to say that in March, the Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji also recognized our efforts. And last week, we signed She Leads Andhra. We launched She Leads Andhra initiative with the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh to replicate the model in Kuppam and also saturating the Andhra Pradesh SAG network. So the core thesis of the work we do is that when we invest in rural women with technology, when we give them access to market linkages and also financial support, then they can really understand what the rural needs are and also become the agent and distributor of essential products and services, while also getting a chance to elevate and diversify their incomes. Now, how all of this tie back to the farmers and the problem and the main agenda of this conference and also the panel. So earlier this year, we launched our initiative called She Leads Bharat Mahila Kisan. And this initiative came from very deep understanding of the challenges faced by smallholder women farmers, that too in villages. And this initiative, again, when you look at the stats are bizarre. For example, more than 70% of agricultural labor force consists of women. But when you look at how many women are insured or have crop insurance or have any kind of protection against the crop losses due to climate changes, the numbers are again crazy. To give you an example, in India we have around 12 crore farmers and only 22% of them have access to any kind of crop insurance. And within that 22%, only 15% of them are women farmers. So on one hand, while majority of agricultural labor force consists of women, but most of them do not have any kind of protection against any kind of financial loss incurred due to adverse climate conditions. So this was a motivation with which we started She Leads Bharat Mahila Kisan initiative with the vision of protecting 1 million smallholder women farmers by 2030. Currently, we are in phase 1 of that initiative. And in phase 1, the goal is to protect 10,000 smallholder women farmers in UP and Rajasthan. And we've been very fortunate to partner with very interesting partners. To give you an example, so it's a partnership with 5 companies. One of our partners is Global Parametrics, which is part of Celsius Pro. They are based out of UK. With them, we are creating the world's first gender-smart parametric crop insurance for drought and rainfall. And the product, again, has taken account. So we did a survey with 5,000 women farmers. We tried to understand what their real needs are. And based on that survey, we are creating this unique insurance that would use satellite data to measure the different levels of moisture and rainfall. And based on different threshold level of climatic conditions, the women would be the primary beneficiary and they would get the payout within the 6 days. In case any adverse climatic condition happens, which would increase their likelihood of incurring a strong financial loss. So this is a product that we are right now in the process of launching. So Global Parametrics, again, based out of UK, is one of our key partners. Another partner is Humanity Insured, which is the foundation of Howden Group, which is one of the largest insurance brokers in the world. And their mandate is to protect the most vulnerable farmers across the world against climate change. And they have come into this partnership as an insurance subsidy provider, and also they have provided support in terms of helping us build resilience capacity of these women. And then in India, we are working with Howden India, who's helping us work out all the compliances, policy underwriting, and then we are also speaking with a few leading insurance partners. So again, in summary, this initiative is very targeted towards protecting small women holder farmers against adverse climate conditions like drought and rainfall. Also with the realization that most of the existing crop insurance, again, the beneficiary is a male. But again, since most of the work is being done by women who are on the field, but also they are the most vulnerable if there is a crop loss and they don't have the money. But again, all of this applies to marginal farmers, which again, more than 80% of the farmers in India are marginal. So this is, like in a nutshell, what we are doing in terms of the gender climate resilience piece. And also Lakshmi ji is one of our beneficiary from Kuppam. She would be talking about what role our women entrepreneurs are playing in this entire gamut and entire ecosystem of protecting against climate change. Thanks.
Thank you, Anurag. With that, let's move to Lakshmi Garu. I'll try my best to translate Telugu. So Lakshmi Garu, మీరు ఫ్రంటియర్ మార్కెట్స్తో పాటు విమెన్ ఆంటర్ప్రినర్గా పనిచేస్తున్నారు కదా. సో మీ ఆదాయం ఈ ఇనిషియేటివ్ వల్ల పెరిగిందా? సో ఫ్రంటియర్ మార్కెట్స్తో పాటు మీరు ఎలా పనిచేస్తున్నారు కొంచెం చెప్పగలరా?
నా పేరు లక్ష్మి, మాది వెండగంపల్లి, కుప్పం మండలం, చిత్తూరు జిల్లా. పాంటన్ మార్కెట్కు చేరకముందు వచ్చేసి మేము సరుకులు తెచ్చుకోవాలంటే కుప్పం పోవాలంటే 3-4 కిలోమీటర్లు అవుతుంది, ఆటో పెట్టుకొని పోవాలా. సరుకులు తేవాలంటే మేము పోయి మార్కెట్కు పోయినామంటే అంగడికి పోవాలా. ఒక అంగడిలో ఏది దొరకదు, ఒకే అంగిట్లో అన్నీ. సరుకులు 3-4 అంగళ్ళకి వెళ్ళి అక్కడ తెచ్చుకొని అన్నీ ఒక జాగాలో పెట్టుకునేసి ఆటోలో ఎత్తుకొని వచ్చి పెట్టుకొని మళ్ళీ ఆటో నుండి అంగడికి ఎత్తుకురావాలా. రావాలంటే టైము పడుతుంది, డబ్బు వేస్ట్ అవుతా ఉండింది అప్పుడైతే. ఇప్పుడు మాకు ప్రాంటియన్ మార్కెట్లో నేను ఆర్డబ్ల్యూగా చేరిన తర్వాత నాకు వచ్చేసి యాప్ ఇచ్చినారు. యాప్ ద్వారానే నేను సరుకులు ఇంటి దగ్గర కూర్చొని సరుకులు చూసుకొనేసి దాంతోనే యాప్లోనే నేను బుక్ చేసుకున్నానంటే అక్కడి నుండి తేవడానికంటే ఇక్కడ 2 రూపాయలు 3 రూపాయలు తక్కువగా ఉంటుంది ఒక సరుకు మీద నాకు. అట్లా సరుకు చూసుకుంటే మనము యాప్లో నుండి మనము చేసుకున్నామంటే దాంతో ఎంత ఉందని అక్కడే చూపిస్తుంది, రేట్ ఎంత ఉంది, మనం ఎన్ని పీసులకి ఎన్ని తీసుకుంటామని రేటు పక్కాగా చూపిస్తుంది. అప్పుడు మనకి ఎందుకంటే ఎవరు మనల్ని ఏమార్చే పని ఉండదు కదా, అది చూసుకునేసి మేము యాప్లో చేసుకుంటాము. సరుకులు వాళ్ళే తెచ్చి ఇంటి దగ్గర ఇచ్చేస్తారు. ఇంటి దగ్గర ఇచ్చిన తర్వాత మేము క్యాష్ అనేది పే చేస్తాము. ముందైతే అట్లా కాకుండా మనం సరుకులు డబ్బులు ఎత్తుకొని పోయి అక్కడ తీసుకొని మళ్ళీ దాన్ని ఎత్తుకొని వచ్చి ఆటో ఛార్జీ మాకు టైము వేస్ట్ అవుతూ ఉండింది. ఇప్పుడు అది కాకుండా మాకు టైము సేవ్, ఇలా డబ్బులు ఆటో ఛార్జీ మిగులుతుంది. మళ్ళీ వినియోగదారులు ఉంటారు అంటే కస్టమర్లు ఉంటారు కదా, వాళ్ళు మాకు సేవ్ అవుతారు. ఎందుకంటే మేము షాప్ క్లోజ్ చేసేసి పోవాలి, అంగడికి పోవాలంటే అక్కడ పోయేసి. ఇప్పుడు మాకు ఇది పెరుగుతుంది, ఇలా సరుకులు ఇంటి దగ్గరే వస్తుంది, మాకు మనీను సేవ్ అవుతా ఉంది, టైము సేవ్ అవుతా ఉంది, అలా కస్టమర్లు మాకు పెరుగుతూ ఉన్నారు. ముందైతే మాకు వచ్చేసి ఒక 500-600 వస్తానండి రోజుకి. ఇప్పుడు ప్రాంటియన్ మార్కెట్లో చేరిన తర్వాత ఒక రోజుకు 2000, 2500, 3000 వరకు వస్తుంది. మనం వ్యాపారం చేసినంత వస్తుంది, మనకు నెలకు ఆదాయం ఉంటుంది మాకు. ఇలా మాకు దీని గురించి సంతోషంగానే ఉంది. అదేవిధంగా ఈ యాప్ ద్వారా మాకు వచ్చేసి ఎలక్ట్రానిక్ వస్తువు, కాస్మెటిక్, ఇది తర్వాత మహిళా రైతుల కోసము ఎరువులు, వాడే పరికరాలు అవన్నీ కూడా దాని ద్వారానే మేము మార్కెట్ రేటుకొనే ఇస్తున్నాం. అంటే తక్కువకే ఇస్తున్నాం, మార్కెట్ రేట్లో ఎక్కువగా ఉంటుంది. ఈ యాప్ ద్వారా దానికంటే 2-3 రూపాయలు తక్కువలోనే ఇస్తాం మహిళా రైతులకు అనేసి. దాని గురించి వాళ్ళు ఇంప్రూవ్ అవుతారు. నేను చేరి 5 నెలలుగా అవుతా ఉంది. దీని గురించి ఇంకా ముందు మీరు ఇచ్చేసినారంటే అక్కడ మా ఊర్లో డెవలప్ చేసుకుంటాం. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Very nice. So, Lakshmi Garu actually shared a lot of very good insights on what matters to women entrepreneurs. She mentioned one of the most important thing is having home delivery of goods and services, because women are really running busy for time, and if somebody can offer them doorstep delivery, it makes a huge difference. So she became a woman entrepreneur where she gets doorstep delivery and she ensures that other women farmers around her get the products and services through her. And another important thing she highlighted is that she learned how to use the app, and she says it was quite easy to learn to use it, and she manages her entire business on that app right now. And she quoted some numbers about how there is cost price, and then there is markup, and then selling price, and then how she's making almost 3-fold of money every day by using this app. So the more we talk to her, the more you realize that women are not really in the survival mindset anymore. It's really about chasing success. So thank you, Lakshmi Garu.
Can I just add one very small contextual point? So it is like women like Lakshmi ji that are part of our network and are the real ambassadors and agents of change at the last mile. And what we have realized again over a decade-long experience working at the last mile is that when we have these women who are equipped with technology, other women in the villages trust them. They trust them for their knowledge, they trust them for the products and services that they have to offer. And this trust is something that we are banking on in terms of protecting the farmers and getting them the right kind of products and services, and most importantly, protection against climate change. Yes.
Madam.
Over to you.
మేడం, దీని గురించి మార్కెట్ ఫ్రాంటియర్ మార్కెట్ గురించి చేస్తున్నాం కదా, వాళ్ళు వచ్చేసి మాకు చేసిన మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసినారు. మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ చేసి మా పేరు మీదే అంగడిలో షాప్ మీద పెయింటింగ్ కొట్టి అంతా చేసినారు. సారు హేమంత్ సారు ఈసారి అరవింద్ సారు వాళ్ళందరూ వచ్చి అక్కడ చేసి ఇచ్చేసినారు. అంటే ముందైతే మా ఊరికి మాత్రమే తెలుసు, వెండుగంపల్లికి కుప్పంకి మాత్రమే తెలుసు మేము ఎవరు అనేసి. కానీ ఈ ఫ్రాంటియర్ మాకిద అజిత మేడం తరపు నుంచి ఇక్కడి వరకు వచ్చినాం మేము. చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. వాళ్ళందరికీ మా హృదయపూర్వక ధన్యవాదాలు.
So Lakshmi Garu is thanking Frontier for supporting her with this initiative, and I think that also highlights the role of intermediary organizations, the ecosystem, the role that we play in identifying high potential rural women and making sure that they're getting the support that they need. Okay, so Mr. Rajesh, we just have about 3 to 4 more minutes, but we really want to hear from you, Mr. Rajesh, so go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Samunnati, for giving this opportunity. Basically, this kind of a event should happen more frequently so that we'll have more networking and more knowledge sharing. That will be more beneficial for everyone. So coming to the point of these discussions, women, normally we see women are not working as a laborer in the most of the agricultural fields, whereas about 70 to 80% of our food chain is dependent on women work for their right from sowing or grading or harvesting, and moreover, most of the time, this seed saving indigenous technologies, indigenous knowledge is with the women. How to save the seeds for next generation or for the next cropping pattern, all these things will be taken care by women. So it is not just 70% or 80% or 40% of the workforce, but there are actually the knowledge bearers or torch bearers for the next generation of the agriculture. Not just in agriculture, now they are into the different fields. Right now we are seeing with the Lakshmi ji, they are into entrepreneurship and everything. And most of the time their work is not properly recognized, because their work on household work is they are definitely doing. Apart from that, they are doing multiple activities. If it is entrepreneurship, they don't leave the home, but they're taking care of entire home burden and as well as the income generation. So where we need to recognize more of this kind of a women activities and women-led working. At policy level, I'm actually advocating on a couple of things. This Kisan Samman Yojana, or in many states, the farmers are getting some kind of a direct support, DBTs, from the state governments. As women don't have land in their name, that money is going to their men, those who are actually taking care of that house. So whether they are using it for agriculture or some other purpose, which is little bit question mark. So wherever it is possible, this kind of a government DBTs or anything is happening, that should go to the women in that household, where we have proper control on that money, which can be directly used for agriculture purpose, not on any other activities. So this kind of a policy level changes, if we can bring, then that will be good, and that will be actual recognition for women work participation in agriculture or any other activities. Thank you.
Very important point, Mr. Rajesh, that how do we make sure the financial inclusion is very, very strong for our women farmers. Absolutely. The topic is really, really important, but we have no more time to continue in this panel today. But do reach out to the panelists through the stalls and through the event tomorrow as well for more discussions. And I'd like to thank my panelists. Thank you so much for keeping it brief while sharing really important points with us. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for showing us that when women farmers take the lead, it opens up new opportunities. I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth Agarwal, Head of Strategy, Samunnati, for the felicitation, please. Mr. Anurag Gangwar, Chief Development Officer, Frontier Markets. Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Director, Saral Jeevan India Foundation. Thank you, Siddharth. Can I please request Ms. Sudha to do the felicitation for Ms. Lakshmi? Thank you, Siddharth. Mr. Shirsendu Paul, Regional Manager, Collectors for Integrated Livelihood Initiatives. Thank you once again. Ladies and gentlemen, our next segment takes us straight into the fields, into the very heart of how farming can adapt, innovate, and thrive. We are honored to welcome Mr. Sriram Raghavendran, Head of the Agri Center of Excellence at the Heartfulness Institute. In this showcase, he will bring to life what climate-smart agriculture looks like when it is not just an idea, but in practice. Mr. Sriram, please. Thank you. Yeah, I'll be.
Good evening, everyone. In this session, we'll talk about very practical, implementable ideas on the field on climate-smart agriculture. I want to just touch on two ideas. The first being biochar and how you can improve soil fertility with biochar. And the second one is horticulture grafting. Heartfulness Institute is a non-profit organization. We have a global presence. We offer meditation in about 160 countries. But more importantly, in terms of relevance to this audience, we work in about 32 ecological initiatives, agriculture and biochar being one of them. So they say charity begins at home. So the work that we started with biochar started about 8 to 10 years ago. This was a picture of our headquarters, which is 50 kilometers from here, Kana Shantivanam. This is how the land was completely barren, bereft of water, poor soil organic carbon, poor nutrients, red soil. Any farmer who's come and looked at the soil, either to kuch bhi ugega nahi, right? This was how it was in 2017. And fast forward to about 2023, this is how it is. It's considered and recognized as a green spot. We have 1.5 lakh trees. Water table has risen about 1,000 feet in about 6 years. And agriculture has come back with a bang. And one important ingredient which made this happen is biochar. I'll talk about it. I mean, there's enough and more people who talked about the various problems of that agriculture faces. I will not repeat it. You know it better than me. But मुझे एक बताना है ना, बचपन में लाइक ना हम सब एक पत्थर फेंक के लाइक ना आम तोड़ा है. कभी कभी आम गिरता था, राइट? हमें बहुत खुशी होता था. ओके, बट बायोचार एक चीज़ ऐसा है कि एक पत्थर फेंक के लाइक नो 8-9 आप आम तोड़ सकते, राइट? वन सिंगल सोल्यूशन which can actually solve like multiple problems, right? It's multidimensional, it's fascinating, but it can help regenerate the soils of India and save the world. Very simple, biochar, there's a lot of farm residue that gets generated in agriculture, about 600 to 700 million tons in India. At least 1/3 to 1/4 is burnt. Instead of burning, if you can pyrolyze it, which is a process we can teach you, it can result in biochar, it can help regenerate the soils, improve your yield and income, right? So examples of actual research that we've done, right? This is in Gujarat and Madhya Pradesh, right? Cotton farms, we worked with 144 farmers, research trials where Central Institute of Cotton Research has been involved. You see, the farmer, we tell them, whatever you do, you do. No organic farming, conventional farming, DAP, यूरिया, आप जो भी कर रहे करो. Okay, left में फार्मर का प्रैक्टिस है. एक ही बदलाव है राइट में, बायोचार डालना. कैसा डालना, कितना डालना, कभी डालना, हम बोलेंगे, राइट? And the result in 144 farmers, 3 districts, 1 district in conventional farming had 18% increase, second had 30% increase, and the third one with organic farming had 32% increase, first season, right? And you can see the change yourself. Lot of details, I'm not going into it, but it's not just the yield, right? Vegetative growth ज़्यादा है, मिट्टी में गीला रहता है, okay, 3-4 दिन गीला रहता है, okay, जीवन वापस आ गया, okay, there is bacteria, there's even earthworms back in the soil, right? So this is reversal of the degraded land that we're talking about. एक 1-minute video है. Volume cut. On this side, biochar है. थोड़ा volume ठीक नहीं है. This is biochar field. You look at the uniformity, the greenness, and the health. This is the middle where both are included. You know, so forget the middle. Look at the field on the right. This is the farmer practice, right? And look at the right. This is the farmer practice. Same day, same seed, same farmer, but the difference is pretty obvious, right? Now, that is a large-scale study which we ran, but we have set up a center of excellence in Kana Shantivanam, 50 kilometers from here. I'll just show you pictures, right? And our numbers. I will not say that these are research numbers, right? These are not validated, but you can make out as farmers what the difference is, right? No biochar with biochar. Any leafy greens, there is significant improvement in terms of yield. You see bitter gourd, okay, on the right side, you see the greenness of the leaves. Nitrogen uptake is much better. The only difference between the two is biochar. Vermicompost, जीवाम, जो भी इधर भी डाल रहा है, उधर भी डाल रहा है. Same seed, same number of seeds, same water, same conditions, right? Spring onion, radish, maize, corn, okay, is being worldwide researched a lot, and they say that corn gives excellent results with biochar, right? This is brinjal, still going on. Okay. We've done with many other crops, and we're running farmer trials in Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, and Gujarat with a whole host of crops. We are looking to partner with ICAR, okay, with the agricultural universities to really do a proper study, because it depends on soil, depends on crop, depends on farming practices. There are many variables, right? But we are working towards that. So what are the benefits of biochar? One last slide on biochar, right? It improves germination rates. Soil moisture, okay. It retains water even if there is a delay in rain-fed irrigation. 1-2 हफ्ता बारिश नहीं आया, फिर भी गीलापन रहता है soil में. And once the soil is moist, it takes care of everything. The roots grow deeper, the nutrient uptake is better, de-weeding is easier, it makes a lot of things better. Better vegetative growth, higher yield. In our experience, okay, we've seen, and again it depends on farm to farmer, in our experience we've seen like, anywhere from 10% like, to 40% growth, right? Farmers कपास में बोले, अरे 20-25% तो है ही है, okay? But with greens, you get 60-80%. Horticulture, you get higher. Stress resilience. The one very amazing thing is with better nutrient uptake, there is lesser pest attacks, right? And next farms are there, but still lesser pest attacks. Early flowering, 8 to 12 days we get flowers early, and which means in some cases yield directly improves. Right? Lesser flower drops, because nutrient uptake is higher, flowers don't drop. And most important, right? हम chemical डालते हैं A season के लिए, but biochar डालिए season में, उत्पादन भी ज़्यादा होता है. But अगला season, at the end of the season, our preliminary tests have shown that SOC goes up, soil organic carbon goes up, and nutrient goes up, which means you're also like, taking care of your next season and the next season and the year after that. So biochar last 2 years में कर रहे with farmers. Initially biochar दिया, but हम देख रहे like farmers, their practices, I mean, everybody does it differently. So now there is a change in strategy. We've actually mixed every requirement along with biochar. We're calling it biocharge. A खाद का substitute नहीं है. आप जो भी डाल रहे डालिए, ए साथ में डाल के देखिए, right? You don't need to do it for 10 acres, right? Our suggestion, okay, and here in stall 22, we have bags. You can take one bag, एक 10 feet में 10 feet डाल के देखिए, right? Aapko acha laga, next year you want 1 acre, 10 acres, your FPO, we can supply you hundreds of tons. But in case you have a large requirement, okay, 500 tons or plus, we can come and set up a unit, we can teach you how to do it, and this can become a business that you can do with the farmers, right? So this is how we want to partner with you. I have one more topic, vegetable grafting. Very short. Horticulture grafting in some areas is very good, but by and large it's not prevalent. What is grafting? Very simple, right? We take the top part, okay, the CN they call it, the plant, but we graft it with another rootstock from the same family, right? We take a wild brinjal and we can graft it with a tomato. And this results in a grafted plant, right? But this is where, like, because the rootstock is better and this rootstock can go down several feet, right? We find that, like, it creates a massive difference. You can do it with all these vegetables, right, and many more, right? But this is the starting point, and tomato is the most common, but brinjal and other cucumber and other things like capsicum, like, we can do. 4 benefits, right? First, in some areas, like, because of monoculture, the soil-borne diseases, like, wipe out. There's no possibility to do tomato anymore. In such areas, like, you use a grafted plant, right? It 90% avoids, like, your soil-borne diseases, right? And it really allows the plant to grow. Second one is tolerance to climate change, right? And environmental conditions. Healthier and reliable saplings. Yield is higher, but also a tomato plant, which typically lives about 5 or 6 months, it can stay for 12 to 14 months, right? I mean, and this is the result, like, from grafting. Like I said, about 25 to 35% yield, longer lifespans that we are talking about, right? So how is it that this year we started, okay, again, in Kana Shantivanam, we are building a grafting skill academy, right, where we can teach farmers how to, or women, how to graft, right? But what we are proposing is that if in your FPO you want to try, you do these vegetables, tomato, brinjal and all that, if there's a 50,000 order, we can supply. Okay, but if you have more than 5 lakhs, we can actually help you set up a nursery there, right? And the last thing is, if women, I mean, in about 6 months or whatever, we will have a skill grafting academy. If we want to teach you so that ladies, they can earn almost 1 rupee, 50 paisa to 1 rupee per sapling, right? And an experienced grafter in 2 years can graft about 2,500 saplings, like, a day. Which means women can earn 1,000, 1,200 rupees, like, from grafting each day. In 4 months, they can make their yearly income. So this is how we propose to work. If you want to know more, please come to stall 21 and 22. And this is the Center of Excellence for Biochar, which we've set up at Kana Shantivanam. It's 50 kilometers from here. Tomorrow or day after, if some of you would like to visit, please visit us at stall 22 and we'll give you more details. Thank you very much for your patient hearing.
I would like to request Mr. Karthik Narayanan, Head of Finance, Samunnati, to please come on the stage for the felicitation. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Up next, we move into a showcase on the cutting edge of farming. We are privileged to have with us Mr. Rajkumar Agarwal, founder and partner of Ray1 Consulting. He will spotlight how technology and innovation are no longer just distant concepts, but practical tools that the FPOs can put to use. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Rajkumar Agarwal to the stage. Thank you, sir.
Namaskar, good evening. It's amazing to see यहाँ से कि अभी भी हॉल भरा है. दोनों हॉल भरे हैं, यहाँ पे भी और बगल में भी. Hats off, Anil, Samunnati team, fabulous job. Let's give them a big round of applause. I'm honored to be associated with Samunnati Anil for quite some time, and thanks Purna for bringing me here. आज जो हम टॉपिक बात करेंगे क्विकली, एट द एंड ऑफ द डे व्हेन वी हैव टू फीड द वर्ल्ड, हम लोग जब मार्केटिंग लिंकेजेस की बात करते हैं, so that needs right inputs. So traditionally the inputs were fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, biostimulants, and fabulous biochar we just heard. But how do we enhance their capability with the new technologies? That's what I'll discuss today quickly. So the topic given to me and discussed is that powering productivity through traditional agri inputs, AI, and precision farming for FPOs. I was amazed to see that almost 50,000 FPOs are registered in India. And imagine if each FPO produces on an average about 1,000 tons all put together, whether it's food grains, horticultural crops, vegetables, fruits, India is super surplus. So that's where this will be useful. I am Rajkumar. I'm from the industry for 35 years now. I have started this consulting about 15 years ago. I invite all of you to be part of our celebration of agriculture on 4th of November at Park Hyatt. FPOs have a special segment to nominate. I invite all the FPOs to please nominate and see that your glory goes up there. I was surprised when I saw this picture on the website of Samunnati FPO, and my topic says all this. This is a beautiful picture. Whoever has put it on the website, it shows a couple farmer using the technology and a beautiful tractor and a lovely crop. And how is that crop cultivated? Let's take one at a time. We are at a turning point. We know FPOs play a crucial role. Now, role of traditional agri-inputs. As we all know, seeds are no more the open pollinated varieties. We have all high yielding varieties which needs better inputs. So, which are climate resilient. Most of the seeds are tolerant to diseases and abiotic conditions. Fertilizers and nutrients are the most important aspects to grow a healthy crop and give a better productivity. All said and done, like all of us have illness, the plants also are subjected to pests and diseases, so they need to be managed very well. And of course, to use all of this, farm machinery plays a very critical role, right from tractors to the sprayers. Now, how does FPOs benefit? अगर आप लोगों ने देखा होगा, हमारी बहुत पुरानी कहावत है कि अगर आप एक लकड़ी को लो आसानी से टूट जाती है, अगर आप 10 लकड़ी को जमाओ तो टूटते हैं, एक भी लकड़ी नहीं टूटती है. तो FPOs का वो पावर है. आप अकेले जाओ तो नेगोशिएशन पावर, बार्गेनिंग पावर नहीं रहेगा आपको. अगर आप इकट्ठे जाओ, जो 10 रुपए की चीज़ है आपको 7 रुपए में मिलेगी. So that's the power of collective responsibility of FPO. The first step stays there कि आपको सबसे बड़ी सेविंग होगी जब आप कलेक्टिव रहोगे. Now, to do this, you need precision farming. This is a simple use of technology. हम लोग कई बार होता है prediction में दिक्कत आती है. You cannot predict the weather conditions. You cannot predict the pest and disease infestation. So, through the precision farming, you will know how to apply the right input at the right time, at the right quantity, and the right place. Many of us, including some of the experts, we get wrong on all these things. So technology is here to help us. Some of the examples which you can see here, drip irrigation and fertigation systems for efficient water and nutrient use. हम लोग खाली drip irrigation करते थे, but now you see how these things are helping us out. Soil testing, drones, IoT sensors, and how does the impact for FPOs come? Our studies have shown that, improved yields from 10 to 30%, reduced input costs because you're using the right technology at the right time, digital platforms, mobile apps, each one of us has on our phones, blockchain for traceability. आज आप दुनिया में कोई भी प्रोडक्ट बेचना चाहोगे तो you need traceability for a higher end markets, segments and better pricing. E-commerce, today you have every platform right from modern retailing to your 10 minutes deliveries. So that is how these things will improve. And what is lying for FPOs? Digitization brings transparency, price discovery and better decision making. You don't waste your time and money. AI and ML in agriculture, we all know it provides predictive and prescriptive insights. You can apply this for yield prediction, pest and disease forecasting, input optimization and market intelligence. पहले ज़माना था फार्मर जाके पंजाब की मंडी में 10-10 दिन बैठते थे ठंड में, बारिश में. अभी वो ज़रूरत नहीं है. You know what price is applicable in which market and you can do futures trading. And FPOs with the AI-powered advisory can be scaled across member farmers, ensuring uniform adoption of best practices and reducing risks. Overall, what are the benefits of this to FPOs and farmers? Enhanced productivity, cost reduction, market advantage, and climate resilience. Friends, this will all bring farmers prosperity. To conclude, this is what I have covered, but I've got to show you something very interesting. I would acknowledge here ChatGPT. When I put a line and ChatGPT created this shloka, so I cannot say which Upanishad has this. This is ChatGPT shloka which says, Sandeh Shakti Krushakanam Nutanaya Mupayane Vruddhivridya Bhavati Sadhyacha Samruddhicha Padasyacha. It means when farmers unite, their collective strength blossoms. By embracing modern methods and technologies, growth becomes achievable and prosperity spreads across the community. So God bless FPOs, God bless Samunnati. We are at 53 stall, so we would love to get associated with the FPOs and see that how we can partner this together. Thank you so much. Thanks, Samunnati.
I would like to invite up on stage Mr. Sai Prasad, Head, Founder's Office, Samunnati, for the felicitation, please. A huge round of applause, please. From seeing how technology can power productivity on the farm, we now turn to another question that lies at the heart of rural India's future. How do we bring the right kind of money into the right kind of enterprises? This fireside chat is titled Triggering Investment in Rural Enterprises, Public Policy and Private Capital. And to take us through it, we have two leaders who bring both vision and ground experience. Please put your hands together for Mr. Pravesh Sharma, Chairman of Samunnati Foundation, and Mr. Sandeep Farias, Founder and Managing Partner of Elevar Equity.
So साथियों ये अंतिम सेशन है आज का. आपने सुबह से बहुत ही धैर्य दिखा के, बहुत अटेंशन से, बहुत ही लगन से, बहुत ही इंटरेस्ट से सारे सेशंस सुने हैं और आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. वेरी वेरी वंडरफुल ऑडियंस वीव हैड, वेरी एंगेज्ड, very participating. We will try and make this last session very personal for you, very meaningful, very relevant. So I'd request you all to please bear with us for the next 40 minutes or so, that I will try and get you the best of Sandeep. He has only been introduced to you as Sandeep, the founder of Elevar, but I think I should tell you that Sandeep is one of the most knowledgeable persons in this country. I would not hesitate to say this, in his understanding of the investment world, specifically about the Indian rural economy. तो भारत का जो एक ग्रामीण परिप्रेक्ष्य है और ग्रामीण परिप्रेक्ष्य में खासकर निवेश के बारे में शायद संदीप फरियाद से ज़्यादा बहुत कम लोग हैं जो जानते हैं. तो मैं आपसे आग्रह करूँगा बहुत ध्यानपूर्वक इस चर्चा को सुने. ये एक चर्चा है, हम दोनों में से कोई भाषण नहीं देगा और हम दोनों एक दूसरे को सवाल जवाब करेंगे और आप उसका लाभ उठाइए. So Sandeep, thank you, welcome.
After that introduction, I should just call you the father of the FPO movement in the country.
Okay.
So let's do this mutual admiration society.
Okay. So now we have finished accusing each other of our respective so-called strengths or weaknesses.
Absolutely.
So now you have had a career first as a lawyer, then as the founder of a venture capital firm. You are now part of a very new, exciting, I can't even call it a investment opportunity, development opportunity, but it is very much focused on the India story, especially the rural or the semi-urban India story. For my sins, since I spent a lot of the time in government, I've seen a transition where initially the government thought, besides investing in agriculture through crop loans, term loans, we will also try to promote enterprises. And I'm talking about 30 years ago, we had something called, I don't know how many people in this room even understand the term. There was a scheme the government came up with called IRDP, Integrated Rural Development Program. The government told the banks that government officers will sponsor cases to you. People like me were told to decide this family needs a cow, this family needs to open a kirana shop, this family needs to open a motorcycle repair shop. Prepare the case, send it to the banker. Mr. Banker, sanction it, you will get some subsidy. From that to a point where today only the experienced financial players, venture capital firms like yours and dozens of others, financial institutions like Samunnati itself, they make the investment decisions. You are aware of this history. How would you see it as a market, I would say, player, looking at it from the outside, the evolution of this strategy, and what would be the pluses or minuses that it has left us with?
So you referred to your sins. My sins are as a lawyer, so thankfully I left that a long time ago. No, I think that's an interesting question, Pravesh. I'm old enough that I do remember the IRDP program, and my dad worked in SBI, so that may be the other context that's relevant. I think what happened over a period of time, very importantly, is government moved from pushing directly financial inclusion into a facilitation role and allowed for a proliferation of entities both within the public and the private sector to address risk factors, to look at it in a continuum and therefore allow for private capital to also play a role. I don't think we could have done this in terms of what has been achieved over the last 20 years in financial inclusion, whether in microfinance, in MSME lending, in terms of agri-finance, etc., without a genuine participation of both sides. Too much in the private sector said that the private sector has achieved a lot, and I think too much in the government or in the public sector has been that it has happened because of that construct. I think it is one of the successes, honestly, of a joint collaboration, if you will. A lot of risk, both perceived and actual risk, was addressed in some respects in core financial inclusion, that we've landed up at least with the availability of basic credit across the country today fairly easily, and I think fairly democratized and very ubiquitous in some sense. I think the challenge in agriculture particularly, and you and I were talking about this a little earlier, is what we've achieved so far is the availability of what I call a general purpose loan. See, I see all credit as being really of four factors. What is the amount? What is the interest rate? What is the tenor? And what is the collateral? But what we've landed up by and large, I would say more than 90% of the sector of financial lending in general is all within a very tight construct of what is a financial product, if you will. So loan sizes are tight, range bound depending on the financials of the borrower. Interest rates operate within a tight margin. Your collateral is almost invariably secured. And your tenor, depending on the amount of loan. So if it's a home loan, you take a long term. If it's not, if it's a personal loan, it's as short term as possible. And in the agri space, I think the real problem and why we've not really taken off is because every commodity has its own supply chain, has its own cycle. Even if you talk of Kharif and Rabi, and again, that applies only to some parts of the agri supply chain construct. There are so many supply chains which operate outside of that kind of construct. And I don't know how many lenders are capable of adjusting and adapting to that supply chain at such fundamental levels that you can customize to the supply chain, but more importantly to the players within the supply chain. So the way I see it is, too much of lending is top down. We construct products in rooms, in offices, etc. When the reality is you have to think about risk from the farm, from the farmer to the farm, from the farm to the aggregator, and from the aggregator to the large players, so to speak. We have to go the other way around. And that level of innovation and that level of a journey, so to speak, I think we will see over the next 20 years. If the last 20 years was really about that collaboration between private and public, I think the next 20 years will really have to be about financial innovation, or we'll be having the 25th version of the FPO Conclave and still talking about the same issues. So hopefully we will make that journey.
Okay, that's very interesting that this point of view about perception and reality and trying to understand risks, specifically in a sector like agriculture, where, as you said, season is also something that you need to splice down further. So one typical position that people of my tribe, I can see myself 20 years ago, sitting with a room full of bankers and saying, आप लोग मेहनत नहीं कर रहे हो, आप सेक्टर को समझते नहीं हो. You are not making an effort to understand the sector.
Sure.
Today, the same allegation is made to private capital. You guys don't want to understand the complexity of agri and also rural. Therefore, you lend to tech, you lend to food delivery, you lend to e-commerce, but you don't want to invest. How fair is that perception?
So let me unpack that a little bit. So perceived risk and actual risk. Agri is one of the spaces, I think, as a general idea, the moment you bring the farmer into the mix, as opposed to the tech into the mix or the data into the mix, so you put the farmer into the central framework, the perceived risk is far ahead of the actual risk. On the tech side, I would say is that the actual risk is actually fairly high, but the perceived risk is very low. So I think we have a, shall we say, a real problem, therefore, in the way we look at things. To the world of private capital in general, let me tell you where the risk perception lies. First of all, the farmer is seen as very distant. So I often say if you're sitting on the 16th floor of a New York building or the 24th floor of a Mumbai building, and you're trying to imagine what a farmer in Bundelkhand is going through, that's not your reality. So therefore, your perception of that reality is very different from the actual reality. So now you think about risk, and particularly in light of my earlier comment that we have to go from farmer to farm, farm to aggregator, aggregator to large corporate, so to speak, and that continuum. Now the perceived risk as far as farmer is concerned is very, very high. But if you understand technology, then when you look at any kind of supply chain, you think that technology can actually disrupt. But technology has a context. If you don't understand the context, you're back to square one. So I think a lot of private capital moved into what they could understand. And because there were many successes of the application of that private capital in terms of returns and in terms of making money
outside
of agriculture, there was an assumption that that can also happen within agriculture, which I think turned out to be a lot more complex because they didn't understand the risk dimension out there fundamentally. And I think enough of sessions today have talked about the variety of risks. But I have a colleague who says that risk is about understanding, right? So if you understand the risk, it's not a risk anymore. Let's just be very honest. To you, the risk is very different from somebody to sitting on the 16th floor of a building because you understand it very differently. So the question is, how do we perceive risk is a very, very important factor in how we think about it. I think there's a second dimension, and it's a core part of how my own belief system and our own belief system as an organization has changed. Is we do genuinely believe there is a bias. There is a bias against business models
in the investor
world of capital.
Okay.
And it's a bias which comes from a lack of understandingness and a willingness to travel to understand it. And at some level, I don't blame that bias for the simple reason that if I have a business model that I can, in quotes, make money on, which is available right next door to deliver something to you and me within 10 minutes, that perhaps we can do with 45 minutes on. And that's where the capital needs to, because I understand that concept, because I feel it. It's inevitable that the capital will move in that direction. So I think the distance is a factor. The perception of risk is as a consequence a factor. So what was it? I think Anil knows this. There was a round of capital he was raising. The Samunnati deck went out to 90 investors on that round. One went to the field. One. I don't know how you invest in this space if you're not willing to get out of the 16th floor of a building somewhere in a city, either in New York or in Mumbai, and travel into the realities of what you're working with from a business model perspective. They don't need to, but if you want to be disruptive in the space, you'll have to make that journey. So how do we bring, therefore, maybe to the world of capital, to people like me or my peers, we have to figure out how to take the market to them so that they understand it, as opposed to the other way around. And that's maybe part of our attempt where we're trying to say we need to play an ecosystem approach, not just an equity approach, so to speak, in companies like Samunnati who are trying to make a difference.
Yeah, but speaking of the ecosystem, I'm
Sure.
not saying that you participated in that, but there was a kind of gold rush moment, which I think till about maybe 2 years ago.
You're talking about agri-tech.
I'm talking about agri-tech.
Yeah.
So what happened to the magical promise of agri-tech? What went wrong?
Well, agri-tech ran into challenges, ed-tech ran into challenges, lots of tech ran into challenges.
Right.
When you go beyond tier 1 and tier 2 and get into the reality of India, so to speak, you can't do with a tech-led model in isolation. This is not launching Facebook on the ground. If you want to address inputs, your app can deal with the purchase order, but ultimately the inputs need to be delivered. If you want to deal with the linkage to the market, your app can again deal with saying who's the buyer, perhaps, but you still need to deliver the produce. And in the middle is this wonderful thing that you need to actually produce. So I think spaces which are much more fundamental, what I would call core solutions, whether we're dealing with agri supply chains, or we're dealing with education, or we're dealing with health, I don't think we can do this in pure tech models. Neither can we do it pure old world models. I think we need hybrid phygital models, so to speak. And I think there are very few investors. I think there are very few lenders. I think there are very few entrepreneurs who really understand that what it takes to build a phygital. Because now think about even from an entrepreneur standpoint, you need to be able to deal with people. You need to deal with efficiency and productivity. You need to deal with the complexity of the space that you're operating in, as well as you need to understand technology, data, AI, etc., etc., etc. I don't think that's easy to understand so many domains and to be able to build an enterprise. So what happened is you had billions of dollars going into all of these kinds of constructs, and then a realization that actually you need phygital business models, so to speak. But here's the funny thing, is actually that's happened even in e-commerce. There are so many players within specialized digital commerce-led models which came up with this concept called O2O. Can you guess what O2O is?
No, I've not
It's
heard.
online to offline.
Online to offline.
So you reach a certain degree of penetration through an online penetration, and then you realize that if you want to build the business model beyond that, you're going to need to create physical presence on the ground to be able to do
Last mile
it.
physical presence.
Yeah. Think about Lenskart.
Right.
They had to build stores at some point in time to be able to take their market forward. So I think the reality is a market like India needs that. And I don't think all investors necessarily understand that. But I don't think many ecosystem players also, whether it's lenders, I think even entrepreneurs sometimes have the hubris of saying, oh, a tech-led model will only work and that we need to be only tech, pure tech. Or the reverse, which is to say, oh, this is old world only people. You need technology and you need data also to be able to scale.
I'm very glad you brought up the entrepreneur issue, because too much focus and sometimes excessive blame is put on the investment side, saying that these guys,
Yeah.
as you said, sitting on the 25th
Sure.
floor, don't really care. But the people who come forward with these ideas, perhaps they were also unrealistic. In all the things you spoke of earlier,
Yes.
their understanding of the risk factor, their understanding of how these seasons operate, and the problem that they're trying to solve for those supply chains, or those value chains as we now prefer to call them. Given that this conference is largely focused on that end user, because we regard the FPO as our gateway into that final,
To the farmer.
Yeah, to the farm. We can't deal with millions of farmers, so these, 1,200 plus FPOs which are represented here, they between them, shall we say, represent 1 million plus farmers. If you, and I know that you do a lot of field travel out of you're on the 10th floor only.
More recently 10th floor, but we used to be ground floor. So.
You are more grounded. But anyway, you make the effort to go to the ground and actually talk to people. Do you see a perception change even among that last mile community in terms of how they see themselves as the users? I won't call them recipients, I'll call them users of technology,
Sure.
of capital.
Sure.
How they deal with the market, how do they deal with other producers of services and products? Do you see that changing? And do you see that impacting the larger investment climate?
Oh, that's a more complex question. I can answer the first part more easily. When were the first FPOs set up, to ask you a question? In your mind, where the real work started?
So, say around 2003-04, it started.
So
But
that's where you started to get involved a little bit around about that
5,
timeline,
6,
about 5, 6, etc. And in your view, the real genuine takeoff of starting to see successes in the FPOs, the early successes would be approximately, not 1 or 2, but like at least a few?
So I would say critical mass emerged between 2013 to 16, when the numbers went into the thousands.
Sure.
When what Anil says is an asset class, that word started doing the rounds, that there are enough numbers to look at them as an asset class.
Sure.
Today, nobody doubts that this is an asset class. But that time it took only some very convicted people and a lot of conviction building.
Okay, fair. So that's good context. Right, so let me put it in a personal context. My first visit or our first visit, because there were a few of us who went on that, and you know all the people, Jyotsna and Vipul along with me. Our first visits to FPOs were in the 2012 timeline. And we heard about this concept from a donor agency. And so we said, okay, let's go. So we went into Madhya Pradesh, by the way. And we landed up in a meeting where the person we were supposed to meet, who's the leader of an NGO which had helped in the establishment of the early FPO, so I won't get into names, basically decided that we were not worth meeting. So even though he had a confirmed meeting, he didn't turn up. Okay. And he sent in his next level to have the meeting. And they had a presentation which was their standard presentation. And the standard presentation suddenly started to talk about lucky FPOs and unlucky FPOs. Now, I let that be for about 15-20 minutes, and then I was like, wait, can you please stop? Because they were on a roll. I didn't want to be rude to stop them. But you know me, at some point I have to. So I said, what do you mean by lucky or what do you mean by unlucky? They said 5 lakhs. I said, what 5 lakhs? They said grant, loan, whatever. 5 lakhs is what we need. So I said, what will you do? First thing we will do, we will bring in more farmers into the mix. That will be goal 1. Then we will think about input, output, aggregation, etc., etc. And we just looked at each other because we had done so much work in the microfinance movement. We said 5 lakhs loan, we don't do grants, but working with an organization or setting up an organization that can work with 5 lakh rupee loan to become a lucky FPO is possible. Now take a decade plus forward. You go into those same areas in Madhya Pradesh, your home state, kind of like where you started most of your work, etc. And you'll see women-led FPOs with multi-crores of revenue. You'll see the Madhya Bharat Consortium and all the wonderful work. Yogesh is here. How many trips have we made together, Anil? I personally, I think I've probably gone to about 50 FPOs across the country easily over the last decade at least. I mean, it's dramatic. So if anybody says farmers don't know how to aggregate, because, or they say, oh, cooperatives never work, or they say buying capacity is not possible in an aggregation, I think the evidence is very clearly there that it is possible. What you can criticize is say, oh, they could have achieved a lot more. But isn't that true of anything in life that you could have achieved a lot more? So I think the question really we have to say is that if in 10 years we've gone this far, if it's 50,000 FPOs, and okay, there are 1,000 which are of some significance, and okay, there are 200 which have multi-crore of levels of size. I don't even know what the actual numbers are. The question is, within the next decade, can we take that, all of those into a multiple higher? If that's still around 5 lakhs to be that lucky FPO, which I believe is still true, Anil, you would agree? Still approximately to get an FPO going, so that's still broadly the amount. That's actually quite stunning that we can actually do that at that level. 2,000 people in a room from the FPO world, from my time on my first trip, I would have thought if you got 20 into a room, you would be lucky. But that's where we are today. So that's the journey.
Right. So
fascinating.
Absolutely.
It's also good food on the ground, so I think that's the other factor.
So Sandeep is another foodie, local foodie. Without breaching confidences, I can say that the kind of local foods I have seen him eat, I've seen very few people being able to take it and, you know.
Survive, you're saying?
Survive to tell the tale.
I do very well with it, so.
Survive to tell the tale, okay. But, you know, we heard Ramesh Chandji in the morning.
Yeah.
We've had some amount of policy support to the sector, but I would say this is still a very lightly regulated sector.
Yes.
I would say that's actually been to the benefit of the FPOs.
Yes.
Yes, there are a lot of compliance issues, GST filing, income tax, registrar of companies, sure. But the fact that 50,000 and growing means it is not so difficult to achieve that. Going forward to achieve the kind of, you know, targets that you talked about, do you see the need to perhaps also address policy to accelerate the process of getting these 10 crore guys into the 100 crore club?
I'll go back to the earlier part of the conversation, which is, it's about actual and perceived risk. The role of policy should be to bridge that gap so that the actual risk and the perceived risk are more or less within the same zone. the more they're within the same zone, the more then I think the genuine collaboration between the public and the private space will really happen. And I think capital will start to flow.
Tangibly speaking, would that, sorry to interrupt you, would that mean more credit guarantees, more?
Those are all examples. I think the rule book is known in many respects. Credit guarantees, you can take any kind of other constructs that we've all talked about. Those models all exist. And there can be new models that can be developed. What I'm glad about today is actually policy is one dimension, but you're actually at this conclave talking about the entire household of the farmer. You're not actually saying, oh, farmer as a agri-producer is the only conversation. Our core belief system is that we have to think about risk of the household, where the farm income and the farm activity is one dimension of it. Now, we've coined a word, entrepreneurial household. Now, it doesn't translate very well into Hindi or any other language, Indian language, right?
No, I think Udyami Parivar is
good.
Udyami Parivar is a
Excellent.
nice term.
Excellent. Yeah. The reason we want to call them entrepreneurial households is because entrepreneurship has become a very attractive. If you're an entrepreneur now, you're cool. You're with it, so to speak, right? And we wanted to bring the same level of excitement to the normal household within India. So to address that risk perception, we said we at least can try to address it through a narrative dimension. I can't address it through a policy dimension. That's the role of government. That's the role of your friends.
Old friends
in government, right?
No more my
So
friends.
at least let us change the narrative. So we believe that all farmers are entrepreneurial households. Why are they entrepreneurial households? They are because they have multiple sources of income, both from within agri activity and from non-agri activity. Now when you think about household, there's not one producing member of the household, there are multiple producing members of the households. No longer are women, to an earlier session, going to say, I don't do anything, I only look after the household, because they're milking the cow, they're in the farm. So the reality is they're active economic contributors. Shame on us that we've not caught up with the reality that they are active economic contributors. But now more than one person, more than one income, therefore risk addressal is taking place in mitigation within a household. So COVID comes in, there's a healthcare crisis, but there isn't an economic crisis as much as we all expected it to be, because households were able to risk mitigate based on different sources of income that they had on the family. What else is that? You look at a balance sheet of a Samunnati or look at a balance sheet of an FPO, I'm sorry, there are different lines of incomes. It's multiple sources of income. You've got different products, you've got different income streams. If that is entrepreneurship, why not the household as an entrepreneur? So for us, I think it's both a policy argument and a narrative argument, and I think there are other dimensions that we have to address as an ecosystem.
Okay. The bell has tolled, but I can't let you go without squeezing one more bit of wisdom out of you. So also referencing some of the earlier sessions, this whole climate game, the carbon markets.
You're being very controversial today in your questions. I've tried to be a little muted in my
I can't
answers.
resist being controversial when I'm talking
Sure.
to you. Okay? So how much is this hype like agri-tech? And do you really think that there is actually something people should invest in capacity, get a deeper, dive, sink their teeth?
So if you take the earlier session and using biochar and all of those, you take climate smart solutions, etc., I think that's good for the farmer. So let's just start there, right? So if I take my farm, take farmer to farm, farm to aggregation, the fact that the supply chain can be more sustainable after many, many decades of, pesticides and fertilizers and finding much more effective methods of increasing productivity, and can we be smart about that from a climate standpoint? By all means, let's do that. The amount of capital in the private space for climate smart agriculture is extremely high. Why? Let's go back to that 16th floor or the 24th floor. Because now if I'm sitting on the 16th floor of a Mumbai building or the 24th floor of a New York building, climate change is beginning to impact me. So my risk perception now is real.
Because it's personal.
Actual, because it's personal. So the amount of capital on that side which will come into the agri space is actually going to be very high. The good news is they actually talk about two concepts. One is called climate adaptation. Now what is climate adaptation? You are 0% climate smart today. You commit to becoming 20% climate smart within the next few years. There is capital potentially that will become available in the next few years. Reasonably easy would be my prediction. I think that's one dimension. I think the second dimension of what will be climate smart is that they conflate all things climate with food and agri. That's seen as one space. So if somebody is saying, I want to be climate sustainable, climate smart, they will invariably start talking about food and agri, while they will also talk about solar and EV. These are the three strong legs that I think a lot of capital will move. Now, the only one factor I would say that we have to keep in this global trade war, suddenly climate is not the focus in terms of, so we have to watch that macro trend and how that will play out. But subject to that, I think a lot of capital will actually move, and everybody in this room should actually work that system, because you can be part of the hype, but more importantly then you can be part of the hype becoming reality, not the hype remaining hype. And I think that's possible.
What a great takeaway to end the session. साथियों, मुझे लगता है मुझे स्वयं इस सेशन को कम से कम 2 या 3 बार दोबारा देखना पड़ेगा वीडियो पर, क्योंकि संदीप ने इतनी सारी बातें आज और इतनी इंसाइट्स दी हैं, और मैं आपको कमिट करता हूं कि इस सेशन को हम एक अलग सेगमेंट के रूप में अपनी वेबसाइट पे और यूट्यूब चैनल पे डालेंगे, और कई भाषाओं में हम सबटाइटल्स भी इसके साथ लगाएंगे. संदीप, as always, as expected, great conversation, and let's continue this off stage.
Can I make one final
Please.
statement? We were the first investors in Samunnati. You know, we can talk about numbers, we can talk about X, we can talk about Y, etc. But just being in this room, when you said 1,200 people from FPOs have registered for this event, that is a stunning achievement. And forget about anything else. Forget about anything else. The fact that that has been achieved, I think, is really the answer to the question of the next 10 to 20 years of what is possible. So this is a credit to every FPO CEO, every farmer who's become a shareholder. Let's not take away from that. That is a massive concept. Imagine income tax returns in the future where you're going to have to show assets in the future when farmers hit those income levels, where you'll have to disclose your shareholding. That is going to be a stunning achievement for the sector to have achieved at some point of time. And I think we should celebrate that in real ways. Your speech in the morning, you wanted to celebrate. That should be the celebration.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Sandeep, as always. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that super informative and engaging conversation. I would like to request Mr. Anil Kumar SG and Mr. N. Srinivasan to please come up on the stage for felicitation and a group photo. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you for this.
This guy can talk for hours.
Thank you, sir. As we wrap up day 1, it's been a day filled with rich discussions, diverse perspectives, and insightful sessions. Before we close, just a few quick announcements for everyone. For those using translator kits, please return them today, and you can collect them again tomorrow morning from the registration desk. We also begin tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. sharp. So please be here on time, and we look forward to seeing all of you again. With an event of this scale, there might have been a few misses. We thank you for your continued understanding and cooperation. With that, thank you once again for being such an engaged audience today. We look forward to welcoming you back tomorrow morning for day 2 of the Samunnati FPO Conclave 2025. Thank you, everyone. A request to all the Samunnati team members to please stay back. Thank you.
Check. Quick announcement to all Samunnati employees as well as FPOs part of the accelerator program. We'll commence our program shortly. Request all of you to please come forward and be seated in the front rows. This is a closed room discussion, so request you to please come forward. We will start shortly. Quick announcement to all the farmer members and farmer FPO leaders. Please return your translated devices today at the front desk. You can collect it back tomorrow morning at the registration counter. I repeat, please hand over your translation devices at the counter. You can collect it back tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, for all the farmer members who are coming in, please also ensure that you bring your tag along. It is the tags that you've received this morning, please ensure that you bring it back tomorrow. जिसके पास भी ट्रांसलेटेड डिवाइसेस है, कृपया वो आप वापस दे दें रजिस्ट्रेशन काउंटर पे, कल सुबह आप कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं.